January in Wijk aan Zee, the Netherlands. For this cozy, coastal town, the holiday season isn't over. In fact, the most wonderful time of the year has really just begun.
And look at the intense focus on Magnus's face. What a performance it has been.
Once again, Wijk aan Zee starts the new year as the center of the chess universe. This year as host of the 85th Tata Steel chess tournament. A magnet for the best players in the game, some recognize the Masters field of 2023 as its strongest in recent memory. Of course, it helps when 8-time Tata Steel chess champion Magnus Carlsen is back. The world's #1 looks to further cement his legacy in this event and the game's history. Chasing Magnus will be amongst the best in chess. Several have been crowned champion here before. Some have even shocked the world in doing so.
We have the winner of the tournament, and it is Jordan van Vereest winning the dramatic Armageddon.
And don't leave out those poised to capture their first Tata title. Although winter, Tata Steel Chess is also known as the place new stars come to bloom. Magnus won here as a teenager. This year's event has its fair share of young players on the rise, each hoping to follow in Carlsen's footsteps.
Look at Prague.
He smells blood and he is not letting this game go.
The Dutch refer to Tata Steel as the Wimbledon of chess. For 85 years in running, this tournament continues to be steeped in prestige and legacy, and does so again in this welcoming little Dutch town by the sea. Mein Vrienden, it's the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, and it starts right now.
Welcome back to Wijk aan Zee. This is day 3 of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2023. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me, my friend, International Master Tanya Sachdev. Tanya, we saw some fighting chess in round 2, 2 decisive games. Are you excited for day 3?
Super excited, Robert. It's such a pleasure to be calling out the action in this exceptional tournament. We've got 14 of the biggest brains in the world fighting it out, battling it out currently in Wijk aan Zee. And you've got to prove your mettle to be there right now. The chess that we've been seeing has shown just that. It's been incredible so far. The players have been making it easy for us with their brilliant play, Robert. We've had Anish with his explosive tactics, Magnus and Nordirbek showing some incredible technique, and of course, the resistance on display by Arjun and Parham.
Yeah, that was a great summary of yesterday's action. 2 wins, one by Magnus in that end game. He ground down Vincent Keimer, and then Anish Giri with an explosive victory, tactics galore against Gukesh. So with those other 5 draws, some of them very, very hard fought there. We do have 4 co-leaders. So Tanya, as we head into the 3rd day of action, we know who's at the top, who's in good form. It is Magnus Carlsen, Anish Giri, Ding Liren, and Abdusattorov at the top with 1 out of the 2. Down at the bottom, unfortunately, Gukesh hasn't scored a single point yet, but it's a new day, it's a new opponent, and maybe he'll be able to strike back.
Gukesh indeed needs to stop the bleeding and start scoring already, but all I can say about this big round 3 coming up is, Robert, to everyone who's joining us on YouTube and on Twitch, get your popcorns ready because we've got some amazing fixtures and big matchups coming up.
Oh, we certainly do. So while you've mentioned it, let's bring it up for everybody to see because every round has 7 matchups and they're all going to be interesting in their own way. We start at the top with Richard Rapport against Wesley So. It's 2 players of completely different styles. And to this point in their careers, it has favored Wesley So head-to-head. He has 2 wins. He has never lost to Richard, but maybe Richard with the white pieces will feel inspired and have a shot at taking down Wesley So.
Big game there for Richard and for Wesley. Wesley's been pretty solid so far, but the other huge matchup is Fabi taking on Jordan. Now, these are 2 world-class players. They've had a couple of shaky years in classical chess, and they want to establish, especially, I think, for Fabiano Caruana, he wants to establish himself once again at the very top. So definitely currently looking for a win in the Tata Steel Masters.
Both those players would love to get a victory and head toward the top of the standings. And the next matchup is somebody who would love a win more than anybody, is Gukesh. He takes on Abdusattorov. And this is a matchup of the young generation, of the teenagers. Abdusattorov doing very well so far, but with the black pieces, Tanya, what do you expect in this one?
I think it's going to be more about Gukesh's mindset today. He's had 2 difficult losses. He needs to keep them in the past. The one thing that stood out in this event for Gukesh has been his openings have just not worked. He's got to show some great prep and get his kind of positions again against Nordirbek. This match is special in so many ways, Robert. It's a grudge match ever since the 2022 Olympiad, where Gukesh took on Nordirbek, had a great position from the start, got over-ambitious, pushed too much, the tides turned, Nordirbek went on to win that game, Uzbekistan went on to win that gold, and ever since then, when these 2 players meet, it is fire on the board.
Wow, you got me even more excited than I already was for that matchup. And I'm also excited for the next one. Parham Maksudlu gets the white pieces against Anish Giri. Anish had a very quick game yesterday, almost a miniature win against Gukesh. That was a great tactical display. And Parham on the other side, he had a very long game, a grueling draw. He was surviving, playing perfect defense against Ding Liren. So as we talk about that game from yesterday, it took almost 7 hours, Tanya. They still had the energy to go over the game. But what do you think about today? Does Parham have enough left in the tank with the white pieces to take down Anish Giri?
He has to find it in himself to do just that. He starts with the white pieces, and stamina, energy is going to play a big role given the time control of this tournament. That said, having quick games can have its own drawback. Parham feels himself already in rhythm for the tournament. He's played these long games. He's played great openings, middle game and end game. Anish, meanwhile, has had explosive rounds so far. I think Parham, hopefully, he got some good sleep for this one.
He needed it after that really heroic defensive task. We will talk about Magnus Carlsen versus Ding Liren in great detail. But before we do, Praggnanandhaa, Vincent Keimer, another matchup of teenagers. So, Tanya, who do you think has the edge in that one?
2 big players from their country, Prag from India, Vincent from Germany. These 2 have been making their mark in the elite world amongst the established A-listers, but they also want to prove something within themselves. We talk about a clash of generations, but this one, clash of the 2 prodigies, equally exciting. Tough to pick a favorite here.
And the same in the last matchup between Arjun Erigaisi and Levon Aronian. They have duked it out online for the last couple of years. Now we'll see them over the board. And Arjun, 2 solid draws to start with the black pieces. Levon, he held that first game against Magnus. Yesterday, he didn't really get much with white against Praggnanandhaa, but we'll see what happens in that one. So, Tanya, I think we have to dive in to our featured matchup of the round. How could we not? It's Magnus Carlsen, the number 1 rated player in the world for over the last decade, taking on the number 2 player in the world in Ding Liren. So, Tanya, take it away. We got 2 of the best players on the planet.
It is all eyes on this game, Robert. Carlsen taking on Ding. It is world number 1 versus world number 2, as you mentioned. The only 2 players who've crossed the 2800 mark currently. This is the only possible matchup in the chess world between 2 2800s. It's happening today. It's happening right now. I think many fans, many chess lovers across the world would have loved to see a Magnus versus Ding World Championship match. That's unlikely to happen ever. But today, these 2 face off each other in what is the Wimbledon of chess.
Yes, and Magnus Carlsen said he's no longer thinking, at least actively thinking about 2900, but he may change his thoughts if he can beat Ding Liren today. Ding is preparing for the World Chess Championship. That's a distraction when it comes to individual games beforehand. You want to save that preparation. You say, oh, I'm playing Magnus, I want to do my best, but I also don't want to give Jan Nepomniachtchi any insight into what I'm working on. So we'll see how this one goes today. Magnus Carlsen, the 8-time Wijk champion. Ding Liren would like to win his first. So as a reminder to everybody, these matchups, they're long, they're grueling. They can last 7 hours plus. But right now we see the players seated. Tanya, there's Gukesh and Nordirbek Abdusattorov. Both players, they're going to be hungry for success over the board.
This is such a huge game, and especially for the rest of the tournament for Gukesh. With 2 losses already, he can't afford a third loss in a row. That's super hard to come back from. Nordirbek at 1.5 out of 2, Robert. He's had a solid start. He is in form. Gukesh currently struggling with that. He's got to find the mental energy and the strength to play for a win in this one with the white pieces, make the most of his chances, but most importantly, stop the bleeding.
Yes, that is what he's looking for. And this event is 13 rounds. So he may have lost the first 2, but he still has 11 left to play. And 13 players received invites directly in. Arjun Erigaisi won the challenger section. He qualified for this event. The scoring is typical of most chess tournaments: 1 point for a win, a half point for a draw, none for a loss. And if we do get a tie, when all is said and done, we'll get tie breaks. 100 minutes for the first 40 moves. You get the 30-second increment from move 1, and you gain 50 additional minutes once you reach move 40. And then if you get to move 60, if the games go that long, another 15 minutes. We saw that happened yesterday in that matchup between Parham and Ding Liren. But today is a new day. Ding Liren is seated at his board. He's opponentless for the moment. Magnus, as per usual, not showing up before the clock hits the hour.
We've often seen him just arrive in the nick of time, and sometimes even later. Who can forget the video from the World Rapid and Blitz? In the Blitz section, Magnus with 3 minutes actually came to the board with just 30 seconds on the clock. So you just never know with him. But very rarely do we see him just seated there and have time before the start of the game. I think he likes to arrive just at the moment when games are about to lift off. We see Gukesh and Nordirbek, Ding ready to go. The fans are ready. The spectators, the hall is full. The amateur section is being played. We can see the spectators. They're all lined up. They know it's a huge day. If anyone's been planning to be at Wijk for the Tata Steel Masters, it's round 3. It's today that you want to be there.
And we see the bell over there, the gong. There's a special guest every single round who gets to start the round by hitting that. And I don't know who it is today, but it's always fun to see the fans watching the action unfold. There's the challenger section right behind Anish Giri and Parham Maksudlu. Some familiar faces in the chess world. I believe that's Velimir Ibic over there. They're a little far away for the moment, but very strong players who would love to join the Masters tournament a year from now. And there's Leonard. I see Leonard taking photos. We have so many people working hard to make sure that everything is set. And I just saw a certain Magnus Carlsen walk through the camera heading towards his board.
He has arrived, and as you were mentioning, the bell, the gong is ready to be hit, and the games are about to start. Very often, what is amazing about Tata Steel is that they've got esteemed guests to announce the start of the round, but sometimes they also invite young talents and players from the local community to come and ring that bell, and that's a huge inspirational moment for them. And that's what this tournament is about sharing the stage with these world elites, the amateurs looking up to make their way there. And we've got handshakes, we've got liftoff, Robert, with Ding pressing the clock. It's go time.
It certainly is. And Magnus Carlsen gets the white pieces. He's just writing down the names. He's getting settled before he starts making moves on the board. And what you said is very true. It's great to see young players. They get to take in this atmosphere. One day, hopefully, they will be playing in this very tournament. I love seeing that in sports when someone has a photo with, Ronaldo or Messi, and then eventually they play against those legends. So in the chess world, that remains something that we would like to see. And we'd also like to see this one unfold here as Magnus plays the move d4 on his first turn.
Starts with the queen's pawn opening and immediately gets up and meets one of the esteemed guests there at the Tata Steel event. We also see Fiona there at the background. d4 played. It could very likely be that Magnus would be happy to take it to a Catalan. Of course, it depends on how Ding wants to respond to the queen's pawn opening. We see the knight has been taken out. Knight after this might be heading to a Catalan.
Okay, and you know what's fun? And then Magnus plays the London system. So instead of the Catalan, we get the London. And I was going to say that Magnus has beaten Ding Liren one time, and it was in the Catalan, but Magnus was black in that game. So perhaps for Magnus, he has happy memories against Ding from the black side of the Catalan. And sometimes that does play into the psychology, of the player. So a London Tanya, on the highest stage between the two top players in the world, Eric Rosen is somewhere clapping his hands, celebrating, and I'm sure he'll analyze this game in great detail later.
This is a win for all the London lovers. I mean, I could have predicted many openings today, but this one would not have made it to my list, Robert. I am surprised with Magnus's choice, but I love it. It just means that he just wants a game. He wants no theoretical big lines here in this one. Ding Liren slowing down already because he's equally shocked at what he's seeing on the board. A London by Magnus? Sure, if it was blitz and rapid, we've seen that happen many times. But in a classical, over-the-board event, playing against the world number 2, I am surprised.
It's surprising for Ding Liren as well. He is sitting and thinking. And the reason why is in response to the London system, there are many different options. There's a bit of a peaceful option with e6 and bishop d6 to follow, just trying to challenge and trade those dark squared bishops. You can throw your pawn forward with c5, but in the current position, that square is not defended. So sometimes you have to worry about, am I going to get my pawn back, or am I going to get compensation around that pawn? Because when the pawn takes on c5, that later gives the e5 square to black potentially. So this moment here isn't just Ding Liren being unfamiliar with the opening, and he does in fact play the move c5 as we're talking about it. It's just which style does he want to employ, and he chooses the most aggressive way, Tanya.
Indeed, this is the most combative reply to the London system, and Ding took his time because very often this moment, move number 3 from black, is what determines the kind of positions, whether they'll be strategic battles or more open, complex tactical middle games, gets decided. E3 blitzed out by Magnus. He's of course prepared for this answer of c5, and now I'm expecting Ding to open his own bishop on f8. e6 is a move that's often played here. You defend the c5 pawn, you clear.
Yeah, the c5 pawn wants defense there, and that would help that out. Knight c6 is often played as well, in addition to queen to b6, going after the pawn on b2. That's the downside of playing the London system, is that there is a bishop out on f4. So when the bishop has removed itself from home, the b2 pawn becomes a potential target. So we'll see in this game, what the players are aiming for. That's the big question. It's not a lack of familiarity. It's not a lack of experience. In each and every individual game, the players are trying to figure out what direction is best against their specific opponent. And Magnus playing quickly. So after e3, I do expect knight c6 as the standard reply. And oftentimes after knight c6, white plays the move c3. We get the triangle pawn formation. We have a great pawn chain in both directions. The bishop sits on d3 here, white castles, and just tries to play a bit of a slower approach and try to control the center of the board. So let's go to our bird's eye view. We have all games going on at once here, and let's go around the horn a little bit. See that in the bottom right, only 2 moves by white have been played in the matchup between Vincent Keimer and Pragnananda. In second from the right, again, just 2 moves by white. Black has played only 1 himself. And as we look the middle in the bottom row, that one is the farthest along. And as I see that position, it kind of reminds me of Magnus Carlsen's many games in this variation, including as Fabiano Caruana from the World Chess Championship. So around the horn here, just different types of positions all around the players, just getting at their boards, trying to figure out this opening stage of the game, because we often take that for granted, that every single player has memorized 30 moves and that they can do that no matter what the opening is. That's not the case. That's not true. And so it depends on the opening and if they prepared it for that specific day. We see, let's choose, let's see, what game do I want to analyze right now? Let's go, in fact, to that game I was mentioning that reminded me of, actually, before I go there, I'm going to switch games really quickly to the one between Fabiano Caruana and Jordan van Forest, because the last move that was played, I was going to go to the middle in the bottom row. But instead, I'm going to the game between Fabiano Caruana and Jordan van Forest, because if we can look at that game, a big move was just played by the Dutch player, former champion of this event. He just decided to strike with f7 to f5. So big moment here. f5 played, protecting the knight on e4, but perhaps weakening the king. And yeah, it's a... Todd, you back?
Out here, and I lost everything, and I was like, not right now, not when we have a London on the board at the most important round of the Wijk, but everything's well. What has been going on, and what have I missed?
Well, you joined back at the right time, because f5 was just played by Jordan van Forest, and this might already be a novelty. Like I'm looking in the database here, not seeing any games, and we're on move 7, and it was a Petrov. Now, Fabiano Caruana has been sort of the king of the Petrov for many years, but if we just look through this game, normal, everything is nice and normal. d5, bishop b3, and then bishop e6. Already, that's a very rare move, just played a couple of times. And after castles, f5 is Jordan's choice. So, Tanya, we've seen Jordan display tremendous opening ideas, novelties, and that helped him win this Tata Steel tournament a couple years ago. But what do you make of this one? It feels very weakening, or at least it gives White control of certain squares.
You know, you make a move like f5 in the opening, and it's so double-edged. It goes on to show that you're ready for an aggressive fight, but yes, very early on, you are creating weaknesses in your own camp. And you know what? It's the kind of move which they say, don't try this at home. But we're talking about Jordan van Forest here. This is the guy who comes up with the most creative opening ideas. He and Richard Rappo. We've seen that about him. Jordan, when you mentioned, won the Tata Steel Masters in 2021. We saw him employ all kinds of offbeat openings and ideas. He's doing just that. And with the black pieces, when you're playing against an opening specialist like Fabi, you want to try and confuse him as early as possible. And that's what he's going for.
Yeah, it is confusing because it gives White control of this juicy e5 square. When you have pawns 2 squares apart like this, look at the square in the middle. That is White's for the taking potentially, but Black does have firepower. A knight can come to d7, a bishop to d6, and then Black can fight back. Now, the e4 square looks like it's under Black's control, but if this knight moves out the way, this pawn will go up to f3 and kick the knight out. So that's a long-term thought that White has to keep in mind. Now, e5 is one square. e6 is potentially another that White can use because there are no pawns helping defend the square. But that would require the smoke to clear. Knight would be forced out of e4 just to get a rook into the e file on an open line. So I think Jordan, he's playing this sort of tricky opening, and it's not actually very obvious how Fabiano should respond right now.
And that's what he's counting on, right? Objectively, it might not be the best way in the Petrov to handle what White has done. You know, you give up this e5 square forever. There's no pawn to push any piece out of there, while your own e4 square is a little shaky. But Fabi needs to figure out, how does he make the most of this weakening move f5? And it's important he does that soon, because Black has a clear plan. You know where you want to place your pieces. The knight on b8 will land on f6. The bishop from f8 can go to d6. You go shot castle. The next few moves are flowing. And definitely Jordan knows what he's doing. Meanwhile, Fabi needs to decide, does he want to put the c pawn on c3, or does he want to play c4? More aggressive, challenge the center. The rook will come to e1. Where does he want to develop the knight on b1? Where does the bishop on c1 want to go? So there are a lot of questions here, Robert, that Fabi needs to answer. And that's why he's slowed down. He is taking a think. He's as surprised as we are.
Yes, and I like what you're talking about on the queen side with c3 or c4, because just like in the position in the London, if queen b3 happens at the correct moment, the pawn on b7 is loose. That's the downside of developing your queenside bishop like this so early, is that if a queen gets to b3, there could be some problems on the queen side for black. So we'll see how Fabi handles this. We're going to zoom out because he is in a deep think trying to figure out what is best to do. So we can go to our bird's eye view, get a sense of all of the action that's taking place, 7 games going on at the same time. So as we look across the boards here, the openings, they're underway. The games are taking shape. And Tanya, the London in the top left hasn't progressed too much, but one game that is far along, it seems, is the one in the bottom left. So Parham and Anish, they've made quite a number of moves just because it's a standard looking position.
Very interesting. Parham has been talking about his opening preparation and mentioning that with the black pieces, he feels quite comfortable. He's put in the work, and in his game against Ding was quite well prepared till a certain moment, and he was happy about getting it. With white, he starts with the Italian. Now, this is not a new position. This is something that we've seen time and time again. But the Italian, or the Caico piano, is just such a complex and a rich opening. It's all about little moves here and there. And what do you start with? It just changes everything. And no matter how much you know about the Italian, it's not enough. These were the famous words spoken by Levon, who's, of course, quite a master of the King's Pawn opening. And Robert, the live board that we have in front of us, Anish has chosen to immediately counter white's Italian bishop on c4. Let's take it from the top and see how we got here.
Absolutely. e4, e5. So we had the Italian with bishop to c4. Black fought with knight f6. That allows white to play the fried liver, going after the f7 pawn. But at the highest level, you don't see this very often. Instead, players typically play this d3 move, because in these sharp variations after d5, pawn takes, knight a5, bishop b5 check, this is all theory. So if you want to study this variation, there is a lot of material out there that can help you. The bishop often slides back to d3, and it's a position where white is a pawn ahead, but this bishop is awkward because the bishop on c1 is not getting out on this diagonal. The knight on g5 can be kicked very easily. Black gets a bunch of time, and when we cut the board in half, black actually has, even though it's down a pawn in total, is up a pawn over here on the king side, and oftentimes the pawn goes forward once the knight moves out the way. So black gets activity for that pawn, and in this game, we saw just d3, calm chess from Parham. He did have that long game yesterday. He knows that Anish is well prepared, and we get very standard moves, including Tanya a5, taking away this b4 push.
A5 is very committal. It is one of the topical, trendy ways to counter the Italian. And as you mentioned, it's directed against the plan of white expanding on the queen side with b4, a4, a5. But along with that, chess is a game of give and take, Robert. You get something, but you give up on something. And the drawback of a5 is that it creates a weakness in black's queen side, and that is the b5 square. And this can often be used by the white bishop or the knight to create activity. And as we see, that is exactly what Parham has done after bishop e6. He doesn't want to trade off the bishops. He takes advantage of black's move a5, goes bishop to b5, keeps the light squared bishop alive. At some point, he can be dreaming of bishop a4, bishop c2. Also, black needs to be careful. After bishop b5, if we just back up to what Anish just played, white has a devious threat in this position. Because black has already played bishop e6, if it was white's move, Robert, white just wins. He wants to go d4, hit the bishop on c5 with the tempo, you move the bishop away, you go d5, you fork the knight, you fork the bishop, you win a piece. Which is why, preempting that, Anish made the typical move, bishop a7, just falling back.
Yes, because d4 does not come with that very important tempo, and then you see that d5 is going to happen, and black would deal with that accordingly. So the bishop is safe and sound on a7, and it's easy to forget about this piece because it's far away. That's the beauty of a bishop. It's a long-range piece that's sort of sniping all the way to the other side of the board, and that f2 pawn could be tender if white isn't looking out carefully. So we're in a position that has been played several dozen times, and these players, they've studied the ins and outs of the Italian, because a position may look familiar, but is slightly different. And that little wrinkle could make all the difference. So I believe that White typically plays knight to d2, often brings the knight to f1, and either to g3 or to e3, depending on what kind of setup Black employs. So I think that we're at a calm start, and that's probably the best choice for Parham, given that he is likely a bit fatigued, and Anish is extremely well prepared. So just get a position. Let's just play chess, not rely on our preparation, because Anish Giri is really, really good with his preparation.
The Italian is such a tricky opening, Robert. You often feel that nothing's happening until it does, and then everything explodes. I just want to break down this very important point in these positions with Black. Anish, in the Italian, what you really want with the Black pieces is to get a successful d5 in. You were mentioning White's idea, Robert, of transferring the b1 knight to the king side, trying to eye those light squares. Meanwhile, Black's aim in life against the Italian is to get d5. You want to get that central break in. Very often, the knight from c6 also goes back to e7, comes to g6 on the king side, eyeing the same squares that White's knight wants. So it's really a slow game that develops and eventually explodes into a crazy middle game. And that's what I'm looking forward to with this one. We will come back to this and see how it develops. But let's zoom out for a moment and get an update, do an opening tour of our other matchups.
For sure. So let's take a step away from this matchup for now. And as we see the 7 games in the Magnus game, it looks like the Ding is not moving. So it seems like Ding is, he has actually just made a move, e6, it appears. And maybe it's Magnus who's the one who is not moving. That's surprising that these players are playing quite slowly out of the gates, right? You expect the first 5 moves to be played instantly. It said they're on move 4 in the top left. Nothing major happening at the moment, but a big decision in the bottom right. We see the move f2 to f3. So Ben Feingold, probably not very happy to see that. He says never play f3. And the reason why you don't play f3 is because it weakens your king. So if we go right into that game between Praggnanandhaa and Vincent Keimer, several moves have in fact been played from that position. You see that pawn is on e4 for White, so a huge center for Praggnanandhaa. But Tanya, Black, what does he have? He is facing a bishop pair, but oftentimes you have a very solid position. I tend to prefer these from the White side. What about you?
I kind of play this a little bit with Black. It's not my main opening against the Nimzo Queen C2. But let me tell you, yes, it looks like White has got all the space out of the opening. White has got the 2 bishops. But on the other hand, what Black has achieved is a tiny, tiny advantage in time and in development. Black's already castled. The pawn is on b6, so the bishop from c8 is eyeing the b7 square for development. At some point, really soon, Black will strike in the center because White needs time to finish development. So what I'm expecting Vincent is to take a setup with bishop b7, knight comes to d7, the pawn goes to c5. Maybe we can just show that, Robert, the way that Black wants to finish development. Knight d7, rook c8, taking advantage of that queen on c3. And with that, Black will be able to make the most of the time that White has lost in gaining the space with all these pawn moves. I mean, what do we know about openings, right? Develop your pieces, put your king to safety, don't get your queen out early on. But it looks like in getting these trumps, White has disregarded all these rules. So Black gets some time, and time is of the essence, can't allow White to continue development, can't allow White to do everything normally. Black will be worse, but I think Vincent is going to strike in the center before White gets everything he wants.
Yeah, that's what absolutely must happen, because if Vincent doesn't start putting pawns forward and threatening a White center, and you give White all the time in the world, you see a bishop coming to e3, this bishop to d3, a knight into e2, maybe even an attack going up the king side, because White has a very healthy center for now. 3 pawns, more advanced than any of Black's pieces, taking up space. And by the way, Praggnanandhaa is playing this very quickly. So I feel like Prag is at home in the position. It hasn't been played, hundreds and hundreds of times, I don't believe, especially with his bishop coming to b7. If we just go back a few turns, Tanya, at this point here, D6 is a popular move. The most popular, though, is B6, getting the bishop here right away and delaying your d-pawn push. But after D6 and F3, this is where we're in newer territory because it's a very committal choice by Prague. And in fact, the most popular move is queen to E8. Seems very strange. Why would you go queen to E8? Is your idea to play pawn to E5? And if so, why wouldn't you just bring your rook to E8? And I think the difference tends to lie in the fact that if you play E5 at this point, the rook on E8 not doing the most here. That even if you end up taking on D4, your pawns are very healthy. And so the move queen to E8 instead, it seems like, well, what has changed after E4? If we do in fact play the move E5, like what has happened here? There often are differences where there's no pin on this knight, and that can be extremely important. So it's hard to explain all the subtleties with a move like queen to E8. Just seems awkward. But in the event of D5, the rook is better placed on F8 for when you strike with F5.
That's a really good point because F5 is such a thematic idea once the center is closed, but there is still some time for that to happen. Instead, Vincent continued with a different path of development. He did make the move bishop to B7 after White has expanded the center. At some point, he'll have to take a call. Is he going to provoke White to go D5 with the break of C5? Or E5. Both have their own advantages and disadvantages. I am expecting him to first, before taking that decision, Robert, go knight D7, put your rook to C8, maybe take your queen out to E7 or E8, as you pointed out, and then take a call if you want to break with C5 or E5. But we will see one of these breaks in the game.
Yeah, the problem, though, is even when you get the break, White can play bishop D. I'll just put a few moves on it. If you had bishop D3 and Black plays C5, one of these pawn breaks, and White just plays knight E2, if you take on D4, this doesn't necessarily help Black as much as you would hope, because after knight takes D4, this pawn is more approachable. It's on an opening file here. The rook will eventually come to D1. Now we have the bishop pair for White, and there's more open space, and that's what bishops need. They don't like closed positions. They want an open position, and the dark square bishop is unopposed on this board. So I just really love these positions from the White side. I think that Vincent, he needs to remain solid, but if you remain solid, then you don't have activity. If you try to get activity, then maybe you have a long-term weakness to figure out. So that's the give and take of chess, especially when you're pushing pawns.
A very complex middle game will come about in this one, Robert, and we'll see the path that Vincent takes. All the drawbacks in Black's position currently, the one big thing, the one good news is that it's a very solid setup for Black and practically not so easy for White to take advantage of when Black has created no weaknesses. I still think this is going to be a complex middle game. Both players are taking their time to make their moves, decide their setup. While they take these decisions, let's zoom out for a moment and take a look at some of the other games that are going on and all the action, because the opening's pretty exciting in all of them, Robert. And the one game that catches my eye right now is the Arjun-Levon matchup. Now, there's a lot of history between these two. For Levon, Arjun has oftentimes in speed chess formats been an Achilles heel for Levon. They've traded several punches and blows. Arjun has been a difficult opponent for Lev, but now he faces Levon, the giant, the very, very strong Lev in a classical OTB event. That's not happened too often. So it's going to be interesting to see how these two players proceed. And the middle game that we have coming on is already a fun one. Do you want to dive into that?
Let's do it. So we can go into the game between Levon Aronian. He has the black pieces taking on Arjun Erigaisi. And both of these players have started their tournament with 2 draws. So they have 1 point out of the 2 games. Levon, really good first game where he drew Magnus Carlsen. He survived what looked like a tough position. He made it look easy. And Arjun, with the black pieces 2 in a row against Pragnanda and Wesley So, has looked like he is not going to be losing many games in the future. So where we are right now, Tanya, it looks like 2 pawns have been traded for each side. It's the position is opening up. The king is still on e1, but there are no black pieces to attack it with. And one other thing I'm noting is this bishop on c5 is a little bit loose. So Levon has to keep an eye on that, because maybe a knight takes b5 will happen and your bishop is under attack.
It's definitely something to be careful about, because the last move by Lev was pawn to b5, attacking that bishop on c4 if we just back up for one move. Robert, Arjun, in response to b5, fell back with the bishop to e2. And now the natural developing move would be put your c8 bishop to b7. But then you've got to calculate that knight b5, and then your bishop on c5 hangs, and you can very well just end up being down a pawn. And I see our eval bar, it agrees with your point that knight b5 is a massive threat, which means that Lev actually has to still spend a move before he completes the development. One very thematic idea is to retreat with the bishop. You need to decide, do you want to keep the bishop on the a7 g1 diagonal, or even go back bishop e7? The reason I don't like the move knight to d7, defending that bishop on c5, is two reasons. One, you allow a pin along the d file. White gets the option to go rook d1, pin that knight, create pressure on it. Also, very often, you want to be flexible with that knight on b8. You might want it on c6, you might want it on d7. It's a decision that you want to delay. I'm expecting Lev to retreat simply with the bishop, but the big question is, which square is he going to choose?
I feel like that was a question posed to me. I'm choosing e7 because if I go to a7, right, look at this pawn chain here. That bishop looks a little bit silly. It's staring into a very strong pawn chain that's not going anywhere. So at least when I go to e7, I'm closer to my king side, in particular knight on f6, if it ever gets pinned. And I feel that b4 potentially is in the future. At least I can open up that side of the board. So I would choose bishop e7. It feels more compact. It feels like it's a square that does a little bit more for black in the long term. And I agree with your points completely about where this knight should go. Knight d7, it looks just like a developing move with bishop b7 next. But if we actually play the move on the board with knight to d7, it's not a problem. But moves like knight e4 can also be annoying. Now I'm really attacking your bishop twice. And if you take on e4, thinking you're just swapping, look at the eval bar starting to creep up. And the reason why is because of what you said, Tanya. Rook comes to d1. White is just a little bit ahead in terms of activity. And the d file is super important. It's an open file. The rook on 8 is under attack, which you don't have time for bishop b7 just yet. You have to make this awkward move, rook a7. It's a tempo wasting move. And then when you play bishop b7, your rook looks silly and stuck on the sideline. So these intricacies are super important. So I'm totally with you, Tanya. Knight to d7 feels just a little bit imprecise, and I don't think that Levon will end up playing it. I think he will retreat his bishop to e7.
I agree with that also because of concrete reasons here. If you put the bishop on the a7 g1 diagonal, let's say you go bishop a7 or bishop b6, white again gains a tempo with rook d1, and you don't have a nice square for the queen. Because don't forget, there's a massive threat of bishop d6 as well. You can't go queen e7. You end up losing material immediately. It's the same story if you go queen to e8. So Robert, bishop e7 is the move that I am expecting. Black still needs a couple of moves to finish development, get that bishop out to b7, take out that knight to c6, put your rook on c8, and then you feel the harmony. There's still time for that. Will Arjun find his initiative before Levon is able to equalize out of the opening? Because remember, it's a symmetrical pawn structure. The central pawns have been traded. So once again, it's all about piece activity in this one.
It certainly is. And I just want to make one small point that after b5, bishop to e2 was played. This bishop had several choices. It wasn't just e2 available. You could go to bishop d3, potentially putting pressure on the h7 pawn. You could do the same thing that black can do in the lines we were just talking about. You can go back to a2, but the bishop on a2 is staring into the same brick wall the bishop on a7 would. So Arjun takes the choice of e2 versus, say, d3. I'm curious about that. I wonder if after the game, it would be so interesting to hear his insights of why he didn't put it on what seems like a way more active square, but it does get in the rook's way potentially. But I would be very interested to know the distinction between those two lines.
There are a lot of differences between putting your bishop on d3 and e2, and I think it's a matter of taste, Robert. For some players, bishop d3, you eye that h7 pawn, you're trying to create an attack, it would be more attractive. But then you have to be okay with also not defending that knight on f3. So let's say if you were to put the bishop on d3, black develops his bishop on b7 at some point, then you're already threatening to take that knight on f3. Let's just back up and put the bishop on d3. And yes, right now, maybe knight b5. I'm not sure if it works or not. Probably not, because the d3 bishop is still hanging. But you have to be okay with losing a tempo to save your pawn structure. Not just that. You want your rook on d1. You want it on the open file. So even though, yes, you gain an attack on the h7 point, you lose out on a lot of factors. I do see the eval bar does like bishop d3, but I think from a personal perspective, bishop e2 feels more natural in these positions. You are threatening the knight b5 trick if the bishop is not on d3. As you're pointing out, in this case, the bishop on d3 would just hang.
Well, yeah, that was your point. It's a really, really astute observation. So bishop e2 opens up knight takes b5 as a threat, and that may give Arjun the time to get the initiative that we know he wants. He's a very active player, and so we'll see how this one continues. Levon is just spending his time making sure that he doesn't blunder, and it's important even at this early stage to do just that, because you don't want to hang a knight takes b5. That one's obvious. So I'll move my bishop away to a7, but as you were just saying, Tanya, rook d1, the d6 square is vulnerable, and White would love to plant a bishop there. So bishop e7, to my eyes, looks the safest. It's not the end of the story just yet, but I do think that bishop e7 will keep Levon's position compact and solid and help him try to continue maintaining this equality. So let's zoom out for a second. Levon, he's on the clock. He will consider his options. And the game between Magnus and Ding Liren has changed a little bit, where Magnus he gave up his light square bishop for a knight on c6 at the top left game on the screen here. And there's just action happening all around. We see in the second row, second from the left, Fabiano Caruana, he put a knight on e5 and then took a knight that was on d7. But Jordan van Forest continues to play extremely quickly. So, Tanya, which of the games that we haven't looked at do you think we should venture into?
You're absolutely right. It looks like all the players are in a big fighting mood today. Just looking at the openings, it's tough to pick one, but the one that catches my attention right now has to be the Fabi game. Do you want to just quickly jump over to Fabi versus Jordan van Forest? Fabi with the white pieces. Jordan has made this committal decision of going f5. Already, a set of minor pieces has been traded. Black has a knight on e4 and it looks super pretty, but it can be kicked out any moment with f3. So it's not something that you can rely on. This is where we left it last, Robert. And after queen e2, bishop e7, trying to finish development, Fabi jumps in with the knight to e5 and Jordan immediately challenging that with knight d7. And after the trades of the knight d7, queen d7, what's interesting is that Jordan can still decide whether he wants to go long castle or short castle.
Very good point, because castle and kingside we usually do by default. There are fewer pieces in the way, but castling queenside is an option. And one more thing I want to point out is in some positions, let's say I castle, it's white's turn, but f3. I was going to just say at some point that if you take on e4 and I take back, this bishop can be trapped in some of these positions. So it's something to keep an eye on. I understand in this current one, it doesn't work out. There are queen h5 checks and queen to e5. It saves the day just to actually show you this tactic. That after g6 is queen e5, hitting a loose rook, freeing the bishop, white would win material. But the point I was trying to highlight here is that if this king were already castled, then this bishop would be trapped on d3. So there are positions where you actually leave your knight hanging on e4. In fact, after d takes e4, if I took this way, it shows just that. I took with the wrong pawn. But queen takes d4 is check. So if you think you're escaping, no, you're just losing more pieces. So I just wanted to highlight that point that the bishop on d3 can be trapped. And so you can leave your knight thanks to these pawns.
That's a super point you make, that very often our first reaction is just to retreat with a piece that's been attacked, but very often there are offensive ways to defend that piece. And to just showcase your line, let's make a move by black, let's go short castle, because then suddenly it is possible to do all of that you're saying, fe4, and now we can pick it up with the f-pawn. There's no check on h5, and the advantage of short castle is that after fe5, let's say you go bishop e4, black's got the intermezzo rook f1, and it becomes a big mess.
And we can see, I mean, even in this position, it's a huge advantage for black. It's kind of surprising, but maybe just simple chess. Like this bishop has to go all the way around here. And bishop g4 comes to mind. Keep bringing pieces in. We'll bring a rook over. White is up a knight for one pawn, but lacks development. So I would not have assessed this as so good for black. I just don't know, for sure. But now we know, because the engine's telling us this, that it's crazy to think about, that it's a knight worth 3 points for a pawn worth 1. But because white lacks development, and this is why we tell you to get your pieces out, connect your rooks, that this makes up for the material deficit. Pretty wild to think about, but that is for sure what Jordan has prepared. If he castles here, Tanya, we know that he has worked this all out. And I think that what I would do if I were Jordan, if I was trying to trick Fabiano, I would spend a good deal of time right now. Let's say he's already studied this position, but he spends 20 minutes on a move like castle. Fabiano's not going to be tricked. He's a professional player. He's going to just assess the position as it arises on the board. But you know what I mean? Like if you spend a bunch of time and you're like, okay, I'm going to castle. I think this works out. And you think, oh, something like this. I'm going to get the second pawn. And that's better for white. That wouldn't work out. But f takes e4. If he knows with certainty that it's good for black and castling is the best move, maybe invest a little bit of time just to give Fabi a false sense of security that Jordan is finally out of preparation. I don't know. Maybe I'm just playing mind games here that won't work.
I'll be honest, Robert, I was so taken in with your idea of sacrificing a piece that I didn't even realize that if you don't play the move a6, as you were pointing out in your line, white will actually have the bishop from d3, the b5 square. And I think that makes a lot of difference. And I'm shocked to see that after blundering this line away, the computer, the evaluation bar still doesn't move at all. That's an absolute shocker. I think it's impossible to make the move short castle unless you've prepared it at home. You've seen it. It is so counterintuitive because, of course, the idea relies on the light squared bishop not having a square. So you need to make the move a6 or c6 for these ideas to work. And it's completely crazy just how the computers are able to still keep the evaluation as balanced just based on initiative and development.
Right. And, all jokes aside about playing mind tricks and mind games, these players, they're just trying to evaluate the line that they have in front of them at the board. So in a different position, that might work out. But because castling looks very strange with the b5 square open, I think Fabiano will quickly suss out that, yeah, this is still preparation. I don't think I'm going to take this knight just yet. He'll continue his development before trying to take this knight, and the knight will likely have to retreat. So this game is interesting, but it's going to be Jordan's task to figure out how he's going to reply, which direction his king is going to go to eventually. So why don't we zoom back out to the full 7 board view, and let's go to the game between Richard Rapport and Wesley So, because that one looks very interesting to me. It's a position where Rapport, that's in the second from the right on the bottom, he is up a pawn because it's a Caro-Kann, a pan-off position, and it started with c4 on the first move. And that's what's interesting about chess openings, is that there could be transpositions. And c5, knight c3, g6, this looks nothing like a Caro-Kann, but after e3 and d4, we get a position. I'm going to pause right here and go back to the beginning and show you that after e4, c6, you can get that same exact position if you want. You get d4, d5, takes, c4, knight f6, knight c3, and g6. And then white goes queen to b3, and we get to the position that we have in the game. So this was not Wesley's intention, I don't believe. He's not a Caro-Kann player, but now we're in a Caro-Kann. So that's kind of funny. Yeah,
you have to be prepared for these surprises, and especially when you're playing a player like Richard Rapport, who will create something out of the opening that you're not expecting at all. And Wesley, we see, has taken his time to deal with this surprise, as you're mentioning. A different start. You don't expect a Caro out of 1c4, but here it is on the board, and you kind of have to be ready to play any sort of a position. We see bishop e2 by Richard Rapport, so trying to finish development. Also, if we just take a quick count, White is up a pawn already.
Yeah, white's up a pawn and bishop e2. What's the point? Bishop f3. Let's protect this pawn.
Exactly.
I've had the white side of this position before, and it's not always easy for black to figure out what to do when you're prepared in the Caro-Kann. Wesley So is not playing the Caro-Kann these days, and now he's to figure out, am I just going to be down a pawn for the next bunch of moves, or is there a way to get it back? In this specific position, there's the move knight b to d7. There's also the move knight to a6. Both of these are viable opening ideas, and Wesley might not know about knight a6. It looks kind of strange, and that's not criticizing him or his opening knowledge. He doesn't play the Caro-Kann as black. So knight a6 looks weird, but it is a move that has been played. Knight d7 looks much more natural. Bishop f3 can be played. Black plays knight b6, and as we see, there's a fight at the d5 square. For white, you have 3 pieces defending. For black, you have 3 pieces attacking. For now, white wins that showdown, and after knight e2, potentially f4, you might not actually get that pawn back, and you have to play around it. So it's a fascinating opening discussion that we're having here, and unfortunately for Wesley, he's not a Caro-Kann player, at least not recently.
It's going to be interesting to see how he handles this situation, as you're pointing out, that there is this idea of going knight a6, knight c7, through which you can also attack the d5 pawn, or you get the knight via d7 to b6. But once again, it's not clear how you're actually winning that pawn back, considering that white has got a defense with bishop f3. Very often in these positions, black also can think about offering a queen trade. You can go queen b6. And what's the point of that? Not currently, but once you've developed your knight. The idea of trading the queens is you get rid of one of the defenders, Robert. And then the rook from f8 can jump over to d8. So imagine knight d7, bishop f3, queen b6, you trade, the knight comes to b6, knight goes to e2, and then after rook d8, you're again able to put threats on the d5 pawn and try and win it. So a queen trade offer is what I'm expecting from Wesley at some point.
Yes, and well, you could figure this out, that if that's what black wants, white might not want it himself. And the bad thing about having a queen on b6 is the knight can't get there, and you don't have as much firepower against the pawn on d5. So white will probably sidestep it, maybe even with queen to d1, knight to e2. And I just get the sense that Wesley is extremely uncomfortable here. I know what it's like, and we all do, to be taken out of theory and out of our prep, but he does play knight a6. So Wesley,
wow, he finds it.
He finds it. And the good thing about having your knight on c7 as compared to b6 is that you can play this move b5. It's a move that black often throws in to wreak havoc on the queen side. With this bishop coming to f3 and the knight to c7, there is an opportunity with rook b8 and b5 to play b4 and kick this knight out. So it's a long variation. There's a lot to talk about. But Wesley, he is not fooled. He figured it out. So good on him. These two players, unfamiliar territory perhaps, but a great opening display thus far. So we are going to head on to our first break as the players are breaking down these opening positions. And when we return, we'll dive right back in. 7 games are in session. It is 14 of the best players duking it out for the Tata Steel Chess Masters. We'll be right back.
Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, and so much more. Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, opening explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
January in Wijk aan Zee, the Netherlands. For this cozy coastal town, the holiday season isn't over. In fact, the most wonderful time of the year has really just begun.
And look at the intense focus on Magnus's face. What a performance it has been.
Once again, Wijk aan Zee starts the new year as the center of the chess universe. This year as host of the 85th Tata Steel chess tournament. A magnet for the best players in the game, some recognize the Masters field of 2023 as its strongest in recent memory. Of course, it helps when 8-time Tata Steel chess champion Magnus Carlsen is back. The world's #1 looks to further cement his legacy in this event and the game's history. Chasing Magnus will be amongst the best in chess. Several have been crowned champion here before. Some have even shocked the world in doing so.
We have the winner of the tournament, and it is Jordan van Vereest winning the dramatic Armageddon.
And don't leave out those poised to capture their first Tata title. Although winter, Tata Steel Chess is also known as the place new stars come to bloom. Magnus won here as a teenager. This year's event has its fair share of young players on the rise, each hoping to follow in Carlsen's footsteps.
Look at Prague.
He smells blood and he is not letting this game go.
The Dutch refer to Tata Steel as the Wimbledon of chess. For 85 years in running, this tournament continues to be steeped in prestige and legacy, and does so again in this welcoming little Dutch town by the sea. Mein Vrienden, it's the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, and it starts right now.
Everybody to Wijk aan Zee. It is the third round of the Tata Steel Chess Masters Tournament. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess, alongside me, International Master Tanya Sachev. Tanya, we just had our first break, and in the opening stage of this round, we've seen some interesting opening displays, an extra pawn for Richard Port as Wesley So is forced into a Caro-Kann. But in other games, we've seen just a bit of a slower approach. And as we have all 7 on screen in front of us, like I look at the top right between Gukesh and Abdusattorov, not much has happened. Not a single pawn has been traded, just the dark square bishops.
Robert, to me, it looks like the players have come in with renewed intensity and energy, because as we can see from our zoom out view of all the boards, we've got really fascinating opening outcomes. Take a look at the Fabi Van Foreest board at the bottom left, the second board. This was a line that I thought I blundered into. And after f3, indeed, Jordan has made the move shot castle. So in fact, sacrificing that knight on e4, these are ideas we were looking at. We will deep dive into this. And just next to that, things are getting crazy as well. In the Parham Anish board, we see a g5. G5 hitting that bishop on h4. And we know that that is a very aggressive way to play the Italian. Now, I have to say, the one thing that stood out for Anish so far in the tournament has been this slightly out of character, very aggressive play by Anish. He's not going for the safety first approach. He is playing lines and openings and taking middle game decisions that just spread absolute havoc. And I'm loving this side of Anish.
Yeah, well, why don't we go to the game between Anish and Parham. Parham with the white pieces and the first move advantage, but his clock seems to be a disadvantage at this point. So we will dive into the game between Maksudlu and Giri. And that was a big move. That last move from Black. We see in the bottom left-hand side of our screen, we saw the move G5. That is such a committal decision because the Black king is on this side of the board. And the reason why Parham is thinking is like, do I sacrifice a knight on g5? And after pawn takes, I take with my bishop here. I have a pin against this knight. The king is open. That's the big question that has to be asked. But I trust Anish Giri. He's not playing g5 and falling victim to some huge attack. I think he has prepped this out, especially with all this tension aimed at the d4 square. I don't think that white can get away with the knight sacrifice on g5. At the very least, I do not think it will lead to a winning position.
A lot of our chat there showing support for Anish. Let's go, Anish. Anish is literally playing blitz. He is showing immense opening preparation. He's making the moves fast. He's playing aggressively. I love it. You were mentioning the sacrifice on g5. And I think all of us, when we play this kind of a move, that's the first thing that comes to mind. It's what we are all scared about. You open up the king, you get 2 pawns for a piece, but black's king is exposed. You have this deadly pain. You're threatening queen to f3. You have these ideas of reinforcing attack on f6. But very importantly, Robert, and in a very thematic way, one of the ways in which black gets out of trouble here is an unexpected quiet move, king to g7. And it's the king that comes to rescue the knight on f6. It looks strange, but it works to perfection. And black's idea, now that the knight on f6 is defended, is sometimes to go knight e7, knight g6, if the king requires reinforcements. Or you can also go rook to h8 and start coming up with the rook to h5 sometimes at the right moment to try and defend that knight on f6. But most important to notice that the sacrifice doesn't work if black knows how to handle it. And the key defensive move is king to g7.
Absolutely. And in the back of your mind, you have to keep looking at this pawn on d4, and behind it, this pawn on f2. It does give black some tactical opportunities against the white king. And we just saw Parham move. He did not sacrifice the knight. He instead played the move bishop back to g3. And just to finish the line here quickly, queen f3 does go after this knight on f6, but you don't have a follow-up. You can't bring another piece to attack this knight on f6. That's the problem. And the king on g7 is doing some great work protecting this knight. So let's say you move this rook even, say rook to g8 or rook to h8. If you want to go queen g3 to get some kind of discovery, you don't even have a good discovery. So I actually think you could take on d4, but I'll just play king to f8. And now my rook hits the bishop, my queen defends the knight. You're just not getting what you need. You don't have the queen side in play and more firepower to attack this knight. So I do believe that Parham made the right decision after a bit of a think, bishop to g3, but that's also a bit of a small victory for Anish. He has shown great preparation. He's played g5. And if I'm remembering correctly, Tanya, in his match against Vidit, when that was live in India, they were in a boxing ring. It was super exciting. They actually played a game just like this. And it was a great position for black, and it was a win for black in that game. The g5 and e5 pawns make the bishop on g3 look a bit silly.
You were there for that match, Robert. And it was such a monumental one. The first time ever, the death match that happened in India. Anish went on to win against Vidit in a heart-wracking tiebreak. It was just so intense, that entire match. And you're absolutely right. This opening was played in a similar setup, and it's very important that white knows how to handle this. You don't only not sacrifice it. Yes, your bishop on g3 is a little dead, but very often that's temporary because the e5 pawn is shaky. Black often needs to take a decision on that. Also, the drawback of 8-6 g5, it looks aggressive, it looks cool, but it is a long-term weakness. You have every pawn move in chess creates weaknesses, and it is over ambitious play, it is over push, and it has its own set of drawbacks. Now, bishop g3, rook e8, I like it, keeping the tension on the board, eyeing that pawn on e4. Black has an immediate threat now. You want to take d4, you want to pick up that pawn on e4, which actually forces white's hand here to take a decision on the center. You don't have the option to continue development with knight to d2, because let's say you go knight d2, then suddenly you lose control over the d4 pawn, and black can actually play e takes d4 and activate that bishop on a7, win a pawn.
It's well explained there. So that means that white has to make a choice. The e5 pawn is defended by 1, 2, 3 pieces and attacked by 1, 2, 3 pieces in return. So white can remove the guard by taking the knight on c6, but this doesn't amount to some kind of pawn advantage that you would hope for. If you take on c6 and the bishop takes back, look what has happened. The bishop and knight stare at this pawn on e4. So while you take e5, I can scoop off your e4 pawn. The bishop on a7 is nasty on the diagonal. The knight is threatening the bishop on g3 just to win it directly because the pawn f2 is pinned. And while it looked like black's king is the one that might fall victim to an attack, here it's the white king that's in trouble. So you're trying to remove the guard. You're trying to win the pawn e5. You're not getting away with it. And Anish's last move, rook to e8, it actually defends that pawn tactically, and the pawn e4 is a big target, as you were saying, and making the move d5 just to defend your center, that doesn't look right. It doesn't sit well with me to open up the bishop on a7. The knight simply goes over to e7. The knight can come to g6, and maybe even this move f5 is in the future. The rook will likely slide back to f8 at the right moment because it's not doing anything on e8, but when the knight gets out the way, f5 looks like it is very strong. Whose bishop is better, the a7 or g3? The answer is very obvious.
It's very obvious, it's very clear, and you never want to activate the a7 bishop unless you get something tangible in return, and d5 is not a move that you would play or be happy playing, allowing knight e7, the knight to come on the king side. It would result in a devastating attack. I really think that Anish is putting the pressure on. Every move that he's made has a threat in the position. Starting with a5, he first stops b4, then he goes g5, hitting that bishop on h4, then rook e8, hitting the center. It's like he's playing all over the board. He's playing a bit on the queen side, then on the king side, then in the center, and d takes e5 is the decision that Parham takes. I think he's feeling the pressure. He wants to try to settle the situation down in the center. And Robert, it will be now up to Anish to decide what he wants to recapture with. Knight e5 comes to mind to try to liquidate things. As you pointed out, d5 also is tactically possible. Two pleasant choices.
I would take with a knight for sure, because after knight takes e5, we see a bishop stare down. And if white decides, I'm just going to trade that bishop off the board, after queen takes d7, and if we do in fact get these trades here, we're talking about this bishop on g3. The position is objectively equal. We see the evaluation bar off to the side, but I just like the long-term advantage of a strong bishop here against a questionable bishop on g3. Knight h5 will be available if you're, leave it here for so long. Knight can even hop into f4. So I understand it's equal, but I feel like it's easier for black to play in this position with the rooks connected and the superior dark square bishop. I just think that I would prefer to have black in this game.
Very well explained. You just simply compare the pieces and you know the ones that you want to get rid of. You want to get rid of white's active bishop on b5. You want to get rid of white's developed knight on f3. And you want white to stay with the undeveloped knight on b1 and the bad bishop on g3. Knight e5, I like the move. I like the way Anish has played this opening. And I think we can conclude this position, this opening outcome as one being of success for Anish. We'll see how Parham tries to create chances here with the white pieces. Currently looks like black is out of the opening without any problem. Let's zoom out for a moment because there's fire on other boards as well, Robert.
Yeah, there is. And by the way, we did just see the trade on d7. So Parham, even though he spent more time, I do believe that he's familiar with his position and he understands that taking on d7, just offering the trades is going to be okay for him. It may not lead to an advantage, and that could be a bit disappointing, but especially after yesterday's long game, then he would like to just make sure that everything is fine in his position. So we have all 7 boards in front of us. We can see that in the top left, Magnus Carlsen and Ding Liren, much has changed there. We haven't looked at the top right game between Gukesh and Abdusattar, but really it's a locked position. So when things open up a little bit more, maybe we should head into that one. I'm looking at the bottom right, and a pawn was just taking on d5, but the pawn structure is such that Prague has all these light square pawns against a bishop on b7. Looks pretty nice for him. And well, I think we have to go to Magnus versus Ding. We haven't been there in a long time, and the position really is a lot different than when we were looking at it earlier.
Let's definitely get a check in on that. Also, let's point out that currently Jordan is sacrificing a piece on e4, but we will come to that once we're done with this one. Wow, that's a complete structural change from the London that we started with. Let's back up a few moves, Robert, from when we visited this game last and go through it.
Yeah, we saw an offer of a trade for the dark square bishops, bishop b5 check. Magnus actually really likes these lines. We're taking on c6. So he does it immediately, not even provoked to do so. And he quickly trades and plays queen a4. If black is not careful, queen a3 could be very annoying in some variations. But after black castles here, if you try queen a3, the knight can help defend this pawn. Knight e4, knight d7, more likely knight d7 to keep the pawn safe. And then black will just work around it. So castles, we see a swap. and then c5. So the move queen a3, it does pin the pawn, but it doesn't win the pawn. As I was mentioning, knight e4 not only protects the pawn, it protects the queen, which opens up c takes d4 as black's next move. So Magnus instead of rook c1, anticipating that this file would open up. And we just see this position here after a swap on b3. So Tanya, we see the evaluation is level. White has the c file for now, but I think the biggest dynamic is knight against bishop. So would you actually prefer Magnus' position here, or do you see it like the engine does as being completely equal?
I think Black's got his own trumps here. Ding's got a lot to play for as well. Yes, you've got the C file and currently a nicely placed queen on A5, the open A file as well. You've got a weakness on A7, but you also have a weak B3 pawn. And Black can, with the rook on F8, slide down to B8, start putting pressure on this pawn as well. The knight from F6 can jump to E4, a nice little post there. I get it that White does have things working out, but I don't think Black's worse. I understand our evaluation bars saying this is even, and I think the big reason for that is the weakness on B3. Robert, I also want to point out one very important moment when Black played C5. If we just back up a little bit, because I think that's so crucial to understand that this move is perfectly timed. Black can't waste another move here. Give White one move, White goes rook from F1 to C1, and you'll never get this break. You're stuck with a weak backwards C6 pawn, knight jumps to E5, and it would be strategically lost already with the control on the C5 square. So in fact, Ding, understanding that he plays the move C5, it had to be played, and voluntarily went into this position that gives up the C file, but in return, what you get is a weakness on B3.
And I'm going to add one more thing to your excellent point there, that if Black had taken on d4, when White captures back on d4, maybe even with the queen, we get a 2-on-1 outside advantage for White. Not that the position is advantageous, but in the long term, it's like in the Grunfeld. Oftentimes, Black wants to get to the endgame because you create an outside pass pawn. That's why Ding chose to play c4 here, that now you have 2 against 2 on the queen side, and if the rook wants an open line, you have to play b3. So we did see this trade on b3 after Black gained the tempo with bishop to d7. One thing I'll note is that when this knight goes to d2, it protects the pawn on b3, and it's hard for Black to pile up pressure on that pawn. So the position is equal. We acknowledge that. I'm sure Ding knows that, but I just feel like it's slightly more comfortable, because one mistake you could make as Black is, let's say we get this position with knight to d2 where the pawn is very well defended, and you're saying, I really want to get to that pawn. How am I going to do it? Your bishop can't. That's the big problem, is the bishop is kind of a bystander in this position. It's not effective in the slightest. It's behind its own pawn. It's staring into empty space. This rook would like to slam on c7 or on c5. This knight comes in e5. Black is doing okay, and Ding will know that, but he might also feel a little bit uncomfortable because this is the most Magnus type of position ever. With the white pieces, no risk whatsoever, and a weakness that you can go after, and a weakness on your end that's quite easy to defend.
Very nicely said, actually, that after knight d2, yes, b3 is a glaring weakness in White's camp, but it's super hard for Black to get to. Meanwhile, White already has control of the 2 open files. Even though even and Black should be fine here, it's definitely more pleasant to play as White. And I'm just wondering, with all these points, can Ding in this position try and take advantage of, well, White's slightly weak king with all the pieces on the queen side? And let's say I offer a trade here. I start with a rook to c8, Robert, because I'm super happy if you go rook c8, rook c8. And I'm super duper happy if after that you take on a7.
Nicely pointed out. The white king is in a bit of danger. So if you take on a7, you fall victim to back rank checkmate. You don't want to see any part of that. And if you play rook c8, to start with, I don't think White really wants to give up the c file. Knight b2 is an option. Also, knight c3 isn't entirely out of the question. There's a second knight that can come back to d2 if that pawn needs defending. And if you ever move your rook to b8, the a rook, a7 is loose. And if you move this rook to b8, well, you just stopped on c8 and moved over, which sometimes you actually want to do, because now this knight can't get back to where we were just talking about. So there are pros and cons to this wasting a tempo methodology. But regardless, I do believe that it's easier position for Magnus to play. I'm not saying he's winning, nothing of that sort. I just feel like the A pawn is stuck in its tracks. The B pawn maybe at some point can even start pushing up the board if we look at the current position. White's next move might be b4, at some point play rook c5 and just take over all the squares on the queen side. It's not out of the question if this knight is on d2 especially. So I prefer white. It's not winning. Nobody's claiming that. But in order to beat players like Ding Liren, you don't just get winning positions out of thin air. You need to maximize the potential of your position. You need to create the most amount of challenges possible. And I think the real challenge for Ding is he has the worst piece on the board, this light square bishop, and it doesn't have activity and there's nowhere really to go to. Where would you put this bishop? On e4. Why? Because you might want to take a knight. Your bishop can't get there. It's blocked in by its own pawn, whereas this knight has a dark square. This knight has a dark square. That's a light square bishop being dominated by the knights.
I get it. You're being super you're being slightly, not super, but slightly pessimistic about Ding's position, and rightfully so. But I still think, Robert, that he's gonna find a way. This is world number 1 versus world number 2. Ding is not gonna make this very easy. And I see that in chat it says, "Welcome to the London system." Very well said, because very often you think the London, that can't be too difficult, that can't be too dangerous for you, and then suddenly things can become a little iffy, and before you know it, you can be completely strategically worse. Robert, I still feel that Ding has his own ideas in this position. The more I look at it, the more I like the concept of offering a trade, forcing your knight to c3, and just compare the lines that we've been looking at. Rook to c8, knight c3. You get the other rook to b8, because I really don't want to allow you to play b4. You can't take on a7 because I can take on b3. So I'm kind of a happy camper. Your idea of getting the other knight to defend, knight d2. Now you're threatening to pick up the a7 pawn. I put my rook to b7. I prefer that than putting my rook to c7. Let's say I put my rook to b7. And if you just compare this position from the other lines that we are seeing, I think black has made progress. I attack your b pawn. I'm challenging you on the c file. Your knights are not jumping. And that bad bishop on d7, a bad piece is often a good defender. You were saying, where do you put it? Nowhere right now. But the good news is it stops knight b5. It's doing something in the position.
Yes, and something is more than nothing. I admit that. But another thing you've done is you've dragged my good knight back to d2. I would want my knight on e5. That's an advanced square. It's also clogging black's pieces and where they can look to. So you're absolutely right that dragging the knight from b1 to c3 and then the f3 knight to d2, that does seem like a better set of circumstances for black. And I wonder after rook c8 if then knight d2 is still the move. That way, if you take on c1, I have the open file and my queen is better placed than the queen on d6. Queen on d6 is defensive. The queen on a5 is active. This doesn't mean that white is better. We are not saying that. I just want to reiterate that neither of us are saying that white is winning, nothing of the sort. But if you had to choose which side you'd rather play with, I think that every player in this tournament would say, yeah, give me the white pieces here, just because black is a little bit more passive with this light square bishop. But I'm totally with you. Ding Liren, he is more than capable of holding this. I just have seen Magnus win positions like this so many times, and he did go rook f to b8, and so I believe knight b1 to d2 is automatic.
Couldn't agree more with you on that. Rook b8 is the decision taken. Definitely more pleasant with white. Can Ding find his own activity? He'll have to really put up a big play to be able to do that against somebody like Magnus. With this a7 weakness, knight d2 is what we're expecting. Should we just for a moment zoom out while Magnus has a think about how he wants to defend b3? Let's get the bird's eye view on our ongoing games. Once again, I just cannot stop looking at the bottom left second board here. Fabi taking on Jordan, and what a crazy opening this has been. Currently on the board, the knight on e4 is attacked, refusing to move, and that is an exciting middle game. Right next to that, we've got Parham against Anish. Nothing's happened since we left it. Bishop on d7, so trade has happened. Black is probably thinking, do you want to have an intermezzo with knight takes f3? And he replies, yes, he does. He picks up the knight, trades off as many pieces as possible. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and he keeps the queens on the board, did Anish Giri. So he probably is trying to win this game with the black pieces. And I think he has a good opportunity. Not that his position is better, but at least it's double edged, and that gives him his chances. But I think we have to go to the game between Fabiano Caruana and Jordan van Forest, because what looked like a pretty tame position, the knight on e4, the latest move that Jordan played, G5. He is showing absolutely no fear whatsoever, throwing his pawns forward. First the F pawn, now the G pawn. He's clearly attacking this bishop on F4. And Fabiano, by the way, was not fooled after castle's kingside. He didn't take this knight. He understood that this sequence we were looking at is just going to be good for black because of the activity and the open F file and the second rook replacing the first. So instead, he went bishop F4 developing. And Jordan said, okay, take my knight now. The d4 pawn is loose with check. b2 would fall next. Bobby plays the calm c3, and this move is anything but calm. g5 slammed on the board, and he is going full steam ahead, Tanya. He wants all of the activity in the position.
This is absolutely insane. I mean, it's a clear example of offense is the best defense. Neither of the players want to back down with their pieces. They don't want to retreat. Someone has got to give at some point. And we see the last move, g5, hitting that bishop on f4, and the ball is in Fabi's court. Do you go bishop e5? Do you try to trade off the dark square bishop? Because I still don't believe that you can take the knight on e4. After f takes e4, black can think about not capturing on f4, but in fact, first, perhaps picking up the e4 pawn. F takes e4 feels really attractive here, because after bishop b5, you hit my queen, but the idea that we've been looking at, c6, attacking that bishop on f4, and you will end up winning the piece back. I like this position for black.
It looks really good when g5 is the move you can successfully play, and white's best is to move this bishop probably to e5, but if this bishop goes to e5, now you're not so concerned about your g5 pawn, and the e file might just close down. This queen on e2 was really nice if the file would open. Now it's closed, and we have an asymmetrical pawn structure. This knight doesn't have f6 or d6 to go to, but that pawn on d4 was taking away the c5 square. I'll go back to c5, put pressure on your bishop. My pawns on the king side are safe, and this bishop is blockading the pawn on e6, so it can't push that passed pawn. I actually really like the look of black's position. You're very active over here, and not that white is in trouble. I think we're going to say this time and time again as we look from position to position. The eval bar states that it's about level, that it's, everything is okay. But these top players, they don't win just because their opponent blunders a queen. They win because they put pressure on their opponent. The situation is uncomfortable, and they're able to deal with the complications better. And I think Fabi, he doesn't mind a position like this, but Jordan clearly was aiming for it from the start. This was his preparation, and it's worked out well for him.
This is definitely a more Jordan kind of position than it is a Fabi position, especially after g5. You've opened up the king side. You're asking questions to white, and uncomfortable questions to answer, really. The bishop on f4 hanging, this line that you mentioned after bishop e5, I think bishop e5 is the most natural response. You want to try to trade off the dark squared bishop so that somewhere in the future, you can hope and dream to take advantage of this over-ambitious g5 push by weakening the king side further. But then after that, you do allow black to jump in with knight c5. Not just that, if we just go to that position, bishop e5, you trade on e5, knight comes to c5, white has to save the bishop, and black also has another devious idea. Yes, you want to put your rook from a8 to e8, target the e5 pawn, but Robert, there's a d4 in the air as well, really opening up the position and causing big questions, big trouble for white here. Maybe in this particular position, I see our eval bar say that d4, maybe not now, but this is something white always has to watch out for. And I agree with you that Jordan's dynamic play and these practical decisions seem like they're paying off right now.
Certainly. And Fabi's never been able to get settled into the position. He hasn't found that comfort zone like Magnus has, where you can safely play for an advantage without any risk. This position does have inherent risk for both sides. Black may be in danger of overextending. The king could become unsafe later. This pawn on g5 could be a target, but for now controls many of the important central squares. And we talked about when their pawns 2 squares apart, it's the square in between that your opponent can usually take advantage of. Here, if we take and a pawn's on e5, no piece is taking advantage of that square. There's a pawn that's going to sit there and may, in fact, become a target later as it is overextended itself. So I think we can safely zoom out as Fabi is figuring out where to put his bishop. Why don't we, at long last, tune in to the game between Gukesh and Abdusatara, because those two players, they have exited the opening, and the latest decisions that have been played with finally a pawn capture on d5. I think it's worth checking out the current state of affairs there, because I believe Abdusatara, with the black pieces, he doesn't just want a balanced position. He decided after this move cd5 to take with the knight. He just took the knight on d5, hitting the queen, and the queen a3 play. So Tanya, what do you make of this potential queen trade here?
For me, what's also really interesting is that the move queen a3 actually allows black to double white's pawns after you take on e5. So black does have the option to actually first trade on e5. Say that you can even start with queen a3. Let's say you take knight e5, d takes e5, and now white forever has got this pawn structure where essentially you're playing an endgame, a pawn down. You've got 3 versus 2 on the queen side. Black has a clear pawn on the queen side. Meanwhile, the side where white should be having a majority, you've got a double pawn taking care. So 4 pawns are actually handling 5 pawns beautifully. And for me, that just feels as if black should at least be fine in this position. What does white have in return is that the bishop on g2 is better than the bishop on b7, and this glaring weakness on d6. Imagine a scenario where white's knight lands up from c4 to d6. That would be a very difficult situation for black. And if you have to make a move like b5 to stop knight c4, you're creating massive weaknesses. That c6 pawn is hideous. The rook from c1 can jump to c5. The knight can go knight c2, knight d4, double up on the c line. And I think the more I look into the position, the more I understand why white is willing to take these double pawns.
For sure. And b5 would just be a head scratcher remove. The bishop on b7 is relegated to be looking like a pawn. We did just see the move knight takes e5 happen, and queen takes e7. There is a knight on d5 that can take back. And what black is aiming for in that situation is that he's first to the open file, and a rook on d8, whether it's the f or the a rook. I'm moving the f rook just so I can bring the a rook to c8 if needed. But if this knight moves now, there could be a rook d2 slammed on the board, hitting the e2 pawn and the b2 pawn. So black gets the activity first because white lacks in development. So after knight takes e5, which has just happened, I think that you can just take back with the pawn, potentially. Certain endgames, he takes an e7 as soon as I said that, but he's taking here. I just feel like certain endgames, you're right, Tanya, that the e5 pawn can become a bit of a problem for white. You have to play f4, but that's time consuming, and black is essentially up a pawn in the position on the queen side, whereas white's extra pawn isn't really extra because it's doubled. It's hard to create passed pawns when your pawns are doubled.
Exactly. And I like the way that black has chosen the precise move order, because, Robert, let's just show the difference between the natural looking queen a3, the line that we were looking at. You might think that your knight is on d5 instead of capturing on e5 if black would go queen a3. But in fact, you're helping white to develop his own knight and allow it to come to c4 just in time, the line that we looked at. But the move order chosen by Nordirbek just shows how focused he is and how precise he's being. He says, I'm okay with retreating my knight to e7, but more importantly, you're still not developed. I'm the first to the d file, and at some point, black can dream of putting pressure on e5, the double pawn with knight g6 if required. The knight from e7 can even jump to f5, go to d4, defend d6. So it's actually a better placed knight on e7, and white just doesn't seem like he's got enough time to put that knight to d6.
And one more thing I'll add to that great explanation is that in some positions, white would actually think about taking this knight on d5. So if we go to the position where you take on a3 first, knight takes back, knight e5, pawn takes, there's a universe where you take on d5 because the dark squares are black's problems. That's a light square bishop. It won't be able to protect the squares like that knight on e7, as you were just highlighting. You go to f5 to cover weak dark squares. So that's just something to keep in mind, that there are some positions where you do give up the bishop for the knight. And it's going to be interesting to see how Nordirbek handles this. He is down on the clock. He spent a bit more time than Gukesh has. Gukesh with this thorn of a pawn that's going to bother Black for a while. And you see him, he's settled into this game. He feels, he looks more confident than somebody with 0 out of 2. But I think he understands his position has promise if he can reroute his knight to that d6 square.
It's not an easy way to get there, especially with the way Black has handled the position the past few moves. We can see quite a few spectators there looking at the Masters section. Also, the challengers being played right there, the same stage, Robert, which is always really nice to see. There are so many stories out of this playing arena, this playing hall. Players who are currently right now playing in the Masters started with their chess journey in the amateur section. Jordan van Foreest, we've been talking about him, his attacking style, his game currently against Fabiano Caruana. He started when he was a kid playing the amateur section, dreaming one day of getting to the Masters. And not only did he get there, he actually went on to win it. What makes this event so exciting and so different, so unique, is the mix of players that we've got here. You've got all your A-listers, you've got the established elite, but very often for a long time in the chess world, we saw the big events only ever invite the established players. But now that phenomena has changed. Now we've got the rising stars, the big talents, the big prodigies of the world fighting alongside, trying to prove they belong there. And we've got 5 participants in the Tata Steel Masters who are under 20 years of age. We've got Gukesh, Arjun, Nordirbek, Vincent Keimer, Pragnananda. They're all between 16 and 19. And of course, Jordan van Foreest and Parham as well. Parham is all of 22. Jordan, I think, is 23 years old. And these are the players who are the future champions, the future world champions. They've really been shaking up the chess world over the last year.
They certainly have. And there's also the older guard, the established players that you're talking about who are in this tournament. They don't want to be forgotten about. So they are the former champions of this event, or in the case of Magnus Carlsen, the reigning champion. He won in 2022. He just won the world championship in all formats. And besides him, there are all these great players. Levon Aronian has won this event 4 times. Don't be misled by his 27.35 rating at the moment. He had a tough 2022 over the board. He lost so many rating points, including at the Olympiad in Chennai, where he was unwell for quite a stretch of it. So you'll see there, you have 4 champions in Wijk and Zee: Carlsen, Caruana, So, and Aronian. And then Richard Report, Anish Giri, Ding Liren. It's like, don't forget about us. Ding's like, I'm the number 2 player in the world. And Anish is saying, I've been the runner-up 5 different times. I know that's not first place, but getting second place here is very difficult. We can't forget that in the year that Fabiano Caruana played for the World Championship, 2018, I think he had a big minus score in Wijk and Zee. He had a terrible performance, and then he struck gold, throughout the year and was winning kind of every single event. So there have been ups and downs, but for Anish, it seems like all ups in Wijk and Zee. And we were looking at his game earlier. He plays that energetic style. I really think something about this tournament brings the best out of certain players, and definitely that is true for Anish Giri.
100%. And it's also the atmosphere. Anish is also the ambassador of the Tata Steel Masters. He loves playing there. He's played there, I think he's played there 19 times already. And Anish is 29 years old. Correct me, Robert, if I've got that stat wrong. But yes, he's played there several times. It's a bit heartbreaking for him that he's come so close, but yet not had that championship. And he's played 2 playoffs for that first place, but he lost to Fabiano Caruana. He lost to Jordan van Foreest in those playoffs. So it's been a bit of a heartbreak as well, but he's had solid performances. The way he started this event, showing that he's ready for the fight, he's ready for combative play. He's definitely looking for that championship that's been eluding him through his journey in Tata Steel.
You said to correct you if you were wrong. The only thing I was going to say is don't age the guy. You said he was 29. He's 28. Come on, let him be young for a day here. But that smile on his face is one that we see very often in Wijk aan Zee, the 5-time runner-up. He has suffered heartbreak when he lost the playoff to Jordan van Forest. The Dutch faithful was guaranteed a champion. It was going to be Jordan or Anish. It was going to be the established superstar or the rising talent. And at that point in time, in that Armageddon scramble, it was up in the air, and Jordan was able to come away with it. And for Anish, that's going to be disappointing, but he also has a lot to look back on fondly. He has performed very well, and I brought his game up here because I think he's playing an inspired tournament. His pawn is up on g5, his bishop's over here on a7, just lurking, waiting for its chance to attack. And at the moment, he can play this move queen f6, offering a queen trade. I do think the queens could come off, and black will not be worse in that ending, but I'm also wondering if he can try to figure out a way to get even more aggressive with the queens on the board. I don't quite think so, and at the end of the day, at the end of the round, a draw with the black pieces, a solid draw, if he's able to accomplish that, he's not going to be upset. That's a good result against Parham Maghsoodloo.
I agree with you, especially the kind of form that Parham has been showing in the event so far. Some great resistance there by Parham in round 1 against Vincent in a difficult position, and then going on to save another difficult game, a marathon one against Ding Liren yesterday. So Parham is definitely ready for a long fight. Also, just objectively looking at the position, inspired play by Anish, and beautiful storyline there with Anish and Jordan both starting their Wijk journey, with different tournaments, starting to play as kids in the amateur, then moving on to the challengers, the C group, and then finally landing up and playing several times in the Masters. It's truly a growth in their chess career that this platform has shown. Coming to the position, Robert, if we look at it from an objective point of view as well, Anish has done all that he could and gotten a dream position out of the Italian. Your bishop on a7 is super active. You've gotten rid of White's strong minor pieces, but you still have to watch out. Give White a little time, and if White can make it, imagine if White's knight lands on f5. That would be a disaster for Anish. Knight c4, knight e3, knight f5. It is en route. So black needs to be a little careful. Black can't get super ambitious. I think there are no troubles for black here, for sure. But it's time to now just make sure that this over-ambitious play with 8-6 g5 doesn't get punished, because you have created some weaknesses. I like your idea of queen f6. The other move that comes to my mind is that black can think about getting his own knight to e6, knight f6 or knight c5, trying to get it to e6, but then you have to really calculate moves like e5. Imagine if the bishop on g3 comes into play. Let's just make it on the board. Let's play knight c5 here. And then suddenly White could go e5, hit that pawn on b7, so you can't move the knight anywhere. But most importantly, if you take on e5, the bishop coming to e5, this would be bad news. Rook coming to d1 as well. Ooh, this is a blunder because of knight d3, I see now.
Rook d1 first is...
Rook d1 first.
This is the problem with the engine eval bars. I'm just trying to show your point, and then it turned as a blunder, so we have to say throw in rook d1 first with tempo, and then Tanya's bishop takes e5. This king is doing terribly.
So you might just have to bail out with the queen trade. I like it, but Anish, he's trying to think if he can complicate the situation further. But I think it's time to just admit that you've done the most you could out of the opening and offer trades. Go into an equal endgame.
I agree. So we'll see what Anish Giri will do here. He's spending his time, and he's done that very well throughout the event. And we still have all 7 games in progress. Somehow in the second from the left down below, Fabiano Caruana has established that bishop on e5. Jordan did not take it. So that remains a fascinating struggle between those two. Magnus Carlsen, top left against Ding Liren. The queens are off. And so it might just be an endgame where there isn't much left to grind, and they might split the point. In the top right and the bottom right, we see the youngsters really giving it their all. The top right's an endgame. The bottom right is a king on f2. So when we get back from our break, we'll dive into Pragnanda versus Keimer. But before we head to break, I want to announce that the Pro Chess League is back. After a 2-year hiatus, the Pro Chess League is coming back, and the 2023 season begins with a qualifier week starting February 1st, with 16 teams advancing into the main season. Past PCL participants include Magnus, Ding, Nepo, Fabi, Hikaru, MBL, and Anish, so we could not be more excited for the league's return, and with over $100,000 on the line, it's looking like the 2023 season will be one for the history books. Use the command PCL in chat to learn all about it. For now, we head to a break, and when we return, it's more from Tata Steel Chess 2023.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
And we're back in the playing hall in Wijk aan Zee. We see Wesley So calculating at the board here. And Tanya, it was an interesting opening in this one against Richard Rapport because he played the Caro-Kann. He doesn't play the Caro-Kann, and yet he was forced into it via transposition. So in the current state, he is on the move. He is trying to work it out. And we can pull up a board to show you what is happening there because it looks very awkward. We have two sets of double isolated pawns, but if we do a quick count, Tanya, white still is a pawn ahead.
You were mentioning the Caro-Kann, Robert, something that Wesley was not expecting, but he has handled it pretty well. And we've got this position. I mean, he's a world-class player. Give him any position and he'll handle it well. You're absolutely right. It's not the kind of structures that you get to see every day. White has an extra pawn, but a set of two double pawns, but meanwhile hasn't castled. And I see that he just made the move, finishing the development, going short castle. These two double pawns, they're not really a big weakness on the other hand because they control so many squares as well, Robert, making it difficult for black's pieces to get active. That knight from a6, it's not really going anywhere. You've got to go knight c7, then hope to get b6 one day and pick up the d5 pawn. But white will, meanwhile, have time to push out that knight from g4 as well. This is a very double-edged middle, I'm calling it middle game because, yes, queens are traded, but that's pretty much it. Pawns are on the board, a lot of pieces on the board, both sets of rooks on the board. This is everything to play for. I see our eval bar. Despite the horrible pawn structure, I like white here.
It's an extra pawn. So, Yasser Seirawan, where he's watching this game, he'll be very happy with the extra pawn, but he loves the Caro-Kann, so his loyalties will be split. But white remains a pawn ahead for the time being. The pawn on d5 now is under attack because the knight on f6 came back, but you have two defenders, knight on c3 and the rook on a5. They're doing the task of protecting this pawn on d5. So what's next? Knight c7 is likely black's next move, so white needs to keep that in mind. And you can play bishop f4, but then you have to remember there's also knight b4. The knight went to a6. It can also hop forward. So, Tanya, the big question is, will black be able to win this pawn back? And if you're going to get that pawn no matter what, should white jettison in a way? For example, bishop f4, knight b4. There's the opportunity to play the move d6. That way, black's pawn structure also gets a bit compromised.
I like what you're saying. You have to give up the pawn. You give it up in the best case scenario by creating a weakness for your opponent. Also, in the process, blocking the d file so that the d4 pawn isn't a weakness anymore. And now ideas like rook b5 come to mind, hitting that knight on b4, hitting that pawn on b7. So definitely white has got stuff to play for with this move d6. That's a nice spot, Robert. And I think that is what Richard is going to go for because look at the alternative. Let's say you give up the pawn on d5, and this is how you can come to this conclusion via elimination. If black's knight lands up on d5 and picks the pawn, black pretty much controls the game. It's a beautiful spot on d5. You still have the double pawns on the b file. d4 is a weakness, a real weakness now because the d file is open. Your bishop on f4 hangs. Problems everywhere. I like the move d6, and I think that's what we're going to see on the board.
Yeah, d6 is played in earlier lines with queens on the board. So it's a known idea. And I think, Richard, he is likely going to try to do something like that. But it's important what you pointed out, that knight b4 can always be met by rook to b5. So perhaps that's not a threat at the moment. But after bishop f4, knight b4, as you also highlighted, once the knight takes on d5, the bishop on f4 is loose. So all these points are important. Richard's position, according to the eval bar, slightly better for him. He is a pawn ahead. But he needs to figure out a way that continues to challenge Wesley. If he's going to get the material back, it'll come at a cost. If he remains a pawn down, Wesley's going to struggle because he doesn't have the activity he would like. The pawn on d5 is in the rook's way. Both pawns are healthily defended for the time being, even though they're doubled and isolated. I love the rook on a5. That was a really good moment that was played here by Richard. He brought that rook up to the defense, and then Wesley said, I need to get rid of this bishop on f3. It's too strong, and the bishop on c8 didn't have good avenues to work with. b6 looks very tempting, attacking the rook. I just want to show that once the rook moves back anywhere, let's say a4, if you think you're playing bishop b7, well, d6 often happens here. Your rook, knight on a6 is loose, the bishop trade is offered, the attack on e7, so black's pieces are kind of overloaded in this type of position.
And Wesley is definitely thinking about all these subtleties. He did navigate correctly. I think both players have played super accurately so far. Wesley sacrificing that pawn early on. He gave it up. Now he's trying to regain it. But in that momentum, gets a little bit of development, gets these ideas of jumping with that knight to b4, c7. Nicely handled by black. White still has that pull till the extra pawn is alive. And Richard needs to find the best way to give it back that gives him maximum benefits in return. You can see Wesley on our screen. He looks cool, he looks calm, composed, and not much to worry about. So I think he is feeling like he's got things under control, while Richard just there coming back to the board with a drink in his hand. And we see that Wesley, in fact, has made a move, and it's Richard to play. Robert, what did Wesley go for?
Oh, he brought the knight back to f6, and then Richard just was away from the board. So we were talking about it for a while. Forget who moves when, but Richard, he's going to be back at it. So let's go to our 7 board view. We can look at all games at once while Richard figures it out. I think we have to go to the game on the bottom right, the game between Praggnanandhaa and Vincent Keymer, because there's a king on f2 while black's king is safely tucked away and castled, and yet the eval bars crept up in white's favor. That may be shocking to many people. So we're going to dive right in here, as the king that is uncastled is actually quite safe for the time being. Now, the first thing I wanted to point out is that it's easy to blunder when your king is out in the open. It's defended for now by this one little pawn covering all sorts of knight jumps. But if you made a move like bishop e3, you'll already see the eval plummet, because knight g4 is check, and it opens up an attack on the bishop. So just watch out. Even though one little pawn covers important squares and limits the movement of the knights, that there could be a sacrifice just to open up this king and go for an attack, in this case, winning material.
White definitely has to be careful about these tricks with knight g4 and needs to finish development. What surprises me at first is that despite the king on f2 and white having this slow development, black's finished everything, taken out the knight is nicely placed on e5. It is still giving a big advantage to white. Well, a big advantage, at least a sizable advantage. And I think the reason for that is that white strategically is stronger here. You've got more space. The bishop on b7 is a dead bishop so far, as long as the pawn is on d5, even if the bishop came back to c8. One, it comes in the way of your own pieces. Second, what's the future? It's not getting to f5. It's not getting to g4. So really, it's not going anywhere. The king on f2, you nicely pointed out that it is in the center, but it hasn't castled, but it's completely safe. And the reason for that is that there are no dark squared bishop. There isn't a dark squared bishop that black has currently. The position would be totally different. Imagine a fianchettoed bishop on g7. That would change everything for black, but it's not the case. And I like this move by Pragg. He continues to develop, and he also takes control of the g4 square that was so vulnerable that you were pointing out with that tactical line. Next, he wants to bring the rook into the game. He will slowly bring out the light squared bishop. Meanwhile, black just doesn't have enough space to move around with the pieces to create a counterattack. The only open file is the e file. And very, very often in such positions, we'll see white simply go rook e1, take out the dark squared bishop, maybe sometimes even do artificial castling. The king from f2 can always come back to g1. You have all the time in the world. Black has no breaks. Meanwhile, white with the space advantage, double bishop, just has a long-term edge, which is why it's so important for black to try and do something immediately. And Vincent doesn't shy away from that.
No, he does not. He plays b5. And now something important to note is what Tanya was highlighting. The bishop on b7 is a bad piece so long as his pawn is on d5. If you decide to take on b5 with either pawn, that will be a mistake. A takes b5, A takes b5. You're opening up some lines for black. The rook can either trade or be defended. But once this queen gets to 8, we see that it can venture even down to A2. And while the evaluation is still in white's favor, black gets the play that he needs. So what I prefer in this position is to keep as many lines as possible closed with the move pawn to b3. If pawn takes c4, you take back with the pawn. You make sure your pawn on d5 is defended by another pawn. And if black ever made the mistake of pawn to b4, you see the evaluation going really high up for white. This is a losing strategic decision because white simply moves the queen away back to anywhere. I don't think it matters so much. And then you bring your bishop out to b2 and do exactly what Tanya was saying. Bring a rook to e1. And strategically, white is dominating because black can't open up lines for his pieces. In fact, Erwin Lamy made a mistake like this yesterday against Eileen Robers in the challenger section where he closed the queen side and then she had a free hand on the king side and she played an excellent attacking game and won that one. So this would be a strategically horrible decision from black. Vincent's not playing b5 to play b4. He doesn't have a pass pawn. He's not getting a new queen. He wants at some point to open up some lines on the queen side for counterplay.
That was indeed a brilliantly played game by Alina, and definitely if you guys haven't checked it out, go look at it. It is a masterclass on how to conduct an attack when your opponent closes the game on the side in which they have play. And I think that is a key point in this one, as you're pointing out. B3 makes so much sense, Robert, and I think it's better to play it now than after picking up the b5 pawn with the a pawn, not even allowing activity on the a file. But once b3 is played, what Vincent wants to do is open up the b file. So perhaps take on c4, because if you take b takes a4, it gives white the additional option to take with the rook, open the a file, challenge the a6 pawn. You don't want to allow this additional stuff when you've got the option to take on c4 with the pawn. And I think we've got a decision here. We've got a move by Vincent. He definitely hasn't gone for it. He's not gone for b4. Has he made a move yet?
No, it was Pragnana who, after b5, played the move b3.
Sorry, we've got b3 already, and Vincent has to take a decision. And I was just going to say, he's going to pick up the c4 pawn, eventually fall back with the bishop to c8, put your rook on b8, put your queen on b6, and the b file is where you find your counterplay. Because again, he can't just give white a free hand.
No, he cannot. And in fact, you can start with rook b8 just to be a little cheeky here because white can't capture twice on b5. Normally, you say, well, I can just take a bunch of times, but we keep talking about this d5 pawn. I'm just going to make the move just so you see what happens to the evaluation. It's immediately much better for black. You take this pawn on d5, it opens up the entire board for your pieces. The bishop is better because it's not staring into a pawn. The knight is good, it's attacking the queen. The queen is better, can go to h4. So taking on b5 with a c4 pawn is out of the question. And so rook b8, it kind of keeps the tension for a moment longer. I don't think black is worried about this trade, although having a newly controlled a file could be to white's benefit in some positions. But the more that side of the board opens up, the happier black is. So Vincent, he is probably going to take on c4 at some point. You can do it immediately, but I think keeping the tension for a moment longer might also make sense. That way, white doesn't have this rook b1 move because you're staring into your own pawn. That might actually just be a little bit dubious.
Nicely pointed out. That's quite an important idea, that white will not be able to challenge the b file if Vincent decides to keep the tension on. We'll come back and take a look about how Vincent ends up handling this tension on the queen side. Let's take an overview of our games as the action continues all around in the third round of the Tata Steel Masters. And of course, on our bottom left, we've got Parham against Anish. And as you were discussing, Anish did decide to trade off queens. So that was a very pragmatic decision by Anish, and I think the right one. We also see just next to that our eval bar loving Fabi's position, which, Robert, to me is a big surprise because we were all praised for the way Jordan had handled the opening, and we thought Fabi's the one who's got to be careful. What happened there?
Well, that one is getting out of control. And one game I just want to point out quickly, because it might be the last time we talk about it, is the game between Magnus and Ding Liren. It's an end game. It's completely even material. It's 2 knights and 4 pawns against knight, bishop, and 4 pawns. It's heading to a draw. So Ding Liren said, Robert, you don't know what you're talking about. I have no issues whatsoever. And we may actually see a handshake any moment now because Pawns are all on the same side of the board, no passed pawns, a symmetrical pawn structure on the same lines as one another. And you look on Magnus's face, kind of says it all, like, okay, Ding, there's nothing happening. We'll probably just make a draw. But Magnus, he's not really one to offer that draw. He kind of, lets the game continue as long as possible. But even the move G6, there's no passed pawn to create for white, and the knight can get the F6 square. It just doesn't actually threaten anything.
Very interesting. Actually, this whole middle game that we felt that Magnus had his chances. But again, this is the El Clasico match of chess. So, of course, the world number 2 is up to put up the fight that we expect from the two players. And we see that this endgame has been reached. I don't think either of the players are going to be too disappointed with the draw. Magnus also knows he's playing against someone he has so much respect for. And I see that they might even just repeat the position right now, Robert, as we speak. So a nice call out by you to go to this action. Knight h5, hitting that g7 pawn, and Magnus not shying away or trying anything excessive with pawns on the same side. Ding will now come back with the king again to f8, defend that pawn, not give that f6 square, not give any unnecessary play. And this is going to be handshakes, I think, in the next move.
I think Ding is just looking, making sure that Magnus isn't going to change anything, but the look on Magnus's face says it all. He's like, all right, make your move. We can shake the hand, sign the score sheets. This game is a draw. But, you don't trust your opponent. You have to trust your own calculation. And this position is particularly easy. There are not too many pieces remaining. And there goes Ding back to f8. So I believe after the next move, knight back to f4, the players will have reached the position for a third time. So, they don't even need to call the arbiter. I know when you're growing as a chess player and you're young, they say, pause the clock, go the arbiter. They'll just say, yeah, you want to draw, let's do it. They've reached past move 30. No draws are allowed before move 30. And in general, the organizers appreciate the fighting spirit. We talked about this yesterday, how the prizes are really appearance fees. So for winning third place, there's not a prize attached to it. They're paid in advance. And the organizers always pick players who are trying to fight for their wins. And this game just happens to have been level throughout. I see Mustafa Ilmaz in the background there walking, and the draw is agreed. Magnus smiles. Ding Liren puts up great defense, and the point is split.
Magnus made that move and didn't even bother writing. He just looked up at Ding and said, this is a draw. And then Ding just agreed, handshakes there. And there they analyze a little bit. Magnus probably feels that he had a little bit of a pull in this game, but wasn't really able to break through Ding's defenses. A pretty even game from start to finish. No big fireworks in this one. I did have a go through with it. And maybe, Robert, I was thinking we can just quickly just do a play-by-play of it, because it was nice to see how Ding managed that little pull, that little pressure that Magnus had out of the opening.
Yeah, we left off here. We said knight d2, and the eval bar does say white is slightly better, ever so slightly better. But look at this. Rook b5 hitting the queen, and Magnus brings the queen to c7. And this was the excellent choice by Ding. Queen takes c7 would be an inaccuracy. You see the eval bar creeping up because the rook takes on c7. This pawn on a7 is threatened. This knight's hopping into e5, hitting the bishop and the pawn here. White is very active. So instead, I think this is a beautiful move by Ding Liren. Knight retreats are often the hardest to find in chess. Ding Liren found it, Tanya, and I don't think he had difficulty after it.
And the best part about this knight on e8 is that once the queens get traded, which is what happens, the knight is on d6, which is a much nicer spot than it was on f6. White jumps in with the knight to e5, the bishop retreated, and just the next couple of moves, Ding liquefied the queen side with a5 and a4. Once the pawns were gone from there, there was no pressure at all, and just a nicely played endgame. Nice technique there by Ding to just make sure that he's not in trouble at any point. The pawns got traded, the rooks got traded, and we saw the end of the game. Handshakes there. World number 1 against world number 2. The epic matchup, the clash of the titans, ends in a draw. The first result of the day.
Yes, a draw was agreed by repetition. And this one moment, again, knight to e8, is a really good awareness from Ding. He doesn't want to allow the rook into c7 so easily. And the rook still could have plopped down on c7. But the difference is with the knight on d6, it defends this b7 square. That seems completely irrelevant. until you realize the rook can just slide back to b7. And that way, the a7 pawn is protected. If we see a rook trade, we still have equality. a5, a4 to trade off that weak queenside pawn is all it takes to ensure you will make a draw. So I think that Ding Liren, you should be proud of the way he played this game. It was, if you just look at this game very quickly, you just press the next key, you might think nothing much happened, but there were a few moments he had to be accurate. He makes the draw. And I think from now, we can put this game in the past and move on to our other games. We still have 6 left in session.
Absolutely, Robert. Let's take a look at these 6 games. And you were mentioning Ding was accurate, as were you with your analysis, because take a look at the bottom right, the second board, and we've got Richard Rappo versus Wesley. Richard decides to go for the idea that you were pointing out, the best way to give up that pawn with d6. The action played out just like we were calling it, and it looks like Wesley still remains a pawn down in that one. Meanwhile, the board next to that, the clash of the teenagers, the clash of these 2 big prodigies, Prague against Vincent. Vincent decided to trade off on c4 immediately, open up that b file. So very similar ideas to what we were looking at. The tension in Fabi and Jordan continues at the bottom left. There's a lot going on. Where do you want to jump to?
Wow, so many good options. I like that Wesley didn't take on d6, by the way, keeping his pawn structure intact, and it's a second from the right on the bottom row, trying to get that pawn later. But the game between Jordan and Fabi, you were saying how things seem to have gotten a bit out of control, and it's looking much better for Fabi all of a sudden. The evaluation bar is up to 1. A full pawn essentially in White's favor. And I think the reason why is if you look at this bishop on e5, it's actually causing an attack against the black king. So what would be needed to deliver a checkmate? An open file. So if I play this move h3 right now and you take and White takes back, the king safely can go to h2 and a rook to g1, for example, and maybe there are threats against this king. Not to mention, this bishop on e6 is worse than the bishop on d3. That bishop defends pawns. This bishop puts a little bit of pressure on the pawns. And if a knight ever hops forward, the bishop can take it, and then you can play knight against bishop in some position. So I just think that with the queen coming to h5, king h2, rook g1, White has an easier set of moves to play. And for black, it's like, well, where did I go wrong? I thought I should be doing pretty well. Why did I start moving backwards?
The tides have really turned in this one. I loved Jordan's play in the opening, and it looked like he had, Fabi by the reins. Fabi had to be so precise, but then suddenly something went wrong. And I think it was that critical moment, Robert, where we actually left the game lost. And let's just quickly back up to that. The bishop was on e5 because I think this is where Fabi got his big advantage and Jordan missed his big chance. We were looking at lines of actually trading this bishop on e5 so that White is forced to take with the d4 pawn and black gets this hold on the c5 square, with ideas of rook e8 coming in, pawn coming to d4, so much activity, and things look great for black. But Jordan missed this chance, and Fabi pounced on this missed opportunity. The very next move, he played the brilliant f4, making sure that now if you take on e5, in fact, the f pawn is the one that can recapture, and that's what he wanted. And after f4, everything is under control in the center. Fabi has full control of the center. Black had to go on to fix the king side with g4. And this is what leads us to all the ideas that you were mentioning, that even though black's the one that has advanced the pawns on the king side and looks like the one who's on the attack, but actually he's weakened himself. Once h3 comes in, the g file will open up, and I like how Fabi is taking it slow. He says, I'm not going to rush with h3. I'm going to finish my development first. Goes knight a3, brings the rook to the center of the game, reroutes the knight all the way to e3 to attack that f5 weakness that you were pointing out. And at an opportune moment, when the time is right, Fabi will strike with h3.
And what just happened was knight e3, and Jordan makes move b5, and look at the evaluation bar go up and up and up. So White is clearly better here in the live position. And the move b5, it was played pretty quickly. The knight on e3, it reinforces control of the c4 square. So maybe Jordan was afraid of this move c4, so he quickly plays b5. But now h3 comes with even more force. White's pieces are staring at this king side. If you take on h3, I think I can just take back, move my king out. Same idea. King h2, rook g1, and so on. You also don't need to take back. You can play the move queen f3, because if you take on g2, you're getting checkmated. Your king doesn't have squares to run to. The bishop on e5 is too strong. So actually, a move like rook f3, queen f3, something like that, bringing a piece to the g file and threatening to take on h3 with a rook, it leaves black with a shattered pawn structure and then white with a healthier pawn structure. So this position is getting really, really difficult if white plays h3. And I think, Tanya, that Jordan's idea is to bring in this knight to c4, reinforce that square, and start offering some trades.
We were talking about Fabi finding an opportune moment to play h3, but I think you're absolutely right that it has arrived now with so much activity on the king side. It is time that you've bought all your pieces in the game. Everything plays. You've got all the toys to the nursery. It's time to break open the position. h3, you can't afford to take it and open the g file, Robert. But was a4 played?
A4 was played. He decided to break it open, but on the queen side.
On the other side, and maybe this is just a move to provoke a6, and he can always play h3 after that. If you take b takes a4, that's not a move you want to make, because white can also then switch over to the queen side. You've created an a7 weakness, and that will also be very difficult to handle. And this is often the case when your pieces are passive. You can't shift quickly from one side to the other, while the attacking side can. So you don't want to take on a4. If you don't have to take on a4, the only way to keep it alive is to make a move like a6, because there is pressure on the b5 pawn. Bishop takes d6 is a threat. And now Fabi can do what we've been talking about, go for the move h3.
And also can go rook a1. He can just swing all of his pieces to the king side. And I'm wondering, just generally speaking, if after h3, black has this move h5, if we go back a second, if h5 was available, and maybe this is what Fabi was looking at as like, well, what did I really accomplish here? If I take, and now black takes, maybe I'll be in trouble down the h file someday. The king can do the Petrosian king march and go to the other side and bring a rook to h1, but the black king will also try to do the same thing. Once this bishop moves out the way, the king can run. So I feel like Fabi, he's playing on both sides of the board. You not just one weakness, this pawn f5, but now trying to create another on the queen side. So that flank could be a vulnerability for Jordan. His pieces are centralized. That sounds really good, but it's a problem when the action takes place all the way on the queen side flank. So it's really interesting moment here by Fabi to strike with a4.
Yeah, I think it's all about the approach here. And Robert, you know Fabi really well. You've been calling out his moves from the start of the tournament. And I want to ask you, do you think he is going to try to create an attack on the king side with h3 and go for this complicated line where black also gets h5 in? Although I have to say, I do like white there. I think white is faster on the h file simply because of that bishop on e5. It feels like there's going to be a lot of sacrifices possible on g4, rook h1, rook h8 if the h file opens up. I really like it for white. Or do you think he's decided, and it perhaps suits his style more, to simply say, I'm better here. Strategically, this position is great for white. I'm not going to take any chances on the king side, and now just focus on the queen side, focus on creating a second weakness there. Do you think that's going to be Fabi's approach, and he's actually going to go slide back with the rook? But before Fabi has a chance to tell us, Jordan takes a controversial decision. Something that at first sight, it just felt is not a good idea because it creates this a7 weakness. He actually picks up the pawn on a4. And now this gives white the opportunity to slide with the rook back to a1 and make the most of it.
Yeah, and I think that Jordan might be relying on some kind of knight f7, but I don't really think he could take this bishop on e5, because let's play knight f7. If you take on e5, white wants to take back with the f pawn. But if I take on a4 first, and you take on e5, and white takes fe5, there's this move f4. And that's really bad news for white. The queen and bishop protect the g4 pawn. This pawn may even come to f3 at some point. The bishop gets to escape. So then black has the upper hand, as we see. So what white needs to do first, because the pawn a4 is not going anywhere, play the move g3. That way, if knight e5, f takes e5, this pawn on f5 is a target. It doesn't get to f4. If you play bishop g5 to play f4, the knight slides back to g2 and covers f4. So at some point, after you take care of the queen side, you can play rook f2, rook f1, and use all of your weapons against this pawn on f5. You can bring your queen over to c2. And I feel like black is on the defensive. Maybe not losing exactly, but there's a healthy pawn chain from b2 to e5. You win the game of connect 4. I know we're playing chess here, but a connect 4 looks pretty nice. So I feel like Fabi is playing on both sides, and Jordan is realizing that he can't sit and do nothing. He's at least trying to make the position a little bit less clear for Fabi.
Rook a1, knight f7 is a nice resource, and finding g3 in that position to take it slow before you recapture, just a prophylactic move, stopping black from activity, it's not easy for Fabi to spot that from this position. And he's taking his time to really think, because b takes a4 was a bit counterintuitive by Jordan and maybe not expected by Fabi. Do we see any alternative? Because the other move that comes to my mind to put pressure on the a4 pawn, which I actually really like, is the move queen c2 after you pointed out knight f7. Knight f7 now, Robert, besides the fact that it loses control on f5, look at this line, and I don't know if it works, but I think it might. You don't have to take on f5. You know where I'm headed, Robert. You know what I want to take. Knight takes g4 is a huge possibility here. And this is a stunning move, because if you capture the knight, at first it feels like it's on pre, but there's actually a checkmate. We see the bar shoot right up because bishop h7, and that bishop on e5 is a monster. And because this trick was so attractive, I had to draw your attention to queen c2.
Oh, that means queen c2 might be a very good move, because knight f7 is annoying for white to have to stop and play g3 for. The one maybe downside, if you think about it this way, is that black could throw in a3. Not that it's necessarily a problem, but if you take back with the pawn, you're not going to be able to exploit that weakness, the isolated pawn on a7. But after a3, just because a pawn can be captured doesn't mean it has to be captured. You could even play the move b3 and then go after the pawn a3 with your rook later. So it's an interesting dynamic where both sides have to figure out, when do I capture? What do I capture with? And I feel like Fabi, he played a4, and after b takes a4, now he's thinking he wasn't really expecting Jordan to take that pawn. And he can, in fact, bring the rook here. He can play Tanya's queen c2, which now I'm liking more and more just because it stops knight f7. And he also could throw in h3 if he wants to continue playing on both sides. But h3, I don't think that's clear. Like, it makes sense if black takes, that it's good for white because I bring in piece to the g file, or I take back on h3 with the piece rather than with the pawn. But I feel like even in the event of h5, it's not that easy to evaluate. Or if takes rook f3 or queen f3, then the bishop comes to f6, and now there's no more checkmate because the king can escape, and we're trading off a lot of pieces, and maybe we're opening files for our opponent. So it's give and take, right, Tanya? We have some good options, but maybe it gives our opponent some more good options as well.
I like the move h3, and I do see our eval bar says that even after Jordan's b takes a4, it's a very viable option. Still, white keeps advantage after that. But psychologically speaking, Robert, in chess, and I think we've all been there, if Fabi didn't play h3 in the last move, it's very unlikely that he'll play it now after b takes a4. It almost feels like he's got a different plan, a different idea in his head. So I'm either expecting rook a1 or the move queen c2. But again, queen c2 allows this idea of a3, and Fabi needs to be sure that he's fine with that. Rook a1, then you need to find g3. But I think in Fabi's head, if we try to get into that, his mind has shifted a little bit towards the queen side and now making the most of that a7 weakness. So h3, a great option, but it will surprise me if Fabi decides to go h3 when he didn't in the previous move.
I'm with you. I'm totally with you there. And he can safely just go to the queen side now. He will be better. And if he wants an advantage without risk, then he should play a move like rook a1 or queen to c2, because that way he doesn't give black chances to go after the white king. And just one thing in addition that we've been talking about, like h3, if you make a move like that, you might also find yourself in trouble in the dark squares. This bishop at some moment could slide into a square like g3. So let's say we get position here and white isn't careful and plays like rook a1, you see the evaluation already creeping in black's favor because there are issues on the dark squares. And I feel like with a queen sliding out this way and a bishop coming here, you could even see a checkmate if you're not careful. So just wanted to point all that out. And the move was played, queen c2. Your move, Tanya, great call.
I'm happy to see that on the board. Queen c2. When Fabi was reaching out, I was like, please reach out for the queen, not the rook, not the rook. And then queen c2 on the board. And what a nice trick that is, that knight f7 now runs into knight g4. And of course, Jordan will not fall for that. And it's almost as if he was ready for queen c2 because Robert, he barely took a minute. He barely took a minute to respond. He goes with h5, reinforcing defenses on that g4 weakness so that knight g4 is never a threat that you have to think about. Jordan plays it, gets up, gives the signal that I'm not so worried about my position and I'm confident of defending this. It makes me think of all what has happened in the tournament so far with Jordan. The first two games, he has gotten into trouble out of the opening. And this one as well, he's on the defense. But Jordan's managed to survive those two games. But very often, they have been end games. This one might be more tricky to save because your king is weak. Everything is on the board. Barely anything's been traded off. And queen c2, I like that idea. h5, now you can just think about attacking the a7 pawn. And Fabi's just such a beast in these kind of positions.
He really is. And h5, it allows for some options with knight f7, not with the queen on c2, but if the queen goes to a4, that has distracted the queen away from this pawn on f5, which means knight f7, knight takes e5 is available to black. So I like queen c2 as step one. I actually think rook a1 makes more sense. The pawn on a4 isn't going anywhere, and if it can be captured on the next turn, maybe you capture with full force going after the a7 pawn, or you capture with the rook on a4, bring your next rook over to a1, because black cannot easily open up the king side. You bring your pieces away from your king, but white is the one with all of the firepower over here. A bishop that is entrenched on the e5 square, creating problems for the black king. The f5 pawn cemented in place is a long-term target thanks to this bishop, queen, and knight configuration. So I'm liking the look of this for Fabi, but Jordan, I think he sees something for himself. He doesn't believe the position is that bad for him, but it does look very appealing for white.
Robert, you point out rook a1, and I love it. I think there is no need to rush, as you're saying, to pick up the a4 pawn. Also, after rook a1, knight f7, the other advantage of queen c2 is that knight f7 is impossible because f5 is hanging. After knight f7, you can simply go on to take with the knight into f5, and after knight e5, you can recapture with the f pawn, opening up the rook on f1 to defend the knight on f5. And this would be a complete collapse for black. So a really nice spot there, not to rush with queen a4, but actually to set it up in a way that when you recapture the a4 pawn, it's the best possible version you can get.
Keeping all of your options open. That is what rook a1 does. And Fabi, he's trying to be precise. He's had two somewhat shaky games with white in round one against Anish. Anish sacrificed a knight, and Fabi had to make that draw. Then in game two, Fabi, he made a draw, but he was black against Abdusattorov. He was down a pawn in the drawn rook endgame. So it's not like he played badly, but he was on the back foot a little bit. He was the one who had to prove the draw. So both these players have had a start, at least by the play on the board, that they probably don't love. So they want to get a win here in game three. Fabi's position is better. He's thinking. So let's zoom out from here. We'll wait to see what move he makes. But 6 games in total, 5 other games are still going on, as Fabi did, in fact, just make a move. And it was king h1. What?
Wow.
King h1.
That is a surprise. That's a shocker, Robert. We were looking at all these ideas about Fabi shifting play on the queen side, and he makes this quiet little move, king to h1. It still doesn't give a majority of his advantage away, but that is super slow. Does Fabi have all the time in the world to make moves like this?
I guess he does. I'm really trying to figure out why that move is necessary, why he didn't put his rook on a1, but maybe he's just passing the turn back to black. I'm honestly a little confused. I don't think it's a bad move, right? It doesn't change anything, but it also doesn't put more pressure on this pawn. Really interesting. I feel like these top players often make moves that I am mystified by. But mysterious chess is still good chess if you're Caruana, and now it's Jordan's turn. So we are surprised, but we will venture to another game for now as we look across the games that we have left. Anish Giri in an endgame against Parham Magsudlu. Even material, but not the same pawn structure for both sides. That's in the bottom left. In the top right, by the way, Abdusattorov with the black pieces has fully taken control over the d-file, and yet White's king has walked into the center. I think we should go to that game just because I'm eyeing a tactic at the moment that I feel like Black has to be very careful about. So we'll pull up the game between Gukesh and Abdusattorov. Gukesh lost the first two. But if White had a move, so let's make the move h6, his plan is likely bishop d3, where it shuts the rooks off from each other. And it turns out that it's actually not the best move because the exchange sacrifice may in fact be pretty decent for Black. But actually we see the eval bar, once it is getting more depth, saying no, it's actually in equal position. But this knight comes to g6, this pawn and this pawn are both weak, and maybe that's why Black has enough play for the sacrifice material. But that rook on d2, don't be careless. You could find it in trouble.
You've got to watch out for this idea of just intercepting the two rooks and taking away any squares from it. It's not like it's safe on b2 because the knight will jump to a4 and attack it as well. So in this position, you can't really make the move rook b2 trying to get your other rook in. Although rook b2, knight a4, e2 is hanging. So I'm just wondering, after rook b2, does he want to go bishop c2 and really boxing up that rook on that square? And then there's no saving from knight a4 or knight d1 winning this rook and potentially the game.
It's a rook that's gone too far. So that's one of the things that Gukesh is eyeing is, can I get this rook? And bishop d3 did not work out well for White in that position where the exchange sacrifice happens and knight to g6. And that's good news for Nordirbek, is that means he doesn't have to freak out and bring his rook back to d7, in which case then maybe White can move the bishop, bring a knight to e4, especially because of a pawn on g5. Look at these squares. If a knight gets to e4, Black is going to be in some trouble with the knight hopping in. But if you play king g7, oh no, my rook on d2, I blundered. And then we go for this variation we were talking about with knight g6, and d3 and e5 are both going to fall. Well, Black is better according to the evaluation bar. So bishop e4 doesn't have the threat that you would hope for.
That's definitely a lot of compensation. I mean, White's going to be the one who's going to be on the defense in this one once the e5 pawn falls. And very important to play knight g6. There's no f4 to control that pawn anymore. You will lose the f4 pawn, and this bishop on a6 will be a complete monster. And 100% sure Gukesh realizes that he can't afford to win this exchange. He wins the exchange, but probably ends up losing the game in that case because of Black's pieces jumping around with all the activity. Now, if bishop d3 is not an option, then after king g7, how is White planning to play on? Your knight on c3 has to stay there, stopping any ideas on e2. Is it time to think about trading rooks? Is rook d1 an option here?
It certainly is, because if you take on d1, and we could swap of all the rooks, but I just wanted to put a specific position on the board. The knight on e7 doesn't really have anywhere to go, at least not a place that's super appealing. If you go to g6, going for this pawn, bishop takes g6, king takes g6, and g4, an important move so the king doesn't get in. This is not what Black wants. A knight that can venture into dark squares versus a bishop that doesn't have anything it can attack. This would be a better endgame for White. Not a winning endgame, but one that clearly White is aside for choice. So with the bishop on e4, you're restricting this knight. After all, the last move play was g5, so the knight could go to g6. A move ago, knight g6 is met by f4, and your knight looks a bit silly now because you're not capturing. This is a healthy pawn structure. So bishop e4 is a preventative move. It stops that knight from getting to g6, and rook d1 may be necessary, Tanya. I think that is what Gukesh will settle on, and I don't really think he's better in the endgame, but he won't be worse.
But all these subtleties that you're pointing out, especially that move g4, I think once the rooks are off the board, White can try and create something. Because notice that pawn on e5, which we keep calling out a weakness, it is one, but as long as it can't be attacked, it's actually a strong hold for White, taking away a lot of key squares from Black. Once the rooks are traded off, white can slowly try to get his own knight to put pressure on black's pawns. I like the move g4. And most importantly, Robert, this rook on d2 is making life so difficult for white. You're not able to move your pieces around. There's no activity. So I really think that rook d1 has got to be the right direction here, simply trading off black's most active pieces. And in that endgame, despite having doubled pawns, white's piece activity and this knight potentially jumping to e4 at a good moment, if anyone's going to try that endgame without the rooks, I think it's going to be white.
And a big question is, what about keeping one rook on the board? Can you play knight takes d1? And it says it's still a level position. The reason I don't like that is the rook on d8 is better than the rook on a1. But these are the questions the players have to ask themselves. How many rooks would you like to have on the board? Do you want to trade them all off? What minor piece trades do you want? You can't play knight g6 here so easily with c6 hanging, but also bishop g6, king g6, same as before. If this king can't get after this pawn on e5, is this what black wants? To my eyes, it's not. You can't attack this pawn on e5, and the knight will be better than the bishop in many positions. So you just are looking at possible exchanges. Rook d1 may see all the rooks come off, and then we may see the point being split, but hey, it's still a game. Both players are fighting. And so with 6 games remaining in the round, we do have a lot of exciting chess left in store, including in a potential endgame in this one.
I mean, we've seen Gukesh and Nordirbek fight it down to blood in their previous battles. So regardless of what our eval bar says, what the objective evaluation is, till the board is vacuumed out, the two are going to play on. So we'll wait and see how the action progresses on that one. Let's take a look on the other boards, and the Anish Farham match still on, and we see a lot of the ideas that we were discussing have actually happened. The queens have been traded. White did get e5 in. Black decided not to trade on e5, so the bishop on h2 still looks like it is blocked and is not finding its activity. Meanwhile, Fabi with that mysterious move, king to h1, the second left board, and Jordan is still having a think. He still doesn't know how to respond to that.
Yeah, it's a tough position for Jordan. King h1, one of those little devious waiting moves. Your turn. I'm going to pass it on over to you. And it's not that it's a Zugzwang, but black needs to find some ideas. So very interesting play from the both of them. I'm looking at the bottom right. The king is still in f2 for Praggnanandhaa. It could be an electric position in the near future, especially because black seems to have improved his pieces. I think Vincent has done a great job maneuvering around there. And also, one other position that still catches my eye is the one between Richard Rapport and Wesley So, because the pawn still survived on d6. When he went d6 and Wesley pushed the pawn to e6, he left that pawn on the board, and I'm not sure he's going to be able to win it so easily. So I think we can get to those games. The one between Wesley and Richard, that's catching my eye. So if we can go there, it would be excellent, because this pawn on d6, Tanya, you may think, oh, bishop f8, let's get it. But right now there's already tension, and this knight on d5 is under attack twice. And there's just this endgame potential where if knight c3, pawn takes c3, we've fixed our structure. And if you play bishop f8 to go after this pawn, the reason why white is better is not because of material anymore. I just slide my rook over, you take on d6, and I plant my bishop on f6. I have a better bishop than you do. My rook is active attacking a pawn. If you bring your rook off the last rank, you may lose a pawn on b6 with your rook hanging on 8. And if you make a move like rook to c8 over here, just a calm move, white just simply expands and can keep expanding on both sides of the board. Tanya, this looks really unpleasant with the superior placed pieces for all of the pieces are in white's favor.
That bishop on f6, if it lands like that, it will dominate the position and the game. I don't think this is what Wesley wants at all. He will not want to go into such a passive position where white is playing all over the board. But the problem is that if you don't take on c3, well, he's made a decision. He's decided to fall back with the knight. White also has the potential option to get rid of the double d pawns here. Robert, you can consider the move d5. I want to get rid of the weakness. I'm still up a pawn, and if I can solve the problem of my pawn structure, I've got everything to play for. And the more I look at d5, the more I like it, unless you refute it tactically.
No, it's not refuted tactically, but I think Wesley's plan the whole way through with knight to f6 is that he wants knight e8, and d5 won't stop him from doing that. You take on e6, the pawn takes back. You take on g7, the king takes, and you are losing the pawn on d6 by force, which means we'll have an even material endgame. And as we can see off to the side, it is level. It is not just level by material, but by the evaluation. So very good choice. I mean, a brilliant choice by Wesley to retreat the knight to f6 here. He could never take on e5 with the bishop because then you give white a protected pass pawn. So he goes knight f6. I love that move by him. And his next move is knight e8 to get the d6 pawn.
Yeah, and that just plays the spoiler to d5. Let's just point out that after d5, it's very important to be precise with knight e8, because if you take knight takes d5 instead, Robert, which is what I was hoping for to solve all structural problems, the issue here is that white actually captures the bishop on g7. You don't have time to take on c3 because the bishop returns and picks up the knight. And exactly. And if you take with the king on g7, now white will eternally be an extra pawn up, takes on d5, takes everything. The d6 pawn is alive. It's not going anywhere. I don't know if this is enough for a win or not, but this is long-term pressure and a nightmare to defend.
Nobody would want this. And the king is very close, so there could be an opportunity to double up rooks and get the pawn. But at best, you're going to be a pawn down and hoping to make that draw. So for Wesley, I think he is choosing a more precise route with knight f6. The rook came to a1, and he can play knight e8. But I actually think that Richard is setting up a little bit of a trap as well. So if knight e8 and he plays d7, and you go rook takes d7, there's rook takes b6. So Richard, he's clinging on to that extra pawn in the most clever of ways, Tanya. I think he's showcasing his creativity. I know it's an end game. It looks like it's going to be strategic or technical, but he is finding tactics left and right. And if knight e8 d7 is available for white, that's not so easy for black to meet, because if you move your knight back to f6, then you can even consider bishop c7. And after rook takes d7, there's bishop takes b6, and there's a pin down the a file. So clever play here by the new Romanian, the born Hungarian player.
That's actually super interesting. Just the way he's really clinging on to this pawn and not letting go of it. Very instructive stuff. Rook a1. Idea is to go d7, and not easy for black to recapture it. And as long as Richard's pawn is alive, he's the one with all the chances. Wesley's still trying everything that he can to regain it, and we see that he has in fact played really accurately. We see the eval bar say that everything is under control, but practically when the players are on the board and they have no idea of what is the objective evaluation of the position, until you win that pawn, you don't feel safe at all.
For sure. That is a pawn that is in enemy territory. It's going to be a thorn in Wesley's side. And now he is seeing knight e8. There is d7, a nice tactical shot from Richard Rapport. Now, Wesley, he really is holding on well here. I think that he is fully capable. He is such a good endgame player, and I don't think he's in too much trouble, but it's just credit to Richard Rapport for kind of keeping that pressure up. He's not taking a single move off. He is working to his maximum capabilities and making Wesley prove it. But we will let Wesley do just that. We're going to zoom out really quickly and see all 6 games that remain. Magnus Carlsen and Ding Liren drew. Other games are still underway here. So we're going to take a quick break, and when we return, it's more from the 3rd round of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2023.
Dude, it's impossible to not hear you just breathing super loudly.
Okay, fine. I will hold my breath for 3 minutes.
All right, let's go.
Okay,
let's go
sure.
right now. Got the
Ready?
chess clock app right here. Almost there. And you did it.
What can you do for 3 minutes?
My wife says not a lot, but I can plank.
Keep that big butt down. Dude, nice.
2, 1, you did it. Wow. I feel better. Oh, yeah. You were timing me?
Yeah, you were in there for 30 minutes.
Oh, man.
Let's
Sorry.
play some chess and get some dinner.
Let's do it.
Time odds?
Yeah.
Okay. You bring your clock?
Oh, I left my clock at home.
Dude, you idiot. I told you to bring it.
Let's just go get something to eat.
Okay. Download the new Chess.com clock app so you can time yourself playing chess or whatever other dumb stuff you and your friends do.
We have Levon Aronian on screen playing his game against Arjun Erigaisi right now. And well, this year he would hope to add a fifth title to his previous four. He has been a mainstay in Wijk aan Zee. This is the 85th edition. Wow, and I see his queen jump up the board there. But this is the 85th anniversary of the tournament. It started in 1938. It's been in Wijk aan Zee since 1968. It was in Beverwijk, which is very nearby. Before that, has been sponsored by Tata Steel since 2011. Some of the notable champions include Magnus, Kasparov, Vishy Anand, Anatoly Karpov, Hikaru Nakamura, and the man you see on screen there, Levon Aronian. So, Tanya, Levon, he's been a great treasure in the chess world, and he's been a menace for opponents in Wijk aan Zee. He just played this move, Queen C2, against your compatriot, the teenager Arjun Erigaisi, who we've been praising for his preparation and performance with the black pieces in the first two games. Now with white, it seems like he's just worse because Levon is more active with his heavy pieces.
Robert, Gary Kasparov once said about Levon that the chess world is a better place when Levon is playing well. And I think that just sums up everything that Lev has added to the world of chess. He is one of the most creative players, one of the most resourceful players. He has a sense of beauty, a sense of aesthetics. For him, chess is truly art. And that's what his games go on to show. You're absolutely right that apart from Magnus, who's won the event 8 times, Levon Aronian in this field has won this championship the maximum number of times. Now he returns to Wijk, the Tata Steel Masters, as the oldest player in the field. He's 40 years old. He is a new dad as well. So renewed energy, renewed feelings about how he approaches this tournament. But one thing's for sure, that Lev hasn't been having the kind of results that we expect out of him and what we've seen from him over the last couple of years. And I think this start of the year is super important for him. He is motivated to perform at his best. And this game shows that he's ready to take on one of the players who's given him a hard time in 2021 and in 2022, Arjun Aragasi, who's had a very good score against him in faster time controls with the black pieces. In this game, Levon's had no problem at all and continues to play this position, which is slightly better for black. And the reason for that is that one piece activity, just simply compare Lev's queen and rook to Arjun's queen and rook. Not just that. In general terms, when there are pawns on both sides of the board, the position is open, the bishop is stronger than the knight. You've got more targets. It's a long range piece. The bishop can come to f6, attack the b2 pawn. And all these things and these subtleties in the position give Levon something to play for in a position that at first might not look like much.
That's right. And there is going to be a rook slamming down on c2 in the future. If you trade, the rook gets there immediately. But if you don't trade, black can take on b1 and the rook can come to c2. That's going to be an active rook compared to white's passive rook sitting on b1. And you pointed out, there's a bishop, a long-range piece. These pawns are on dark squares. It means the bishop can attack them, try to pick them off. So the knight on d3 is perfectly situated for the moment. But let's say we do get a queen trade, just to make a couple moves and just exhibit some of these ideas. What is white's plan? What moves does white have? You can't move the knight. You lose the pawn on b2. If you move the rook somewhere, c1, trying to get an open file, the rook slides to d2, putting pressure on this knight. You don't want to move the knight because down goes b2. And if you move the rook to defend and your rook has to go to b3, look at this position. Your rook is sitting on b3 and it's defending this knight. I want to kick your rook away. I see the eval bar is tanking, which means a5 is good. My next move is a4 to win your knight on d3. If you move your knight on d3, then I take on b2 and I win the ensuing endgame up a pawn. So I think that Arjun has these problems to figure out. If the queens get traded here, he doesn't really have a plan. And what Levon can do is start pushing his king forward, pushing his pawns forward, decide where his pieces go. He kind of has a free hand.
This position is a nightmare to play with the white pieces because you're on the defense. You've got no trumps in it. You're going to play an endgame where black's going to pretty much torture you until eternity, and Lev's going to enjoy doing that here. Queen c2, a nice offer of trade. And with this, it looks like Arjun's facing an uphill task to save this game. A nicely played positional battle here by Lev, keeping his advantage with the piece activity. And as we know, we've actually finished 2 games already in this round, with Magnus and Ding finishing in a draw. The first one to finish in a draw between the world number 1 and the world number 2, where Magnus had a slight pull out of the opening, but Ding kept his defenses up and he made it look almost easy against the world champion. And this is why he is currently the second best player in the world. Apart from that, the crazy opening that we saw in the Parham Anish game also fizzled out into a draw, Robert. And I think both players can be pleased with that outcome.
For sure, because Parham, he had a long day too. Now here in the third round, he draws with the white pieces. You might want to get a little bit more, be a bit more ambitious with white, but it was a solid draw. There was just 2 rooks per side, along with a knight and 6 pawns. Each side has some weak pawns and some strengths, but the game was agreed on a draw. Now, they drew based on a draw offer. I have pretty big feelings about this. I do not like the draw offer. I think that people should play it out. I think it's better for spectators. I'm not blaming either of the players. I think that as a rule, it's always best if people play it out. Now, this tournament has a lot of fighting chess, and there's a rule you can't make a draw before move 30 out of respect for the organizers and the sponsors. And Anish Giri is an ambassador for the tournament and a great one at that. And he had the black pieces, so making a draw is good for him. But I just feel like the fans, the public, are deprived. If we bring this position up just for a second here, why is this game a draw? Like, that would be the big question. So as we just show you the finale of the game, if I showed you this position or you showed me this position, Tanya, we'd be like, wait a second, this actually looks like there's some life here. This pawn on e5 is a potential target. Yes, the knight can go back on f3 to defend, but then we look and black has 4 pawns against 3 on this side of the board. Maybe there's a b5 push at some moment. I'm just pointing out that even though it's completely even, I think that draw offers often are bad for chess because, the games can peter out in other ways that just are completely obviously drawn, where this doesn't feel that just yet.
As a spectator, you would love to see this endgame being played out, for the battle to go down to the wire and see the very end of it. And the players really prove that their endgame technique is equal to each other and to split the point that way. But here, in this case, after 94, it does appear that Anish offered a draw. Parham understandably took it, because if anyone can try this position, at least to my eyes, Robert, it looks like with that e5 weakness and the queenside majority, it's perhaps black who has a slight nagging pull in this. So understandably, Parham agreed to the draw. But on the other hand, f7 is perhaps a weakness, and Anish just felt that he did not have enough in this position. It would be nice to see this play on, but the two players have decided to end the day because it is a long tournament as well. They've had long fighting chess. Speaking of you not enjoying draws, if we just pull out the one game I know that you're going to be enjoying, Robert, is the second board from the left, Fabi against Jordan van Foreest. Crazy things are happening in that one. Last we left, Fabi had made a mysterious move, king to h1. Now we see the king is back on g1. Jordan is going ahead with the pawns. h4, g4 has played over ambitiously on the king side, but it looks like it might pay off, because I see our eval bar seems to say that Jordan has covered ground.
Well, yeah, after we left, a3 was played. Fabi took it, and Jordan took the opportunity to play knight c4. He didn't want to hang about all day and just let Fabi do what he wanted. So he goes knight c4, offering a trade. Fabi takes the bishop, the pawn takes back, and king to g1. Look at this by Fabiano. He just moves his king, shuffles back and forth, not really clear what he's doing. Maybe he's saying to Jordan, you don't really have any improving moves, but Jordan plays h4, and look at the eval bar. I'm going to show that again. It was slightly better for white. Now h4 is played, and it's significantly better for white because knight takes g4, Tanya, and it was a one-move blunder. If you take on g4, in comes the queen to g6 check. You've been just a champion of this bishop on e5, and it's leading to victory. The king can't move. The only legal choice is queen g7. Queen takes g7 is mate. So I think that was a one-move blunder because Jordan played bishop d5. The knight goes back, and yes, Jordan's bishop is on e4, but c4 is weak. You're down a pawn. That was a big, big blunder by Jordan.
That's a huge blunder after h4, and suddenly the moves king h1, king g1 seem to make a lot of sense if your opponent just walks into this. Robert, that means that Jordan has actually blundered a pawn in his first 3 games of the Tata Steel Masters, and he's constantly on the defense, being a pawn down in these games. You remember him missing knight to f4 in his game against Wesley, giving up that e2 pawn, and it was the same narrative with him being a pawn down in round 2 as well, I think it was. And now h4, a one-move miss, knight takes g4. Let's just show that on our analysis board again. And of course, Fabi doesn't miss that kind of stuff. After he had to keep the pawn on h5, you played that move to keep the g4 pawn defended, not to create attacking chances on the king side, because it's your king that's weak with the bishop on e5. h4 walking into this huge trick with knight g4, a trick that we've been talking about in a different position. And as you said, fg4 is met by checkmate in 1. The queen jumps in and it's all over. Of course, This Jordan realized after he played h4, it's too late. Bishop to d5 happened, knight e3, and now we've got the same position, but white just has an extra pawn. And suddenly, these mysterious ideas by Fabi of shuffling the king around, it's worked to perfection.
And you can see by body language as well that Jordan, we can see it at least, that he has his hand on his head. I mean, he's distraught at the moment. He simply blundered a pawn, and the pawn on c4 is also going to be vulnerable. So a really bad miss for such a great player, a champion in Tata Steel in 2021. And I think we just have to show it one last time because you're right that Fabi was doing something very clever. He had his king on the corner, but he brings his king back to g1 because in the event of bishop d5, he doesn't want his king to be in that bishop's sight. And other moves like bishop d5 were just better for Jordan. Not that he had the advantage. You can see that white is still better. And maybe moves like queen a4 attacking this pawn, a rook coming to b1. I think it's quite natural that white has the advantage here with great control over the position, and it's very difficult for black to keep everything defended. Like this pawn on c4 is defended for now, but at some point you could even consider taking on d5 and going for the open files. The bishop on e5 is still the best piece. The position remains relatively closed, which is good for the white king, and well, h4 was just a tragedy. It blunders a pawn, and now the problems still exist, but white's also a pawn ahead.
This is absolutely horrific. And you're completely right that you look at Jordan a couple of moves ago, he was walking around, getting a drink, looked completely chill, and now you can see the shift. At this stage, at this platform, being at the Tata Steel Masters, you can't make these kind of errors, Robert, not against the world-class players that you're facing. Against Fabiano Caruana, you don't make a one-move blunder and hope to survive it. This is shocking.
But it's great for Fabiano, right? One person's pain is another person's pleasure in this case. And for Fabiano, he's going to be thrilled to get a victory in this game if he can work this out and win, because he had two kind of shaky draws himself, not his best stuff, and a win in game 3 will catapult him to 2 out of 3, likely in the lead, because co-leaders Carlsen and Ding Liren, they drew. Anish Giri, who was in the lead, also drew. And unless Nordirbek Abdusattorov wins, that means Fabiano will enter the 4th round of action in a tie for first if he can win this game. And well, I think queen a4 looks pretty straightforward, Tanya, going right after the c4 pawn, because bishop d3 is the point, defending and attacking the rook. But white can just like swing his pieces around. You play queen f7, you defend this pawn enough times, but then c6 is hanging. Oops, sorry, that's c6 over here. And if you play queen e6 to defend c6, a7 is hanging, and queen g7 checkmate is threatened. So I feel like white is about to win a second pawn. And so for Jordan, his body language looks to me like he kind of wants to resign. Maybe he has some chances here. He needs to give it his all because the game isn't over just yet.
You're not only a pawn down as black, you've also got the ugliest pawn structure in the world. Look at Jordan's pawns, a7, c6, c4, f5, h4, all of them disconnected, all of them weak. So him ending up losing another pawn, I will not be surprised at all. Fabi chooses another path, a really nice one as well. I like it. Queen to e2. You're threatening the same pawn c4, and you're pretending like you're walking into a move like bishop d3, which would be a skewer. But the queen actually jumps over Robert all the way to h5, threatening a devastating check on h8, and you don't care about the rook on f1. So I like the move queen e2. It not only threatens another pawn, but also threatens to attack black's king.
Right. So the best move would probably queen h7, and you could trade queens if you want. But I think that even if I was just wondering, if we give up the exchange here, you have 2 pawns and a knight for a rook. This king is weak. This pawn is weak. All the other pawns, as you mentioned, are isolated. So even if you give up that rook for the bishop, it's still going to be good for Fabi. That's just how big of a blunder it was from Jordan. The g4 pawn was too important, holding his position together, and now he will need to find some kind of resource. I don't know where it will exist, but it looks like he is going to suffer.
He's going to suffer, and this would be a huge win for Fabi, who's currently on 1 point, and winning that will leapfrog him further into the standings. This is where we stand with the game still in progress. Magnus has already finished his round, which ended in a draw. So he, along with Anish, Ding, and Yeah, the three of them lead the leaderboard with 2 points currently, but of course the games are still ongoing. So in fact, Fabi, if he wins this, can join the leaders at the end of the day.
And it's nice to get off to a good start, a running start. So for Fabi, he really wants this one. So Jordan, he has his work cut out for him. It's not going to be an enjoyable task, but maybe he can fight back here in this game because the knockout punch isn't that obvious. Let's zoom out again, look at our remaining games that are still going in addition to this one, because we have fights across the board. We saw in the middle on the bottom, Levon Aronian remains better in the end game. He didn't bring his rook down to c2, but instead put his rook on d8. The bishop will outclass the knight. It looks like Wesley So did not get that pawn on d6, instead bringing his knight back to d7. That's second from the right on the bottom. But my eyes are still on the bottom right game. There's a king on f2. There are many pieces on the board. A black queen has ventured out to h4. So, Tanya, I feel like we should go on over to that game between Praggnanandhaa and Vincent Keimer.
Sounds like a plan, but I just want to finish the whole Fabi Jordan debate. You were mentioning that Jordan might still have chances in that. I have to say, Robert, it looks like that game is going to end. I think Fabiano's got that point after winning that g4 pawn. I'm still in shock about Jordan making that one move blunder. And it's, again, not just the pawn is not your only problem. Your king is weak and the pawn structure. And I think that's going to be a Fabi game. But coming back to this one, where we have no idea who is better, but one still has the feeling that with the two bishops, White should be. And I see our Evalbar seems to be saying that Pragg has the upper hand. And the reason for that is also that the a5 pawn here is so weak. In fact, it can be picked up. The only thing going in Black's favor currently is that the c4 pawn is under fire as well. So in fact, the last move played was rook from e8 to b8, putting the rook on the open file, hoping that one day, it was a trade actually, after rook b8, and you're hoping and dreaming that you can get that rook to b4 to defend that a5 pawn. I think it's impossible for White to currently pick up the pawn on a5. If you play queen takes a5, perhaps Black can just play bishop c4.
Yes, the queen is needed in the defense. Bishop c4 just grabs that pawn, and that's very bad news for White.
And if you don't have time to pick up the a5 pawn, that gives Black the opportunity to place the rook on b4. And Robert, that gets me to the point that I want to make here, that maybe it's important for White to play energetically in this position. You've got this Evalbar telling us that White's better, but if Black's rook comes on b4, whose pawns are weak? a4 is attacked, c4 is attacked. So how are you going in with this position, and what is it that our evaluation likes so much about Pragg's gameplay?
Yeah, the pawn h2 is also loose, so many white pawns are also under attack. And I was thinking, if I could play queen takes g7 and knight f5 check would be a fork to follow. But I can't do that because you have a knight in the way, and playing f4 runs into knight g4 check, which I don't want. So king g1, sliding away from the pin, protecting the pawn on h2 looks very good to my eyes, because if Black plays rook to d4, I now have f4 cutting you off from this pawn on c4, which is what you're attacking. And if you try to take on c4 here, I have knight f5. So now I don't even need to take right away on g7 with the fork. I play knight f5, threatening checkmate in 1 and your queen. The only way to stop that is queen f6, but that rook on b4, that's a problem, because once the queen moves out the way, I get your rook first, and then I get your knight second, and White will end up an entire rook ahead. So king g1 actually is a tactical move, not just a defensive move. It slides out of the pin. It allows for the move f4, followed by knight f5. And I do believe that Vincent needs to be careful. And a big question is, can you play this move queen d4 check, opening up the c5 square for your second knight? These are really big, difficult questions to answer.
And you were mentioning the h2 pawn, which made me wonder why it was not picked up. And I want to show the reason for that. When Black made the move rook b8, let's just back up a couple of moves. Here, Vincent was to play with the Black pieces, and the h2 pawn looks like it's hanging, but that's a devious trap. You pick it up, and then suddenly you realize your queen's got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and it would be trapped on h2. So in fact, the pawn is not on pre, and king g1, as you were mentioning, let's go back to our current position. Of course, Vincent did not fall for this. He trades up one pair of rooks, wants to activate it with this small move, king g1, channeling Fabi's spirit. Will Prague find it? If he goes king g1, that's super impressive. He's played it. He makes it. Just as I was saying, Robert. Amazing stuff.
You were saying it would be impressive. He wanted to be impressive. And now you are looking at this position with f4 available. So Vincent has this big choice of queen d4. I think if he doesn't play queen d4, he's much worse because f4 is about to happen. At the very least, kicking this knight back. a5 is a target. So I think that queen d4 check, it's a big chance for Vincent because after takes, pawn takes, you're threatening d3. You're trying to bring the knight to c5. Go after this pawn. c4 is still a bit weak. The b file is available for this black rook. And yet the eval bar still says that white is better. What does somebody have to do to eliminate that advantage? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm really surprised with this evaluation bar in this position. You point out queen d4. I love it. It's black's rook that's on the open file. You can't even make a move like knight f5. Looks really attractive, but that just invites rook b2. And suddenly your bishops are not happy at all. And this would be big trouble. So if it's not knight f5, the c4 pawn is under fire. There are threats of rook c8. Knight b6 is coming in, Robert, eyeing that a4 pawn, eyeing that c4 pawn. How is white even handling this? And why, again, the question is, it's so hard to understand in evaluation, and you're pointing out this energetic move with f4, kicking that knight out, taking advantage of the fact that right now c4 cannot be picked up. And if the knight has to go to g6, that's definitely progress for white.
Yeah, it is. And rook b2 is still available, knight c5, but the a5 pawn. And it's not just a5, it's also the pawn on d6. And I think that at some moment, white can go after these pawns with your knight f5 move as well. So bishop f1 or something like that, avoiding this rook b2. Okay, the evaluation went down when I made that move, so my bad. But I was just trying to find a move that avoided this rook b2 tactic. But d4, d6, a5, all weaknesses, even though there are squares and weak pawns in white's camp, it seems that white should have the better position at this moment.
And Vincent playing it just like you said he should. He's gone for the move queen d4. This was his moment to offer a queen trade before white had the opportunity to make the move f4 and block that queen out on h4, with the queen on c3 being super strong. So nicely timed by Vincent. And looking at all these factors in the position, I don't care what the eval bar says anymore, Robert. I think it's an endgame where anything can happen. Black also has his own trumps with the c4, a4 weakness, the rook jumping to b2. It's hard to justify the evaluation. And imagine the players on the board who have no idea about what the engine is saying. They can definitely feel that this is a messy endgame.
It will be a messy endgame, and I think that white doesn't have too much of a choice, because if you move your king somewhere, let's say king f1, that rook is still landing on b2 with pretty devastating effect. So Prague's hand is forced. He has taken on d4. The pawn captures back just now, and with the c5 square available to the knight b6, as you mentioned, rook b2, rook c8, it feels like black has an initiative, some counterplay, and that's all you could ask for when you have an opponent who has two bishops, who has the opportunity to attack your weak pawns. So I do believe that the activity should be sufficient to give Vincent good drawing chances, but it is apparent that he is worse after the move f4.
Very important for Prague to find f4 as well. And take a look at the clock situation. Prague is down to 20 minutes. Vincent has got about 20 minutes. They are currently on move 24. So they still have 16 moves to make to meet time control. And let's just remind everyone of the format of the tournament with the time control. The players have got 100 minutes for the first control to make 40 moves, after which they get an additional 50 minutes. And once they make move 60, then they get to the final time control with an additional 15 minutes. And all through the game, from move 1, they get an increment of 30 seconds every time they press the clock.
That's right. And so they are trying to reach move 40. This game is only on move 24. And other games also have yet to reach that 40th move. So I think we should zoom out for the moment, as now Prague has some important decisions to make. We'll let him figure it out because I'm looking from game to game. And Fabiano Caruana in the bottom left, he has a huge advantage. He did sacrifice the exchange. He's taken over the B file. The F5 pawn is weak as well. The game next to it, Levon Aronian still with an advantage with the black pieces, but not too many pieces remain. In the top right, we see a relatively level position between Gukesh and Abusattarov. It's a knight versus bishop ending, but my eyes still, and by the way, Prague did just play F4, but my eyes really are on that game between Richard Rapport and Wesley So, because somehow the rooks have landed in the light squares on the queen side, and black remains a pawn down, and it's a pass pawn at that.
Let's deep dive into that one. It is a very fascinating endgame. Just look at the bind that White has created. And you were mentioning this rook on a6 was annoying you so much. Wesley heard you out, Robert. He says, I don't want it there anymore. Immediately goes back with the knight to b8. A retreating move, but an important one to make sure that White's rook doesn't stay there. And rook falls back to a4. Now Wesley can think again. Does he want to go back? And are they repeated?
I think they are repeating, yes, because knight went to f6, knight d7 was played, and we saw rook a6, knight b8, and the rook went to a4, though. Instead of being on a1, it went to a4, and the knight to d7, rook a6, knight b8, rook a4, knight d7 could be a draw here.
Handshakes. And Wesley plays knight d7. Now Richard slows down. So it's not yet, Robert. It's not a draw yet. If he goes rook a6, that would be a threefold repetition. But Richard very well could have just been gaining time on the clock. We see there are still 15 moves to be made to reach time control. He's down to 13 minutes. So every second counts. He has gained that extra minute with this repetition. I'm sure Richard realizes that if anyone's better here, it's got to be him. And knowing Richard, knowing his fighting spirit, I'm going to be shocked if he bails out with rook a6 here.
Yeah, there's no risk for him right now. He's up a pawn. It's this pawn on d6. What black is threatening is the move a6 to kick the rook out of b5. Why do you want to kick the rook out? The rook needs to help defend this bishop on e5. Otherwise, if you move this rook away, knight takes, and you lose a pawn, and we'll lose d6 next. So that means that Richard either has to take this bishop on g7. He can retreat his bishop to g3. The rook on a4 is doing an important defensive task, but things could get a bit awkward. So bishop takes g7 feels like the big question. And look at the eval bar. It's saying, well, black is actually evening this thing up over here in this position, because the pawn d6 is going to be a target. The rooks are kind of awkwardly placed if you get a6 in. So I think that Richard, he might make that draw with rook a6 if he thinks that if I don't make the draw now, maybe I jeopardize being worse.
And let's point out that a6 is just the beginning of problems for the rook. Let's say if you decide to take on g7, king g7, and just to make a point, after a6, White's rook falls back on b4, and imagine black gets b5 in, Robert. b5 in, you're hitting that rook on a4, and this rook on b4 is trapped for the rest of the game. You've got to give up. You can go knight b6 or knight f6 after that, no matter where you move the rook. d5 would mean giving up a pawn. d6 is under attack. The rook on b4 is struggling for breath here. And this is a problem which makes me think that perhaps, whether Richard likes it or not, rook a6 might be objectively the best move for him now.
Yeah, and it would just be that repetition. So he started with the rook on a1. He brought his rook up to a6. And I guess he just hasn't found anything, because the knight going back and forth, it's looking like, now that the continuation it's settled in on analysis, this whole position is just equal. I mean, Wesley So bringing the knight back to f6, back to d7, back to d8, and then returning to d7 after that. He's shown great technique in this endgame. He has equalized, and if the move rook a6 is played, that means it's the third and final time. It's a repetition, and it would be a draw.
Very impressive play by Wesley. He's been down the pawn for the majority of the game, and yet he's managed to keep the balance with these retreating moves, which are super imaginative by him. They're not easy moves to make. He had the option to try and go directly, take the pawn with the move knight e8 at some point, but he didn't do that. He went knight d7 instead, finding the most accurate defense. And Richard is still thinking. He hasn't yet made a move. I thought he was going to reach out for the rook, but it looks like with this precise defense in a difficult opening, and very impressive. I mean, at first it might look like, there wasn't much in this game. There wasn't that many sacrifices or anything, but finding this kind of defense, this is a pure class by Wesley.
It is indeed. He is a great defender. He always remains objective, and he is going to complete his objective and make a draw in this game. It looks very likely. So while Richard decides whether or not to play Rook A6 and make a draw immediately or somehow play on, we can go to our other games just to see what's happening because they're some of completely full of life. And, well, Jordan Van Forest is completely falling apart. So the eval bar is just... it's like on a rocket ship. It's going up, up, and away here, and his position looks miserable, Tanya. He has an extra rook for a knight and 2 pawns, but the white king is way safer. Let's just bring that board up so we can show what's happening here. The last bunch of moves were, if we go back in time, H4 was the big blunder, giving away the G4 pawn. Just to show it one last time here, Queen G6 is check and mate. So it's just a 1-move blunder of a pawn in a difficult position. And now after this, it was an exchange sack for a bishop and another pawn, and Rook B1, Rook B8, and we see the move C4 played by Fabiano. D5 at some point can be the choice. You can also play C5 and knight C4, bring a knight in. Such a miserable position.
That bishop on e5, it all goes back to a long, long time ago when Jordan had the option to actually just swap off and trade these bishops, and none of these problems would have happened. But instead, he decided to keep the bishops on the board, and it's now this bishop that dominates Black's position. White also has the tactical trick always to pick up another pawn in this current board that we've got on by going knight f5 or queen f5. The bishop on d8 hangs, and with these extra pawns and the killer bishop on e5, White will be the one dominating that endgame as well, Robert. This is just massive problems for Jordan. He has survived 2 difficult games in round 1 and 2. I don't think that will be the case this time.
And he's going to be pretty upset because he's played badly in the first 3 games. And I only state that because he is capable of so much more. And we've seen that here in Wijk aan Zee. He won the event in 2021. He's overperformed his rating every single time he's played in the Masters section. He's beaten the likes of Jan Nepomniachtchi and other top players in Tata Steel's past. So for Jordan, he's just 23. His best isn't behind him, nothing like that. But the highlight of his career to this point was winning the 2021 event. And now he's off to the worst start imaginable. He had the white pieces in 2 consecutive games. He drew both those from positions of inferior positions. And then now with his first black pieces, he's in big trouble. He had an opening prep that looked good, but since then it's been all downhill for him.
Absolutely. This has been a tough tournament so far, and this 1-move blunder by him going for h4, and it's something that he's done in round 1 as well. It just goes on to show that he isn't in his A game. He isn't in his best shape right now going into this event, and he just hasn't had his kind of positions. Very tough event so far for Jordan, and it looks like Fabi will not let Jordan's luck continue. If he does win, if Fabi takes this point home, that would mean that he would join Magnus Carlsen, Anish Giri, and Ding Liren on the leaderboard. Fabi would jump over to 2 points, and meanwhile, of course, the rest of the games are in progress. And if we just bring them up, let's take a quick look at what is happening all around. We will keep an eye out on the Jordan board, but the one big board that catches my attention where so much has happened has been the game and the narrative that we've been discussing between the 2 prodigies, the 2 talents, the 2 teenagers of the tournament, and we have a result.
Yeah, I believe that Richard Rapport and Wesley So drew their game. They split the point. We were expecting that to happen with the rook going up and down, the knight going back and forth. So we have now 3 games finished at the moment, and that means we have 4 games remaining.
And there we have our tournament hall and our remaining games here. We've got, if we take a look at the bottom right, Prague against Vincent, so much has happened. A black pawn has reached e2. We've got to back up to that moment when Prague took the decision to go f4. We were talking about energetic play here after the queen trades, and that's exactly what happened. After f4, Black responded with d3, so counterattacking the bishop on e2 while giving up the knight on e5. Pragg decided to take it. Black recaptures the piece on e2, white picks up the pawn on d6, and this is where we are. Rook c8, putting pressure on the c4 pawn. I see our eval bar says that after all these trades and all these exchanges, white's the one who lands up with the upper hand. Is that because you can simply go knight e2, knight d4?
That you can just grab that. You grab the pawn on a5 as well. I'm wondering though, with the presence of opposite colored bishops, there are long-term chances for black to hold the draw, even down 2 pawns. Sometimes with opposite colored bishops, you can be down 3 pawns and still make a draw. So knight takes e2, there could be rook takes c4, and well, if you take, the bishop gets active and goes after the d5 pawn. If you take on a5, there is not rook takes a4, I don't think, because while the bishop is under attack, I think the rook slides up to c7, and this knight is in some trouble here. And you do not want to lose the knight, because then the d pawn becomes very strong. There are back rank problems. It says it's actually still staying at the same eval, like the same assessment, but it looks very dangerous for black. I know white's pieces are also hanging, but the king is unsafe. This is a passed pawn.
This is a crazy position. Everything hangs. There's a back rank problem. The knight on e2 hangs. The bishop on a5 hangs. The knight on d7 hangs. White's got this passer on d6. But it still looks like white's the one who has the advantage here. Knight e2 is what I am expecting. And after rook c4, you were pointing out that white could take on a5. And we could potentially have an opposite color bishop ending with the rooks traded off. And that might be black's best bet. But Robert, as long as the knights are alive, it's going to be a hard and a tough road to defend that position with the black pieces.
It certainly will. E2 is hanging. C4 is hanging. A5 is under attack as well. If this knight is ever free to move, A4 will be a target. So there's just so many pawns that are weak in this position, but that's what Vincent wants, is to trade off most of these pieces, to liquidate, because his king can be useful in a pure endgame. The king can run over to the center of the board. It can't do that if the rooks remain. So I do believe that Vincent's doing everything necessary to try and hold this game. A rook takes c4 has just been played. Bishop a5. If you trade the rooks, then this bishop can go to c4 and you win this pawn. White's only going to be 1 pawn ahead, and with the presence of opposite colored bishops, Tanya, I feel pretty strongly that black is going to be able to hold this.
Wow, that would be amazing if Vincent actually survives this very difficult game and shows amazing defensive resources. He had a tough task ahead of him on day 2 against Magnus with a difficult rook ending, which he went on to lose. But today, with this opposite color bishop, and we might very well be seeing it as you're pointing out, it looks like Vincent might survive this one, but he still has work to do. Speaking about pure endgames, we have a pure king pawn ending in the Gukesh versus Nordirbek board. Let's just zoom out and get our overview, our bird's eye view of the positions that are going on. We've got endgames all around, except, of course, Fabi still playing against Jordan, as we can see in the bottom left here, with that exchange sacrifice. The bishop on e5 still remains. c4 was the move played. Jordan still thinking in a very difficult position. Meanwhile, Arjun versus Levon. And this is a minor piece endgame, a pure minor piece endgame with a good bishop versus a bad knight. These, let me tell you, are so difficult to defend. And notice white's weaknesses. The pawn on e3, the pawn on g3, they're all on dark squares. Easy targets for black. So I think Levon's going to be grinding this down. And then we've got the Pragg versus Vincent, which we just discussed. I want to take your attention to Gukesh and Nordirbek. All the pieces are traded off. We've got a pure king pawn ending, and let's deep dive into that one and see if either of the players have any chances. Because, Robert, usually in a king pawn ending, the side with a double pawn is under a massive disadvantage. But I see a rival bar, and it says that yes, despite black practically being a pawn up on the queen side, it's still equal.
Yeah, the reason why is because white can spring free a passed pawn if black tries to win. Let's just make a bunch of moves where the king goes this way. Whoa. What? Why? I guess the eval bar just freaked out for a second. I was like, did I make a mistake? No. King c3, king e7, king back, king back. So the point is, if the king goes all the way this way, at some point, white is going to play for f4. And it looks really promising for white, right? Because you are threatening this pawn. If black takes, now white will be able to get a pass pawn on the king side. But wait a second. Let's say I go a6 and you take here. What pass pawn is white ever going to get? White's up a pawn in this position. But practically speaking, you're down a pawn because g6 is covered. This one pawn covers two of white's pawns. So it is essentially white being down a pawn over here on the queen side, even though white is up a pawn with the pawn on g5. It's a very weird dynamic, Tanya, but that's what happens when you have double pawns in the endgame. They don't actually help each other, whereas if you had an f pawn, it would help spring free a passer. With double e pawns, with double g pawns, you can't do that.
That's such a unique king pawn endgame, and this idea makes me feel that why can't Gukesh just immediately go for e3 f4, trying to free up his double pawns, trying to create a passer before that black activity that you were pointing out on the queen side happened. Don't waste time with king moves. Go e3, go f4, and make sure that black's king is just stuck on the king side.
Right, because you want to get this very quickly. And something else we should note is that 2 white pawns can take care of 3 black pawns. If I play a4 at some moment and you play a6, you're not getting your pass pawn. And in fact, you're going to lose the game because I can play a5. And if you play b5, now I can successfully take. And 1, 2, 3, thank you very much. That's a queen. And if you take this pawn on a5, then the white king is too fast. It's going to go up this way. I guess somehow it's saying that king c3, it's going up and down, but it's winning for sure. I don't need this eval bar to tell me that. The white king just runs and wins the pawns and wins the game. And you still will have e3, f4. And at least those are, tempo moves to toss the move back to the opponent. But the black king is way, way, way too far away to deal with all of this stuff. And this is what I meant. Once we get here, I just go king a5. And if I need to lose a tempo, I could push my e-pawn. But I don't need to do that because the king goes to b5, wins c-pawn, and we have an extra pawn that's a passer. So my long story short is that the 2 white pawns will take care of this b5 square. And so black cannot actually create a pass pawn over here. And after king g7, one of my other questions, if 2 pawns take care of 3, can white even think about bringing the king over here? Because if I play this move f4, and you take, and I get here, I'm just wondering if in some universes you can go after the pawn on h4. I'm not sure.
It's very possible. I think black has to keep the king close to the g-pawn. You want the option to play king g6 when required, when white does make the move f4. So some really interesting dynamics in this king pawn ending. At first, it feels that if anyone should be able to try, it's got to be black with those 2 double pawns. But in fact, with these ideas of a4, blocking those 3 pawns on the queen side, and e3, f4, targeting the king side, it's actually black that needs to be careful here with the king moves, deciding where you want to place the king. This could be Gukesh's chance, and it's Nordirbek who has to play a very precise king pawn endgame.
It's a role reversal of the Olympiad where Gukesh was better and overpressed. If Nordirbek overpresses, he could lose this game, but it does look like it still remains in the balance. It should be a split point with proper play. So we're going to take a moment here because the players are nearing the time control. We're going to take a quick break before we hit that moment. But before we do, we're just going to reset, relax, and ask you, are you trying to get your friends into chess? Because now you can challenge any iOS user with the Chess.com iMessage app. Your friend doesn't need an account, just tap and play. Text an old friend, a family member, or your crush who you have no idea how to talk to. Head over to go.chess.com/iMessage or use the command message in chat to learn how. We'll be right back for more from round 3 of the 2023 Tata Steel Chess Masters.
Just played an exciting game and want to see if you got a brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved? Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game Review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
Who's next? That's the question that everyone wants answered. Will it be one of these two players we see on screen, Praggnanandhaa or Vincent Keymer? They're not really next. They're the current generation of talent. They may be young in age, but their chess strength speaks for itself. They are above 2,700. I guess they're not technically above 2,700, but everybody considers them that. And we see the rising stars of this year's edition. Tanya, we're very familiar with them at this point.
This is the youngest ever Tata Steel Masters, and that is saying something when you've got the youngest ever Tata Steel Masters also being the strongest ever Tata Steel Masters. Just goes on to show the strength of this young wave of talent, and that's what we've been seeing, Robert, for the last year over the pandemic. Just what a mark they've made in the established elite world of chess, from Pragnananda's phenomenal performance at the Champions Chess Tour, Nihal Serene going into the finals of the global championship, and of course the Olympiad, which was the breakout moment really for this new wave, this new generation that is marking their claim at the top spot in the chess world, with the very young Uzbeki team taking the gold medal, and also the youngsters from India. It was the India B team, comprising of many players who are currently playing in the Tata Steel A group, who took the bronze medal. And right now, the two players that we've got in front of us are the two front runners. Vincent Keimer with his win at the Grenke Masters, a meteoric rise for Arjun Erigaisi. This is the chess we love, where you've got these hungry for success, hungry for opportunity, talents of the world fighting against what is the best that the chess world has to offer.
Yes, and sometimes you get punished when you play the best players in the world. We saw that happen with Gukesh in rounds 1 and 2. He lost to Ding Liren with the white pieces. Then he had black against Anish Giri, and that was great prep and great ideas and execution by Anish. So the youngsters, they can punch above their age range, but sometimes they face that experience, that strong preparation that's been years in the making, and it can cause them problems. But in this matchup between two teenagers, it looks like, now that the dust has settled a bit, White is currently up a couple pawns. The d5 pawn is loose. These are double isolated, but also pass pawns, and you have an outside pass pawn as well. So Black does need to be careful here. This is not just some kind of easy draw, nothing of the sort. A move that comes to mind is knight to b5 over here, trying to protect the d5 pawn by giving a check, a fork on c7. But then I think the black knight jumps out to c5. The king does the knight's task of blockading the pawns and putting pressure on these pawns and the a4 pawn. So, Tanya, I just feel like the white pawns are going to fall, at least one of them. And if that's the case, then Vincent is getting closer and closer to holding this half point.
He's such a fighter. Robert, Vincent has shown in difficult positions the kind of resistance he can put up in round 2 against Magnus. He got into trouble early on, but really made life difficult for the world champion. And this one as well, after coming into a lot of pressure out of the opening, he is fighting back in an opposite color bishop endgame, which gives him hope. He's getting closer, but still there's a lot of work to be done. And as you were mentioning, of course, what the youngsters have in ambition and hunger often lack in experience. And that's why these elite players of the world, like Anish, when they're playing against Gukesh, they want to make the most of these opportunity. As they say, beat them when they're young.
That is certainly necessary for some of these players, because Ali Reza Firouzja, you need to beat him when he was like 10 years old, because now he's nearly 2,800. But let's actually zoom out from this game, because we do have many interesting end games that are ongoing. And as we look at them, things have changed in the game between Levon Aronian and Arjun Erigaisi. It's bishop and 3 pawns against knight and 3 pawns. That's the center game on the bottom row. It says better for black because you have an outside pass pawn, and knights are short range pieces, bishops are long range. And we maybe will dive into that in a second, but I first want to go to the pawn endgame, the king and pawn endgame between Gukesh and Abdusattorov, because they have been trying to make progress in this position. And I want to put this on the board because I think there are some nuances here that are really important for people who are learning the end game. The move just played was king to c7. It was black's turn. You can't move any of your pawns. You couldn't do that. If king to b5 is played, king b7, and the king just goes back, now the black king goes to c6. And if you bring your king back here, you see the evaluation drop because black is going to get a pass pawn. Now, just because you get a pass pawn doesn't mean the game is over. And the reason why is if you go b4 check, and I just wait for your king to approach a5, and I go king a2, and you go king a5, then I go king b3, and your king can't get in. And if your king can't get in, your pawn can't go forward. So I'm just trying to show different situations where even though there's a clean passed pawn, you might not actually be able to use it to your advantage because of a blockade. So we are seeing king b5, king b7. And if f4 is played, black, I do not think, is going to be taking this pawn, because if you take the pawn, you see sky-high evaluation. You have given white some opportunity to create a passer. If king c7, f5, you just want to sit and wait. Good for you. I take, and then my g-pawn is running, and you can't stop it. So this is really important. You give up your pawn on g5. You just move your king away. After pawn takes, you move your king back, because this pawn cannot go anywhere. This pawn cannot go anywhere. Black has everything under control despite being a pawn down. Sorry, Tanya, I just really wanted to emphasize that point.
This was a masterclass that you just gave, and of such importance, because really king pawn endings are super instructive, and you pointed out and highlighted all the important factors in this one. How black keeps it under control on the queen side, making sure that white's king cannot advance any further from b5 after you go king b7. It doesn't even matter if you take your king to a6. Black will have the move king to c6, and you've got everything sorted there. But the more important point is, how do you handle the king side? And super critical to make sure that you understand the idea that the g5 pawn can simply be given up. White can be a pawn up, but cannot go on to make any more progress. Even if this position was to come, black falls back with the king to c7, and after king b5 will not be able to repeat anymore. Not to repeat, but not to be able to take on g5 and make any more progress. And Robert, I think this one will end in a draw, in a king pawn ending that required precision, but both players have shown that they're up for it and their endgame knowledge is on point.
And yeah, there's one last point I want to make, is if you play f5, you see again the evaluation change, because pawn takes, white may be thinking about getting a queen, but black actually sacrifices a pawn. It's not about pawn quantity in many endgames. It's about the quality. h6, g4, h3. The black pawn gets to the other side, whereas white doesn't get there, because if you take, the king is already in the square. So you're not going to make a queen. If you play f6, the king goes back, and now the king is in the other square. Your g-pawn is too slow, because h2, h1 is a queen in just a couple turns. So I just wanted to point all these little things out. They're very important, and we are going to see a draw very shortly. I think we might see this draw. After king c6, pawn g5, king c7, we'll see the move king a7, and these moves are going to be forced back and forth. King c6 to c7, king a6 to a7, because if the white king decided to go back to b5, king b7, and you bring your king back, and we get this situation where the king drops back, you see black is now suddenly winning because you have a passed pawn. So even though white is a pawn ahead, black is not playing b4. I showed why that doesn't work. You take on c4 and then play king b6. The king will have to move at some point soon. The king goes up. I push my pawn. I'm going to keep doing that. Use the pawn as a decoy. And this king is going to go full Pac-Man and take all of these pawns on the king side.
Robert, you've just called out the whole game, because as you were pointing out, the players realize these lines, and we're seeing the current position with king c7. And very important that after king a7, king c6, white also doesn't have the option to go king b8, trying to come from the other side. He's too slow getting over to the king side, because black just goes on to queen the c pawn, and it's going to be a lot faster. And there we see king a7 has been played on the board, king c6, king a6. It's the only way. It's almost like a mutual zigzag with only one good move for both players, and this will end in handshakes. But a nice technique there by Gukesh and by Nordirbek. With this draw, Gukesh finally starts on the leaderboard.
And there it is. The draw is agreed. No progress could be made. These two youngsters, they're talking about the game. They will see so much more of each other. I hope that they're friends, because they're going to go face to face for decades to come. But in this particular game, progress was stalled. No side could inch into the other person's position any more than we saw. A draw was the correct result, Tanya. I think it was a well-played game. And for Gukesh, he could take a bit of a breath. He has made a draw. He's on the scoreboard. And now 10 rounds remain. Take it game by game.
These two players have such a bright future ahead of them. And Robert, you're absolutely right. Along that path, they will face each other time and time again. And every time that they've played so far, it's been fighting chess. And this game also coming down to a king-pawn endgame where it was forced into a repetition, just goes on to show that neither of them are willing to back down. And they stay on the board to analyze the subtleties of the position. Just goes on to show how chess always wins, and their priority is to get stronger. And regardless of how competitive they are on the board, once it's over, the main motive is to get stronger and to get better.
Absolutely. So these two, they shake hands and they're going to talk about it for a while. I mean, it was an interesting game. Lots of subtleties that when you just quickly press the next button and you're, just clicking next move, you don't analyze as much. And so for these players, they want to talk about it, see what their thoughts were, see what the other player was thinking. And it's just such a good sight to see, honestly, because these two players are the future of chess. They're the present of chess. Nordirbek is an Olympiad gold medalist with his team. Gukesh won the Olympiad gold medal for board 1 ahead of all of the best players on the planet. So these two are just magnificent chess players, great human beings, and they are going to be role models for the next generation of chess superstars. But with that game in the books, we still have 3 games remaining. The other 2 teenagers are facing off in Praggnanandhaa and Vincent Keimer. Arjun Erigaisi, he's trying to survive against Levon Aronian in that game. So, Tanya, I feel like with Jordan van Forest struggling, it looks like he's going to go down in that one against Fabiano. Maybe we should tune into the end game between Arjun and Levon.
Absolutely, and we see the two youngsters still continue to discuss their games out. I won't be surprised if we again see the arbiters intervene and say it's time to go back, the other games are on. But right now, they're just involved in their discussion. What also is amazing about Nordirbek and Gukesh is just how modest and kind they are off the boards. They're extremely soft-spoken, and whenever you talk to them, it's always a pleasant feeling. You tend to forget just how strong they are over the board and their killer instinct that they have to win every single game. But for now, that one ended in a draw, and this one is going to be a tough one for Arjun. He is trying to save half a point. We've been talking about the importance of a good bishop against a knight in an endgame where you've got pawns alive on both sides. But as there are few pawns left, an important point to note, Robert, is that black's h-pawn is of the wrong color. And what do I mean by that? What I mean is that black has got a dark squared bishop. But take notice of that h1 square. That is a light color square, which means that if every pawn got traded, if white was, let's say, to sacrifice his knight for the a pawn and somehow managed to pick up the g pawn, even if black was ahead by a piece, this endgame would end in a draw. So this is a motive that white definitely has in mind as a defensive resource.
I'm glad you brought that up because I think people are tired of when I say that. That's my favorite thing to mention on broadcast is bishop and rook pawns. The good news for Levon, though, is the A pawn is actually the correct color with this bishop. So if the A pawn is left, then you can win. If the H pawn is left, as Tanya was just saying, you're not going to be winning the game, even if you're a full bishop and pawn ahead. Just chess, that's a theoretical draw. So how does Arjun approach this? I would think about bringing my king in opposition with the enemy king, because what does Levon want to do? Move his king out the way and push that pawn up the board. Knights are notoriously bad at dealing with the side of the board. They're slow-moving pieces, and they can't lose a tempo, and a bishop can. So if there's a position where it's best to pass the turn, a knight can't do that while a bishop can. So King c4 comes to mind, Tanya, just to keep the king boxed in. But maybe this king can also start running towards the enemy pawns on the king side. If the white king goes after the a6 pawn, the black king may venture on over to the king side.
One thing white has to really try and do in this position is create his own counterplay with the e-pawn. You need to try to march it down the board as quickly as you can to put pressure. Like you mentioned, Robert, the knight is a bad piece to defend an outside passer. Not just that, the defensive resource of sacrificing your piece to play for that wrong-colored rook pawn square in this position gets trickier, and that's because of the double pawns that white has on g2, g3. Just imagine, how do you ever trade off black's g7 pawn? It's next to impossible for white's pawn to trade off that g7 pawn. So the defensive resource is super hard to achieve. So what white has to focus on is to create counterplay with the e pawn, as well as delay black's advance as much as possible. I like your idea of king c4, and if black continues with king a3, white should already think about pushing his own pawns. Go e4, go e5, and at some opportune moment, sacrifice your knight for the a pawn, go in with your king all the way to f7, and that's how you can try and hold this game.
Yeah, if that king can go all the way to f7, then you are definitely going to get this g-pawn. And the knight will have to take care of the a-pawn, but that's notoriously difficult. So we see the eval bar saying 0.7. It's not that straightforward for white in many of these positions, because let's just go forward with king to c4, and I'm just going to make a move like bishop f8. Well, it turns out it was a terrible move, so let's take it back. Bishop g5, let's attack a pawn. Okay, sure. The knight has to go back to f1. I play a5. E4. So we're getting sort of what we were talking about. E5, king to B2. If this king goes to B5 and takes this pawn, I'm wondering now if the white king is too far away and the black king can even actually almost trap this knight and go after these pawns over here. That's what I was aiming for when I was describing it earlier, is, you know, you have fun with this pawn over here, and maybe I just win the pawn and then go this way. But the point is that white's king is very far away from the remaining action.
This is white's best hope, and this will be the plan that I think we will see Arjun go in with. Will it be good enough to hold or not? Time will tell. Levon will, of course, push this to the end. It's a game that he's playing for 2 results. Arjun is the one who needs to be precise. This is a big game.
It certainly is, and they've already reached move 40, which means that they received that extra time, and there's plenty of time on their clocks for now. So let's zoom out once again. I know there are going to be intricacies in every single endgame. I love endgames personally. I find them so much fun to look at and to dissect, and we'll see how much fun he has in trying to make this draw. But for now, Levon is in the driver's seat. But I was noticing, Tanya, look at the game between Fabiano and Jordan. It's gone from bad to worse to probably just completely lost at this point.
Fabi is the only one who's having fun in that, and deservingly so. You just cannot make a one-move blunder against one of the best players in the world. I still cannot believe Jordan missed that trick after h4. That was truly the turning point in the game, and after that, it's just been all suffering for him. The current position, bishop d6. I really like this move by Fabi, getting rid of black's biggest defender. Look at that king on f8. It is absolutely naked there with the f5 pawn hanging. If you were to trade on d6, white gets a superpower on d6. Not just that, knight f5 in the air. Your king is weak. White's got a huge pawn on d6. c5 coming in for support. This is game over. You haven't succeeded in creating a single threat. Not just that, the queen on d5, the knight on e3 control the only soft spot in white's position. That is the pawn on g2. And you just cannot make anything out of the queen and the rook.
No, this is completely lost. f5 is falling. Right now, by the way, white has 3 pawns and this knight for this rook over here. That is a material advantage. A 4th pawn is falling. The king on f8 is looking like it might get checkmated at any moment. And if you take on d6 and give me a pass pawn, you're going to be stuck blockading it, and you probably will successfully do that. So Fabiano Caruana is completely winning thanks to a massive blunder from Jordan van Forest. The position was unclear. They were struggling, but then the struggle was no more once he blundered his pawn on g4. And I'm just going to quickly show that moment once more if you're tuning in. This move, h4, hanging the pawn on g4 because queen g6 would be checkmate. The pawn on h5 was defending this pawn on g4. A really tragic blunder for Jordan and a great win for Fabiano. He doesn't care how it happens. The fact that he's winning is the most important thing. So just to show that checkmate for everybody to see, the bishop was doing the hero's work. The queen swoops in, and that would be made. So Tanya, really unfortunate for Jordan. I think he is going to be very hard on himself after the first 3 games of this tournament.
It's a hopeless position that he has right now, and I am certain that thoughts of resignation are already in his head. How do you control everything? It's impossible. You can think about a move like Rook f6, trying to defend the f5 pawn, but then White jumps in with the queen to the central square of e5, and again your position completely falls apart. If you can just have that on the board, Robert, just to show how big a mess this really is for the black pieces. Rook f6, trying to say that I'm not going to give you a pass pawn. I will defend my f5 pawn. But after queen e5, everything falls apart. Your rook on f6 hangs, the bishop on e7 hangs, and Jordan finally decides to make the move queen e6, offering a queen trade. White just needs to be slightly careful and don't get greedy by picking up that f5 pawn with the knight, because knight f5 would be absolute disaster. Queen e1 would be checkmate.
That would be the worst one-move blunder we might have ever see. But Fabiano Caruana, and he's nearing the time control. It's move 40. He takes on e6, and this should be very simple from here, because once the rook takes back on e6, knight takes on f5, getting a fourth extra pawn, hitting this bishop. So you have to take on d6, otherwise White goes into a winning king at pawn endgame, and after bishop takes, pawn takes, you have a passer. That's game over. Fabiano Caruana is just going to move these pawns up the board and win the game. He has so many extra pawns. The knight against the rook, it's just too much. So unfortunate for Jordan, but c takes d6 is very simple right now.
And you don't even have an option to stop the pawns from rolling down the board. If we just play on a couple of moves after bishop d6, c takes d6, you can't go king g8, king e8, because there's a fork on g7. Knight g7 wins the rook, wins the answering king pawn endgame. So you have to actually give a check on e1 before you move the king. And then king comes to f2. Now if you go rook c1, d7, probably wait with d7, because rook to d1 might be a little tricky after that. I was very excited about d7 here.
I was just showing your point that the king can't get to the e7 square because the knight covers it, and also the knight covers d4. So your point still certainly holds as long as you don't rush with d7, because then the rook comes back to d1 to grab the pawn. And still, White should be winning, because you could take this pawn h4, and you have three passers with that knight. So you can blunder your most advanced pass pawn and still be winning. But Fabiano, he doesn't want to make any mistakes at this point. I wonder what exactly he's thinking about. Would he really take on d6 with the knight? That just looks wrong. So c takes d6 is automatic, but he hasn't played it yet.
C takes d6. And just to finish what I was saying, Robert, after c takes d6, rook e1, king f2, we were pointing out that rook c1 doesn't have a threat, because once you take on c4, there's d7. But even if you go rook d1, the c pawn just advances down the board. Let's say rook d1, c5, and king e8 is not in time, because White gets in c6, and it just looks like White is rolling down the board. And I am equally surprised that Fabi hasn't just blitzed out c takes d6. Why is he thinking in this position?
Maybe he's just composing himself. He reached move 40. He doesn't need to rush. Maybe he's enjoying it. It's the first time all tournament where he's had an advantage, and now he has a huge advantage. So he's just taking stock of the position, completely winning for him. He's going to take c takes d6. I just can't imagine a world where you don't take with this pawn, advancing towards the other side and creating two pass pawns with one move. I don't know. Maybe is he really thinking about knight takes d6? I have a hard time believing that.
I don't think so. I think it's just a professional approach. They've just made time control. It is the 41st move. Yes, he knows he's completely winning, but these guys are pros, and they just want to calm down, compose after making that time control. He did have enough time on the clock anyway, but I like it that regardless of how winning he is, he continues the correct way to play right after you made time control. You always take it easy. You always just calm yourself down and then make the next move. Eventually, he does go on to pick up the bishop with the c5 pawn. Of course, that's what he decided in the first 10 seconds, but he just first takes a deep breath.
And Jordan, I mean, he makes this move, rook e1 check, king comes to f2, and it's clear, the look on his face says it all, but also the position does the talking, because king to e3 We keep talking about it. If you take this pawn on c4, d7 happens, the knight takes away the king's square, and that means the king can't stop the pawn. So if the king just joins the party with king e3 to d4, your pawns are going to be pushing along with the king's help. It seems like there's nothing that black can do. Once this king reaches d5, it's completely over.
And we see Jordan get up and leave the board. Fabi having a think. Of course, I did blunder into d7. Fabi must not do that. Even if it's winning after that, you just have to win the position all over again. Don't do that. I like your idea of getting the king into the battle. King e3, and once king goes to e8, your king comes in to defend the c4 pawn and will also support its march down the board. This looks like it's going to be a Fabi point, which means that he will move on to 2 points and join Magnus Carlsen, Ding Liren. There we see Jordan return to the board, return to the misery that's been his game thus far, blundering that pawn on g4 and a nice conversion. But for me, what really stands out about this match has been Fabi's king h1, king g1. In a position where it felt that he had everything, he makes these small moves and immediately we see his opponent collapsing. And that was a very interesting moment. King e3 played, Jordan there shaking his head. I get the feeling that he is going to resign soon. He makes the move king e8 and expecting Fabi to continue with the king march.
King d4 is obvious now, and I think Jordan's going to play a few quick moves and then just resign. But for Fabiano, this is a really important victory for him because he did not have a good 2022 in classical chess. His blitz rating went through the roof, right? Over 2,800. I think he was number 2 in the world in blitz and during some of the rating lists. Then at the World Rapid Championship, he ended up with a bronze medal, 3rd place. So he performed really well in the quicker type controls. He also won some events. He won the American Cup, which was a knockout event that was classical chess. He won the U.S. Championship, which was also classical. But in the events that mattered, right, he had played the Candidates Tournament. After the first half, he was 5 out of 7. He did not know that Magnus Carlsen was going to step down. He thought that Magnus for sure was going to play. Because if he knew that Magnus would not have been playing the World Championship, he would have sailed through the second half and end up in 2nd place. But he thought 100% certainty that Magnus would play, so he needed to go all out and win. It completely backfired. He stumbled down the stretch, losing many games in that second half, and then he had to pick up the pieces from there. His rating was gone. His chance of the World Championship title was gone. He played in the Olympiad, performed very poorly there. Hard to find motivation, but then he was able to right the ship later on. So for Fabiano, I think gaining this confidence, trying to win this tournament, he needs this game right here. He's getting it, and it's just step 1 of a very long event.
The candidates were so unique in that aspect with Magnus's decision, and one understands where that decision came from. It was a personal choice with what Magnus wanted to do with regard to the World Championship match. But Robert, I always had the feeling that decision on him had to come before the candidates. And of course, he did nothing wrong because there was a certain timeline by which he had to give the answer, whether he was going to play the match or not. And he respected that and acted upon it. But I just feel had that timeline been different, the candidates would have been very different as well, because the players would know what they were fighting for. Was it a tournament where only the first place mattered? Or was it a tournament where you could come second and still try for the World Championship match? And these were, of course, questions from the past, and it's a lot of what ifs. But the one thing that really stood out to me was that Magnus's decision and FIDE's question about whether Magnus wanted to play the World Championship or not, this was a call that had to be taken, decided upon, and mentioned out before the candidates started.
And maybe the deeper and bigger question, the overarching one, is there really a World Championship without Magnus Carlsen? Right? I think that has to play in people's minds. Jan Nepomsky and Ding Liren will have an opportunity to be crowned world champion. Well, we think. We have no information about it. FIDE hasn't released anything. But even if there's a winner there, it's kind of unfortunate that most of the public is just going to be like, okay, well, you won a match. It was just a match against a strong player, not against Magnus Carlsen. And Magnus is the best player, and he will remain the best player until someone proves otherwise. it doesn't matter that he's not playing the World Championship. So this game here is not for the World Championship. It's just for the Tata Steel chess tournament. I think we can zoom out from here because Fabiano Caruana for sure will win this game as he marches his pawns up the board. And I thought there was going to be a handshake, but not yet. But we do have the two other games. We're in the end game. Tanya, it looks like on the bottom right, it's no longer an extra pawn for Pragnanda.
And it looks like it's all fizzling out now. No extra pawn. Well, you've still got a passer on d6, as we can see, and it's still very much alive. But knight jumping on to c4, there are attacks there. It definitely looks like everything's fine for Vincent. Meanwhile, Arjun's board, the center board against Levon. Let's take a look at that. You've got the double pawn still on the g file. White did go king c4. This was the line that we were calling out, Robert. It has happened. It will be all about White creating chances with the e-pawn and Black's king coming over to the other side with the march that you were talking about with king a3, king b2. Meanwhile, White has to create his own chances, pushing that e-pawn down the board. It's going to be all about timing and precision in this one. Levon's still pushing, but I think Arjun's close enough to make a draw.
Yeah, it seems that way. And the king for White is going to have to deal with the a-pawn because the knight is far away. It takes a lot of time. So I just want to look at that again. King a3, e4. Let's say we go a5 and don't actually give you the pawn. Because earlier I was saying the king would win this and the black king would do all that stuff. So let's say after e5, White plays a4. The problem it appears is king c3, and somehow White is better now because the bishop is tied to this pawn and the king is going to be stuck here. So it means e6, knight e3, and the tides turn in White's favor. That's amazing. I was just kind of making moves mindlessly, but you can't do that in a position like this. And look at Levon. He goes king to a5, Tanya. He says, I'm going to go king b6, and I'm going to make your task more difficult. If you want this pawn, you're going to really have to come and get it. And then the black king will sprint on over towards the center, and the pawn is still not advanced very far.
That's a really cool idea what Lev has done. And it actually makes a lot of sense. Let's just try and play a couple of moves and see what Levon has in mind. Let's try and get into his brain right now, Robert. Let's say you go e4, king b6, e5, you go king c6. And what you really want to do is go king d7, king e6 next. Now, White's king cannot go all the way to the king side because the a-pawn will be unstoppable then. So let's say you play knight to h2, trying to activate the knight, the only square available. King to d7. I still don't care about king d5 because my a-pawn will be strong enough. Knight f3 or knight g4. And now you get your king to e6. You can't ever take on g5. A king-pawn ending will be dead lost. This will be game over because White's king is way too far and distracted with the a-pawn. But let's back up. Let's say White's king starts the march along to pick up the a6 pawn. King c5 or king b4 come to mind. You say your knight is defending the e5 pawn. But now what Black wants to do is get the bishop into the game. You can go bishop to c1, bishop to b2, pick up that e5 pawn. Meanwhile, White will win the a6 pawn, but the king will be super far away. Black will simply come up with the king to g4, also win the g3 pawn. And this is what Lev has in mind. King a5, a retreating move with the king. Counterintuitive play in the endgame when you retreat with your king, but what a try.
Yes, and what White needs to do is get this pawn with the knight. You mentioned this earlier. So in this position, if the White king is in fact able to, and I don't even know if we let the king approach the b6 square, I think actually you can keep it out directly and just win the pawn on e5. Your variations are just so strong right now. And if the king went to b4 first, I think we can keep the king out this way with bishop d8, bishop c7, take e5. By the way, Fabiano Caruana has officially won that game against Jordan van Forst. No surprises there, but a win in the books for Fabi.
That's a huge win. He leapfrogs the standing with 2 points now on the leaderboard and felt like a gift really by Jordan this one, playing that move h4 and giving up the pawn, and with that essentially landing up in a lost position. We have 5 games that have ended so far with 4 draws and 1 win for Fabi. Richard Rappo, Wesley So ends in a draw. Gukesh Nordirbek, what a fight. Came down to a king-pawn ending. Both players holding their own. That ended in a draw. The first game was between the world number 1 and world number 2, which finished, and Anish and Parham was also even Steven.
It was, in the 2 games remaining, there could be 2 more draws, and that means Fabiano is the happiest player of today's action. He'd be the only winner, but we still have 2 games left to look at, and we'll have some great matchups for tomorrow as well. I mean, that's the cool thing about this event. 14 players, 13 rounds, and every round promises fun, fighting chess. But at the moment, we see the standings as they currently exist. Round 3 is still in progress. Some of the players like Levon Aronian here trying to jump to that first place tie. Will he be able to take down Arjun Erigaisi, with whom he shares 1 out of 2 on the leaderboard? That's the big question. And Tanya, I really like his position. I'm just not convinced there's enough material remaining based on what we've been talking about, based on how you said the knight willing to sacrifice himself for the G-pawn. But I also trust Levon. I feel like he is so much experience and his technique usually is superb that in an endgame like this, if there's a tricky path to go down, I feel like it's going to be difficult for Arjun.
We've also seen Arjun's resourcefulness, right? He always goes for the dynamic way to defend. So I think he's definitely thinking about this idea of eventually, when the E-pawn gets traded off for the A-pawn, if that is allowed, the knight sacrifice will come. Arjun will try to make it. We see our eval bar. So he's still pretty much in the perimeter of a draw. It's not a lost position yet. Knight to H2 was his last move. He wants to get the knight into the game, expecting black to play out the line that we were talking about here. But Levon slows down. And I'm just wondering if he's thinking about advancing his pawn. Is he thinking about the move A5? Does that change the dynamics in the position?
I think if I want A5, I need my bishop on E7 so I can put it all the way down on A3. If you get your pawn to A3, I think you're just winning. So I want to show that. Let's say A5, knight F3, bishop to E7. I make some kind of random move, A4, and I make another move like knight C2, A3, and the king comes back. The reason why I think this is winning is because if you take here, the black king will end up winning this pawn. So king and pawn endgames are often just winning for black as the white pieces are distracted to the flank while the enemy pieces, the black pieces here, go towards the center. So this position also is kind of a standstill. You can't make progress. The king can't go to these squares. So you could probably even throw in a king C6 first. But this is what Levon undoubtedly wants. He desires a way to get his bishop to E7 and pawn up the board. So knight E1 was a silly move, but let's say go knight D4. After A4, now knight F5 happens, and we get what we're looking for. The knight attacking the G-pawn and the king going after this pawn on A4. But yeah, it's not the end of the story exactly, especially if the black king can sprint on over to the F2 square to make this draw that we keep talking about. I'm just going to show it because I think it's much easier if we do it. This is losing, but I'm going to make it a draw. So everyone, let this happen for a second. All right, here you see it. Going to happen. Whatever, some random move. This position here, the bishop can go to C5, so you don't make it. But this is what we need. Is I'm not going to do it. I'm just making the draw that we keep talking about. And the king just sits in the corner. No matter what, the king is going to stay in these squares. So you can go ahead and pick off these pawns over here, but the white king is going to keep going back and forth. If you go king F2, it's stalemate immediately. How else do you make progress? In fact, you can't. You move your bishop somewhere, king back. King here, king here. You bring your king in, you give this check, the king goes to the corner. It's stalemate. Apparently, this is what? Oh my gosh, is this some kind of crazy win?
I think the point is that at some point you'll be forced to push your pawn and get my pawn onto the G file. There'll be some G4, G5, but these are super complicated endgames. Robert, the most important point is that white has to get the king to H1 at the right time. And as we can see, it's still not over.
Yeah, I'm going to just put the position that we've been talking about, essentially. If you get this position, it is a draw, a theoretical draw. I'm sorry it took us through a whirlwind to get here. This position with bishop, pawn, wrong color, corner square, this is a theoretical draw where the white king just stays in the corner and there's nothing black can do about it. You can look it up. Bishop and rook pawn versus king. This is a draw. And it just goes to show that there are tricky ways, and we saw the eval bar going back and forth, up and down, that there might be some ways where black still wins, and they often revolve around forcing this pawn to go up to g5 and then being able to take that pawn in that manner. I think that this still is a draw here, but it just is important to note what the long-term vision is, and this is what Arjun wants. I know we've gotten away from the game, it would seem, but that's what Arjun is really thinking. Can I get this pawn, give up my knight for this pawn, and then bring my king to the corner? That's what he is thinking about, we promise you.
That's definitely a peek into Arjun's brain right now. And as we can see, the two players, it is still an endgame that's full of life, as is the other one. And Robert, while the players have a think on how they're going to save this difficult position, which is so rich with all these complexities, we're going to go into a short break and be right back.
Interested in becoming a chess streamer like your favorite creators, such as Hikaru, Gotham Chess, and the Botez sisters?
Come on! Look at this! Woo!
Chess.com is excited to announce the Community Streamer Program. Whether you're just getting started with streaming or already established and looking to expand your audience, you can now connect your account to Chess.com and have your stream promoted on the game's largest platform. Simply link your account at chess.com/settings/connected accounts, set your category to chess on Twitch, and start streaming. You'll get an ad-free experience on chess.com. You will pop up on our list of live streamers. Your chess.com profile will feature your Twitch stream, and your stream will be linked to your games on our Play server. Type Command Community Streamer in chat and start growing your stream today.
January in Wijk aan Zee, the Netherlands. For this cozy, coastal town, the holiday season isn't over. In fact, the most wonderful time of the year has really just begun.
And look at the intense focus on Magnus's face. What a performance it has been.
Once again, Wijk aan Zee starts the new year as the center of the chess universe. This year as host of the 85th Tata Steel chess tournament. A magnet for the best players in the game, some recognize the Masters field of 2023 as its strongest in recent memory. Of course, it helps when 8-time Tata Steel chess champion Magnus Carlsen is back. The world's #1 looks to further cement his legacy in this event and the game's history. Chasing Magnus will be amongst the best in chess. Several have been crowned champion here before. Some have even shocked the world in doing so.
We have the winner of the tournament, and it is Jordan van Vereest winning the dramatic Armageddon.
And don't leave out those poised to capture their first Tata title. Although winter, Tata Steel Chess is also known as the place new stars come to bloom. Magnus won here as a teenager. This year's event has its fair share of young players on the rise, each hoping to follow in Carlsen's footsteps.
Look at Prague.
He smells blood, and he is not letting this game go.
The Dutch refer to Tata Steel as the Wimbledon of chess. For 85 years in running, this tournament continues to be steeped in prestige and legacy, and does so again in this welcoming little Dutch town by the sea. Mein Vrienden, it's the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, and it starts right now.
And we return to the playing hall in Wijk aan Zee. Vincent Keimer making his move. His game against Pragnananda still in session. He has been fighting tooth and nail to try to hold this half point, Tanya. He kind of looks like he's been through it. It feels like he's a player who's been exhausted by playing first Magnus Carlsen yesterday, now the black side of this game against Pragnananda today. So I feel for Vincent.
He's so close, but he still has to make sure that he plays precisely till the very end in this one. Robert, you know, the worst is behind him. In this event, with the kind of playing field, every half point matters. And he's going to go all out. He's going to give it his best to save that half a point. He's been in trouble for the majority of the game. He's been playing down upon, but it looks now the situation has liquidated. And let's take a look at our leaderboard. So currently, Prague and Vincent, the game is still on, but we've got Magnus, Fabi, Anish, Ding, and Nordirbek at 2 points going into round 4. Meanwhile, Wesley, Farham, Richard is at 1 point, and Levon still plays. Levon's still trying to win his game against Arjun, but it looks like that one as well is inching towards a draw.
For sure. And Vincent, in his game, he would love to be able to get that half point and get the white pieces once more. And as you're talking about Levon and Arjun, he has shown great defensive skills throughout the first 2 days. Now in day 3, he needs to hold that to the end. But let's first dive into the game between Pragnananda and Vincent. The last moves that were played, we left off a little while back, but the Black King was running towards the center, and the bishop ran back to d2. And after knight c5, a5, now the d5 pawn was taken, and bishop b4, knight a6. Why did he give up the pawn? That's the big question, because after knight b8, knight c6 is kind of a threat. It sounds weird to frame it like that, Tanya, but trading off the knights should be an immediate draw. So because Pragnananda wants to play on, he jumped with his knight to f5 and then into e7, attacking this bishop. But the bishop went to b7, and now knight c6 is a threat. You put that in air quotes because it doesn't win material, but it will liquidate, attacking the pawn on a5 and threatening the knight on e7. So that's why Prague went g3, and after knight c6, moved his knight back to d5, giving up the a pawn.
And then we had a check with the knight on f6, still trying to be a pawn up, still winning that pawn on h7. But the problem with the piece placement is that after knight h7, black has a nice reply, Robert. Now you can take advantage of the discoordination between white's forces. Let's say Pragg picks up that pawn on h7. Black has the option. Vincent is considering to go knight c4, and that's what I'm expecting. And the problem is that you don't have a good square for the bishop. You can go to either b4 or c5. Either ways, the geometry of the position is such that this gives black the option to go knight e5, threatening a fork on d3, threatening a fork on g4, either winning the h2 pawn or driving the bishop away. And in this way, Vincent can keep the material balance, which is why he gave this position a long thought before deciding to retreat with the king to d8. It is the most accurate move in the position, getting away from all knight checks. A retreating move by the king so that the king is super safe on d8.
Because if the king went up to e6, to your point, there could be a knight g5 check with a fork of king and pawn. So he stayed out of harm's way by going back to d8. And as you were indicating in this line, no matter which square the bishop goes to, the knight can always hop back to e5 with this fork of king and pawn. And if you run with your king to jump out of the fork, you can even play bishop a6 check. This move seems pretty straightforward. If the king goes here, you check and win the pawn. If the king goes at f2, you lose a piece and thus the game. Thank you very much. So I feel like with the jumpy knight, the king can keep trying to run somewhere, but eventually black will put the king on d7 and go after this pawn on d6.
It's really a great geometry here, and how black's knight is actually dominating white's bishop, and there are no good squares for white's pieces, which is why Pragg is taking his time before he picks up the h7 pawn. He knows he gets a pawn but loses complete coordination between the pieces.
Right? So the king is on d8 and the pawn on h7 has not been captured yet. So Pragg is thinking, well, if I do that, the knight will jump back into the game, but he can't stop knight c4 as the next move. The good news, though, is if we just make some kind of random, like g4, knight c4, and the bishop comes to b4, now black is a little bit frozen. Your king can never go up to d7 because of this knight on f6. And so sometimes you just leave the status quo with even material, but you just make your opponent's life as difficult as possible. He decides that this still would remain even because the knight can come to e5 and maybe even back to d7. So he takes on h7. At least he's up a pawn, but the knight will quickly hop into c4.
Pragg, we saw him reach out for that pawn on h7, picks it up with the knight. He is up a pawn, but loses coordination between his minor pieces. The black king on d8. I think that was such a nice touch by Vincent, finding this move king to d8. And Robert, this is what separates these players, because their level of maturity is way beyond their age. It would be so easy to make a move like king e6, and then your margin of error keeps getting smaller and smaller. But here Vincent is getting closer to the draw with his precise play, and I am expecting him to jump in with the knight to c4. I think that's the only justification for his move king d8.
Yeah, it looks like perfect defense. And one thing that Pragg, in being up a pawn, has going for him is if he can throw his pawns up very quickly, maybe he can get outside pass pawn. But that's why the knight comes to c4 and into e5, trying to fork the bishop via the d3 square or fork the pawn via the g4 square. So Vincent, I know he was upset after yesterday's loss to Magnus. He has really defended nicely in this game. I think many players would have already lost to Praggnanandhaa, but he found all of the resources he needed to.
He's a fighter. I've been saying it, and this I know from spending a lot of time in commentary with Peter Lecco as well, who is Vincent's trainer. He has been Vincent's coach and mentor for many years, and I think Vincent's style of play is greatly influenced by Peter's as well. And we can see this in him, the way he fights, his coordination between pieces, his positional strategic approach to positions. And in this one, it looks like Pragg has tried everything that he could, but it's not been good enough. Vincent's defenses withstand Pragg's offense here. Knight c4 on the board, and now the knight finds itself centralized on the next move with knight to e5, and everything will be in control. We've got another game going on, so let's see if we can get a bird's eye view and get a quick update on our two remaining games. Let's pull that up here, and we see that Levon's still trying to make his idea work. And as we've got only 2 games remaining, we also see the crowd trickling out from the playing arena. Just a few spectators left, but there are quite a few of them, even though we're well into the 4th hour of gameplay. And there we see Levon still fight it out against Arjun, who, just like Vincent, is showing incredible resistance.
Really nicely done by Arjun. His knight went back to then go forward, and the knight is in the center here on d4. And for Levon, playing a5 becomes difficult now that the king is pushed back. And let's think about a move here. If you play e6 check and the king decides to step up to d6, then knight f5, and we take g7 and we take h5. Of course, white is very happy to win all those pawns. And if you go to a square like c7, I think the white king can even come up the board here, and black needs to be a little bit careful. If the knight gets in here, attacking the bishop, attacking the pawn, trying to promote, you could find yourself in a teeny little bit of danger. I don't think black has any actual problems here, but somehow white got really active. It feels like Arjun made 4 free moves almost.
I agree with you. I mean, the king marches all the way to the center of the board, but Arjun's having a think. It's an important moment for him. E6 is a very committal move. When you've fought this hard and you've come to this point where you can feel that you're so close to saving that half point, you want to really think through moves like e6, because they can prove to be a big blunder in these positions. Of course, we've got the eval bar telling us once you play e6 on the analysis board that everything works out, Robert. But for Arjun to make this move, I think he's going to still take some time and see, because if you move the king to d5, you also need to keep in mind black's pawn moving forward, the a pawn, let's say in that line with e6, king c7, king d5, and then suddenly you're looking at all a5, a4, a3 coming in. You really want your king on c4. You want it to be in reaching distance with that a pawn. So it's going to be interesting to see how Arjun approaches it. We look at him on the screen. His clock's running down. He's just leaned back on his chair. He's not even looking on the board. His attention looks like it's elsewhere. But one thing's clear, and we've been saying this again and again with Arjun, regardless of where he's looking, the board is in his mind. He is calculating this position, trying to get that defense that we've been talking about giving up that knight, getting the king to pick up the a pawn. How does he make all of that work?
Good question. You know, he wants to put every single detail in a perfect little box, nice and tidy, and try to win the game if you're thinking from Levon's perspective. And from Arjun's perspective, you know, you don't want to just make a careless move that gives Levon the upper hand. So e6 is that big decision that we keep talking about, because pawns do not move backwards. And bringing that king to d5, allowing a5, I was wondering if knight c6 with a fork is good, but suddenly I realized bishop b4 is available. If you take on b4, the pawn takes back, you see the evaluation drop. We keep talking about this. The white king is getting distracted away to the queen side, whereas all the remaining pawns are on the king side. The black king just walks right up, and just to show you how this ends, the white king needs to be over on f2, and even if it were on f2, the g pawn could push, but it's too slow. You just go and win the pawn, and you can protect your second pawn, but that's not going to help. Black can, at some point, I don't know if g5 first was good or not. You need to count this one by one, but if the king goes here, you can just push your pawn. And I think we've reached a winning position that no matter where the king goes, it's going to be losing, because if you go to the corner and up, you have to move h3, g3 check, king here, h3 also works, but that's the main point, is you were trying to spring free your passer and deliver a checkmate with a new queen.
It's a really big moment for Arjun, this one, and not easy. I see our evaluation. It says that things are still under control. But all these lines that you're pointing out, Robert, and all this analysis that you're showing, which really brings out how difficult this endgame with such few pieces really is. It's not a clear path for Arjun. We have all these concepts about how a draw can be achieved, but how to get there is completely unclear when you're trying to keep the king side under control as well as the a pawn. If you don't play king d5 or you don't play e6, how are you making improvement in this position as white? Or how are you holding this position as white? You've got to make one of these two moves. Meanwhile, play for Levon is super easy. He wants to go a5 next. What is also a really standout point has been this super tricky plan of Lev, of just walking back with the king. And I think that's really impressive. It just goes on to show what a classy player Levon is. There's a direct path which would be so obvious for all of us. You move forward with your king, try and get it closer to the king side pawn, but Levon actually changes course, and it is getting trickier and trickier for Arjun to save this position. Not easy at all, regardless of what the evaluation is.
Yeah, I was just showing that he went back with his king rather than up the board, and he brings his king back. And I think Arjun, he has played very nicely to this point. You ask what other moves are possible. A move like knight f5, it attacks the bishop and attacks the pawn, but g6 is good because if you take the bishop, you're in that lost king and pawn ending. And if you just have to move your knight back, then black pushes the pawn to a5. King b5 looks good, looks sufficient, but we just were talking about this exact endgame. The bishop supports the pawn. The pawn supports the bishop. They're really good friends over here. And knight c6, the king can always go to e6. You're never going into this endgame with the king and the pawns because black wins. So this is just a huge, huge problem for Arjun as he figures out, can I afford to push my pawn forward? Can I bring my king away from the enemy passed pawn? But you can't do nothing. That's the critical point.
And this is move number 45. He's got 15 more moves to make to meet time control. He's got 25 minutes remaining on the clock, and that can also be a factor because every move is super important. It's so important to be precise in this situation. As we can see that the players are currently on the 45th move. They have completed the first time control. 50 minutes was added to the clock. They need to make move 60 to get to the final time addition of 15 minutes. And of course, with every move, with every press of the clock, they get a 30-second increment. But right now, Arjun has burned about 20 minutes on this move. And that just goes on to show how difficult this moment is.
Because you can't take the move back, especially if it's a pawn push. That pawn is not moving back. And it's not easy here. The eval bar, it can mislead people. It can mislead me. I'm speaking from experience as well, where I'm like, okay, it's just a draw. I'm like, hold up. There may be only one path to maintain that material equality. Not material equality, just equality overall. But in this case, it is all about the material and the ensuing endgame. So e6 might be too committal, and it's process of elimination to some extent. King d5, pawn e6, some kind of knight move somewhere. I don't think you want to bring your king back to b3 because you're going in the wrong direction. Maybe just bishop c5 to kick this knight away and then bring the king to e6. So you need to make a choice, and most moves you can just eliminate off the bat. They don't make so much sense. But I like Levon's strategy of playing h5. He doesn't give white a chance to push the pawn to g4, and then he'll put his pawn on g6. And that way you have connected pawns. You're also taking away critical squares from the white knight.
A critical moment that we keep talking about, and Arjun almost looks like he's distracted, but he's reaching out now and he makes the move. He goes for e6. So all this while he was not looking at the board, Arjun Arigesi was calculating all the lines in his head, in his mind, because otherwise you never make such a move. He's gone for e6. It is the right approach. We see our eval bar says everything is in balance after this. And now King d6, bad idea. As we pointed out, it runs into a fork, knight f5, and white is doing absolutely fine. But the tricky question is, after king goes to c7, how will white respond? And will Arjun continue to play out at precise resistance?
I think he's fully capable. King c7 has been played. And you see Arjun once again looking away from the board, but we know he's working hard and calculating. And it's all about this king going to d5. Knight to f5 is another option. The bishop slides up to f6, and then black will play g6 next to boot the knight from its square. That's why this pawn went to h5. If the pawn were on h6, you couldn't push the pawn to g6 ever. So let's just go back to that moment. I don't want to take it for granted. It seemed random at the time, h5, but in these positions where the knight is coming around to the f5 square, you can't push the g-pawn in the same exact type of position because if you ever push the G pawn, you'd lose H6. And if white pushes the pawn to G4 here, okay, the king is very fast, so I'll bring the king to D5 and threaten E5. But my main point was that the pawn is not pushing without the H pawn going to H5. So I think that Levon had the foresight to recognize that and push it immediately.
That's an amazing point, because that just shows Lev's long vision in this position, that he anticipated that white will try to get the knight on F5, and when that happens, he should be able to make the move G6 without losing that pawn on H6. So H5 was not a surface move. It wasn't a first thought of just defending the knight to G4, but it had a much longer vision, and that's what we're seeing being played out now. It's not that easy for Arjun to make the move knight F5. It will always be pushed out once the bishop moves. Also, let's point out that after knight F5, let's say the bishop moves to F6, and you can never make the move E7, because black then just simply slides with the king to D7, defends that pawn from going to E8, from promoting, and you end up losing that pawn for free. So it's not something that you need to worry about in the position.
Not in the slightest. So Arjun's still on the clock here. Who's in front of the camera there? It's not Levon, so maybe it's an arbiter.
Oh, that's Prague.
I don't know. Oh, it's Prague.
That's Prague.
I didn't see a face. I just saw a back essentially. But Prague, he's playing down the hall over there. So just looking at his friend's game. And well, speaking of Prague and that game, I wonder if any progress has been made. Not really. It's just the position we were talking about earlier. So that's what happens at this stage. The players, they received more time. 50 minutes were added to the clocks at move 40. So until move 60, they have to use that time that they gained. Then when you reach move 60, you get an additional 15 minutes. The Tata Steel tournament uses the really traditional classical time control. And I know some people will say, well, that's so long. Why do they have so much time to play? It's because they play the best chess that way. When you have 1 minute on the clock to start your game, bullet chess, well, you're making sloppy moves. It's not really chess, some people would argue. So they are just trying to allow the game to be as beautifully played as possible. And somebody who has a beautiful style, who sees chess as an art, is Levon Aronian. He is trying to win this game here and go to 2 out of 3, tied for first in the standings. He's a 4-time champion of this event, Tanya. So he knows what it takes to win games like this and to win tournaments like this.
He is playing somebody who is a front runner of this new generation of chess players, while Levon himself is the oldest player in the field. He's 40 years old. He has a rating of 2735. He's a 4-time champion of the Tata Steel Masters. And of course, this is a big game for him. He's trying to squeeze this out, but Arjun holding on to this one, and it's not going to be easy for Lev to get a win out of this.
Not at all. So the king is up on D5. We keep talking about A5 and bishop B4, these kind of ideas, trying to help protect the pawn. But let's talk about it. A5, knight C6, bishop B4. You can't take this bishop on B4. It's what we're talking about. So what can white do? This, just to show you one more time, is losing because the black king grabs the E pawn and then quickly grabs the G pawn. We just showed that ending. So if you can't take on B4, you can't move the king, you lose the knight. You play E7, the king slides over. It says somehow it's still just about level. And maybe it's because the knight can't be captured. Tanya, this might be it. Wow, I didn't see this in advance, but once we're here, you can bring the king back and the black king can't take because then you promote.
This is an amazing line. And if you take bishop e7, you just go knight a5 and hold that without any problem, because unlike the other positions that we've been seeing, white's king is close enough to the king side.
Right, the king gets back over, and with the knight on the board trying to sacrifice for this g7 pawn, we've seen how you can make a draw. Then, as long as these pawns come off the board, even if black is up a bishop, that position would be a draw. You can't mate with just king and bishop versus king. So that's actually unbelievable that in this position, it is, in fact, e7. We were saying earlier, e7's not a move you want to play in so many different variations, but here you have king c4, and I would play bishop to e1, going after this pawn. I don't think you want to lose the pawn on the g3 square, so you would try to hand black double pawns.
And you brought up this move, and that's the first one that came to my mind because of a nice little fork. If you take h takes g4, White has got the idea to go knight e5 and pick up the g4 pawn.
That's right. You can just grab this pawn at any moment. And I actually think this might be just no progress. Because now that you play, you can't take the knight.
You can't take the knight?
I don't think I've ever seen this kind of geometry. Or like, not that I can remember.
But this is a beautiful spot, Robert, that you just put your knight on c6, you defend the e-pawn, which is on e7, black's king is stuck to it, black's bishop is stuck to defending the a5 pawn, and Arjun once again looking really relaxed. It's almost like he's seen this line through. He doesn't seem stressed at all. He played the move e6, he's found the move king d5, and now it's to be seen, does Levon go for a5, which almost seems like it's landing into this forced sequence of moves that you've just pointed out. If not a5, do you see another alternative for Lev to try to continue the pressure? Let's say you make a move like g6, just stopping knight f5 in some situations and keeping the position as is.
I think still just knight c6 and the bishop moves somewhere, let's say down to a3. You can maybe even go after the g pawn, but I was thinking you have to go king d7 and I give you a check and take the pawn.
Nice stuff. It looks like Arjun's really inching towards closing this one up.
If he is able to get knight c6 e7, then yeah, he found a very creative defense here, and a5 has been played. So I wonder how much time Arjun will take.
He doesn't take any time at all and makes an inaccuracy.
Okay, knight b5. What is the idea here? So if the king goes to b6, there might be knight d6, because now you definitely can't take the knight, as the e-pawn will promote.
And you're threatening knight c8 coming in with a fork, so you've got no time to play a4.
Right, a4 would walk right into this fork, and somehow it's still a draw because black also gets a queen, and white gets a queen as well. Wait, does white get a queen? Chess is the most ridiculous game sometimes. Like, if you
so
move
what
your
you mean
knight
is that
somewhere,
after, but we have to find the right square, I think. Exactly, we have to find the right square.
Nobody could see it, but I just rolled my eyes at the board just because this is so absurd. Like,
it's totally absurd.
If you just look at this with the engine on, you're like, okay, it's just a draw the whole way through. And then you get here, which is somehow still a draw. But how is it?
This is unreal.
The reason why, just to show that line one more time, is e7 is always met by king d7, and you can't promote the pawn for white, but black is about to promote. So where in the world does this knight need to go?
Wow.
Can I call a friend? Can I, do we have Magnus's number anywhere? Can we, ask him for the solution to this?
This is for real. This is just unbelievable.
Oh, okay.
And the problem is that you need to find a good square so that black doesn't have king to d7.
I think I got it. By process of elimination. Oh, this is knight f5, a2. If we play e7, we lose because king comes to d7. But if we start with knight takes g7, you get a queen, and then I go e7, I'm going to promote if you take my knight. And if you check my king, you might not have enough checks, and my king will kind of stay in this area over here.
Okay, if Arjun has seen this line and calculated this through and realized it, I mean, that is just impossible to believe. That is impossible to believe because this whole sequence of moves, finding knight f5, knight g7, I mean, I'm speechless. And realizing that black has got no good check to capture the knight or to defend the pawn and this ends in a draw is unreal. This is unbelievable, Robert.
All I can do is shake my head because, I was thinking, now it's just going to be a draw. And I'm just going to go back to how we got here. Knight b5 check, king b6, knight d6, looking like this fork is really good. But then after a4, you got to see, wait, that a pawn is faster. And somehow, some way, the only move is knight to f5 because knight g6, a2, e7, king d7. You can't get your pawn to promote. Your king would have to jump into f7. So Levon actually decided to bring his king back to d8. Maybe he saw that variation as well. They're thinking very deeply about the position. But Tanya, this has been an amazingly tactical endgame when it looked like it might just be peaceful.
I think most players would just leave it at seeing king b6, knight d6, and there's a fork threaten, and you just don't even want to look at anything beyond that. That's how practical chess works. And over the board, I would love to hear their thoughts after the game if they actually saw this line in its entirety, or was it just stopped seeing that knight d6 looks strong enough? In any case, Levon decides to fall back with the king, and now Arjun, taking no time at all for his moves, simply comes back with the knight to c3, stops the a pawn from advancing any further. Bishop b4 played, attacking that knight. You can't put your knight on e4 anymore, because then black does roll down with the pawn a4, and let's say you go king to c4. I think black can play a3 then, say that I can sacrifice the bishop because my pawn is unstoppable.
And if king goes to b3, the king goes to e7. We saw lines like this when the knight was on c6 and untouchable. Now the bishop is untouchable because the pawn promotes, and black steals e6, brings the king over, steals the rest as well. This is a shaky position, it looks like. Knight a4, king e7. So what is Arjun's idea? He has a blockade. That's the good news, is the bishop on b4 is on a dark square. That is the inherent limitation of the bishop. You need to now move the bishop both to b5 and to b4 to keep kicking the knight out and help the pawn go up. Not possible. So what if white just goes king e5? The answer is it's bad, because bishop d6, check, wins this pawn. The bishop will go back to protect a5, and now black will have passed pawns on both sides of the board, and the e6 pawn may not be able to be defended. So king e5 is actually not available. So what is Arjun's plan here, Tanya? Is he going to move the knight around a bunch? You think that's it?
So why can't you go knight to b6? What is it that you're worried about? I want to go knight b6 and maybe give you a check on c8.
I think it's just a single check, though, right? The king can run back. I don't feel confident, but I'm going to make the move. Okay, for some reason. Oh, okay, good. Made a decent move. But I'm just attacking your knight, and if you push e7, the knights are such clumsy pieces. Right? You need to somehow get to this square to help you promote. But as soon as you move the knight, you lose the pawn. And your king needs to be on f7, but you can't walk through the e6 square. And that means that white is completely frozen, and black, on the other hand, will either push the pawn or bring the bishop back first and take on e7, winning for black.
You know, I see our live board and I see our eval bar, and it feels like Arjun's still within the reach of a draw, according to our evaluation. But the last couple of moves that he's played so quickly, Robert, knight b5 and sort of getting the knight from the center of the board to the square a4, I feel like that margin of error has really reduced. He needs to play super precisely right now. As you're mentioning, the g3 pawn is under attack. And I know that there are some ideas where you mentioned earlier, which might be possible, where you go g4. Instead of giving up the g3 pawn as is, you try to double up black's pawns. But it's kind of hard to believe that they would work, one, and two, you have to find the exact moment when to go for it. It just looks like Arjun now again might be in a little bit of a trouble, practically speaking.
I agree with you. I'm just trying to find moves. There are not many pieces remaining, so either you move your knight. We talked about king e5 being bad because you simply pick up the g3 pawn. The king can't go anywhere else because you lose the e6 pawn. So the king can't move. That's eliminated. We have two knight moves, knight b2 and knight b6. No matter which knight move you make, if we go backwards for a second, I think bishop e1 to pick up this pawn is possible. You can also bring your king up the board because the bishop protects e7. So I wasn't even thinking about this initially, but now I'm looking at it. Can the king just march up and start taking these pawns? Because the bishop is such a good long-range piece. It's not out of the question for you to sit your bishop on e7 and bring that king up and try to promote your pawn. So it's looking so dangerous for Arjun, who made a couple moves there very quickly, and now he's sitting and thinking. So I'm worried for his chances.
Still not looking at the board, and he decides to make the move knight b6. Makes a lot of sense. If you've got to move the knight, the b6 square definitely is more active, gives white more chances. And now your move bishop to e1 is the big question. And coming back to the idea that we were talking about, is it the moment to sacrifice the g pawn? Let's say you go g4, because if you allow black to pick up the g3 pawn with the bishop, then it just feels like black's got everything you wanted, an extra pawn, and it'll just be game over. There will be another passer on the other end of the board, impossible to stop. I want to double your pawns, and my aim is to try to pick up that pawn with my king. Let's say you go h takes g4, and now I come in with the king. So king to e5.
Okay, so if I, give you some kind of check, your king will
Maybe f5.
King f. Oh, you know what the problem is?
And the bar
the
drops.
knight is so bad at dealing with rook pawns.
Wow.
They're notoriously bad. So I will give you one of my pawns. Pick your poison. Let's say you take this one. I take on e6. You go king g5. You're trying to hunt down my pawn. I attack your knight. And if the knight goes to a4, this is a known configuration. Bishop on d4 takes away all 4 squares. Remember, knights in the center can go to 8 squares. Knights in the rim can only go to 4. So even if you end up winning this pawn on g4, the black king simply wins the knight on a4. And to finish the variation here, you may think, I'm just in time to get your bishop. And if your bishop moves anywhere, then the knight goes this way. If the bishop goes this way, the knight goes back to b2. I take your knight. I go king to b3, and I go full searching for Bobby Fischer on you and get a queen here. You should have taken the draw. There was none offered.
This is that's rude. This is just unreal what is happening here. It's just amazing how quickly this has gotten so complicated from a position that we thought Arjun was doing everything right, and he still looks pretty relaxed, like he knows exactly what he's doing. So knight b6, and Levon is still having a think, or has he moved king to f6?
I think he just moved that king up to f6. I see that king there on the board. And so he is trying to work his way up and take the pawns with his king. And what is Arjun going to do about it? Oh my goodness, this is such a rich endgame.
And I don't see another move except to hop around with the knight. Your king is tied down to defend the e6 pawn. g4 doesn't get you anything. You can just move your knight to a4 because you can't allow or to d7 with a check, but that just allows king g5. And as we can see, even knight a4 runs into king g5. But king g5, maybe knight c5.
Because if you take, now it's winning for white, not because of what we saw before going for the a pawn, because we keep talking about this win. King d6, a4, e7. I'm 1 square away from promoting. If you try to stop me, now the king reaches d7. The pawn will reach the promised land, and that will be a queen. This is such a complicated endgame. So after knight c5, we can't take. We have to bring our king back, but we just saw this position with the knight potentially coming to a4 or to d7 with check. But I think the reason why knight a4 is a little bit less precise is the bishop can run away. And now, if you bring your knight to c5, I can take it because e6 is in contact. And if you move your knight somewhere else, like knight to b6, I think king f5, avoiding the fork. And if your king moves, you lose the pawn. If your knight moves back to a4, now it's time for my king just go gobble, gobble, win the g pawns, and the h pawn will promote. This is unbelievable.
Just amazing stuff. And Levon really focused there. He has made the move king f6, so he realizes that he needs to get the king to pick up the pawns. And Robert, let's just go back, because king f6 made me think about something that we perhaps missed when you were looking at the option of immediately picking up the g3 pawn. Let's just go back one move, because we were very attracted to the possibility of black playing bishop e1 here. Why not just pick up the pawn immediately? And we came up with the idea of g4. G4, h takes g4. But let's take a deeper look at this position. Actually, if white just stays here, black doesn't have a way to improve. Because yes, you won a pawn, but in a sense, these are double pawns. What you really need is to create a passer on the king's side.
Yep. Just like in the endgame we saw between Gukesh and Abusatarov. We saw a lot of concepts revolving around double pawns, how they cannot help you promote.
And in this position, after h takes g4, you can go in with a check, because now, very importantly, Levon's move, king f6, is impossible. I think can you go king d6, or does that not? Okay, the bar still stays, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, this is so wild. King d7, and if you go oh my god.
Knight d6 is the move?
There's knight d6 and knight b6 because you're attacking the pawn and threatening the fork at the same time.
Oh my god.
Knight d6 also looks really good, and
it works.
it's just it forces the draw here. Queen, and because we promote at the same time, actually this almost loses for white. Like, you have to be very careful in this position to not lose because the black king is snaking away, and you're up a pawn and g2. Oh my gosh, it's still zeros, of course, because
I wonder if queen
obviously
e5 won't be a draw, yeah? This king pawn endgame? What?
Oh, you're
no
right.
way. Whoa.
You are correct. King h4.
King f4 was the idea.
Yeah, king f4 here, but then there's g6.
Oh my god.
I wasted tempo. Somehow this. Oh my gosh, you go king f5, and if g6, you go king g5. So when the king takes, you take this pawn and go back and then take that pawn. Oh,
and look at the construction on the board. Just look at this. All the king and all the pawns are on the g file. G6, king g5, g4, king g3, g2. This is aesthetics.
It's like a kebab, you know? It's a skewer.
It's like a skewer, yeah.
Well, now that we found this position, Arjun, of course, sees everything that we just talked about, as does Levon. I mean, this endgame is so much more difficult than meets the eye. It's really tough to figure out what move to make at any turn because you have to see so deeply.
This is just amazing stuff. And Levon realizing these points and understanding that the aim for black is to create another passer. So he can't really allow a doubling up of the pawn. And that makes me feel, Robert, that if we were to go g4 here, I think Lev wants to go h4. He doesn't even want to pick up the g4 pawn.
Oh, so you can play h4, king g5, king take. In general, you're saying that you're going to ignore the pawn, pass it, and then bring your king up to take the rest.
It very well could be the idea. Levon's played king f6. He wants to pick up the g pawn with his king. Arjun continues to look around, not taking a look at the board at all. And when he does, he tends to just make his move really quickly. I think he can feel it now that it's gotten a bit out of hand. And you know, that moment when he played those couple of moves without a thought, I think that was when it all turned around. And that was the moment that it slipped.
Because now he's really thinking. You could see it on his face. And, well, he needs to figure it out. Just refresh the board. Sorry about that, everybody. But after king to f6, he has his work cut out for him. And there's a ton of work because we just showed you like 8 different variations, which either win for black or barely hold for white because of one little tactic. So it's tough.
It's super tough. And if Arjun Aragasi manages to survive this, he is about to reach out for his move. Robert, he goes for it and he's made the move g4. The one that we were just talking about. And the eval bar I see does not approve of this move. And we were talking about black has 2 approaches now. Do you pick up the pawn with your pawn, but in that way give up all rights to make a passer? Or do you play the move h4? With Levon's initial idea of going king g5 and picking it up with the king. Huge question for Lev here.
So I'm just going to make the move and see what happens. h4 says black's advantage is slipping a bit here. Maybe it's because of the knight coming to c5. So knight d7 check. If the king goes to e7, the knight, it can go back to b6. It also can go to e5 and around to c6, those kind of positions as well. If you go back to b6, it still is good enough, it appears. The white king now can come to e5 successfully. There's no check picking up a pawn. So maybe it's just in time for white to play knight d7, because if you go king g6, the knight comes to c5. And we've talked about how you can't take it as you lose the game, with the king going back to d6, helping usher the pawn to the other side.
All right, well, if h4 gives away the advantage, of course, it's still a very difficult decision practically to be made by Lev. It might be something that he's attracted to because that's what he implied with his previous move of king f6, that he really wants his king to advance down the board. Let's take a look at what happens if he does fight that thought and go for the second approach of winning the pawn, but by doing that, giving up the right to create another passer.
He's going to need his king still to run quickly and go after the pawn, but we keep talking about this kind of variation where knight d7 check. If your king goes up the board, knight c5, you can't take it, so your king has to go back. But look at that, knight c5 in this position. Somehow, there might be like a zugzwang eventually. If I go king f6, you go knight d7 check back. What if I go king g6? That way knight d7 isn't check, and then I'll push my pawn. So I think that black at some point just needs to lose a tempo, and I'm only finding this out because I see the eval bar's reaction. But this is how amazing this endgame is, and it shows how a knight can be outclassed by a bishop. A bishop can lose a tempo. If you want to pass the turn, you can first go to d2, then go to e1 next. A knight has to change what color it's on. It doesn't have the opportunity to lose that kind of tempo. So that is unfortunate where knight d7, as we were talking about, it loses because you've allowed the pawn to run forward.
Wow, a big moment here then for Lev to take this call, whether to take on g4 or play the very attractive h4, which in fact turns out to be the wrong way forward. And this is the beauty of classical chess, Robert. We're only treated to these intricate, complex situations because the players have time to navigate through these complications. If it was blitz or rapid, by now we would have had 4 queens on the board. There would have been about 20 blunders made already. But as we can see, the level of accuracy is so high by both players for the most part, and the fight still continues.
The fight will continue. Will allow Levon to ponder this decision. It's a really big one, and he has plenty of time as he works to figure out, do I play h4? Do I take on g4? It's really not an easy choice, and you can see him on screen there. He is looking not at this position, honestly. His vision is taking him 10, 15 moves down the line. Both players are doing just that, trying to figure out, in the event of a capture on g4, can I win with those double pawns? Will my king go into enemy territory to win the g2 pawn? Or can I never create a passed pawn because my pawns are in each other's way? On the flip side, if I play h4, like we were talking about, have I allowed the knight to come to d7? And then why doesn't king g6 work like it did in that other position? Or was it king g5 first, knight c5, then king to g6? What's different? I'm not really sure, honestly. I'm just reacting to the eval bar, but maybe it's this move g5 because you can't move your king back into the box over here. And if you take, we've talked about this many times at this point, you try to go a4, the king comes up, a3, d6, excuse me, e7. This is going to be a check, so you are not in time to promote. If you try to stop it, thank you very much. I still promote first. So the g5 push actually takes away the squares from the king. And if you can't now pass the turn very easily, you have to watch out. You have to be very careful here not to lose the game as black. The evaluation could change at any moment. Tanya, I don't know about you, but I feel like I need a quick break. And Levon, he's going to take a little breather, think deeply. And in the meantime, we do want to let you know that you can join Chess.com on Discord. The official Chess.com Discord server has been revamped, a fresh new look, lots of new features, and more. Join us at go.chess.com/Discord and make sure to connect your Chess.com account to earn unique flair. Use the command Discord in chat for more information. But for now, Tanya and I are going to run to a quick break. When we return, there's so much more to look at in these beautiful endgames. We'll be right back.
What is this? This is duck chess, you guys.
This is a new variant. It's called duck chess.
Chess, but with a duck.
Quack, quack. How to play duck chess. The duck is a brick. Pieces cannot move through the square occupied by the duck.
Click on a square to place the duck. Oh, you put the duck to prevent moves of opponent, not yourself.
Yeah, so basically you do this, and this cannot move. I'm gonna go knight f6, and I'm gonna put the duck in the most inconvenient place for my opponent to move. No bishop, no queen, so no Londons. Can permanently stop the London.
Capture the opponent's king to win. Oh, wow. Oh, there's no stalemate. Wait, there is stalemate. but the still-mated player wins. Ooh, if only that was real chess.
I think I'm getting the hang of this game now. I think I actually am getting the hang of it. I think this works. Oh, that's a horrible blunder. Oh my god, I just blundered.
I have to move something else first, then dark, and knight will take my king. This is the best way to lose the dark chess.
Those some real bullet skills right there, boys.
This is the first time winning duck chess. That's so exciting.
Oh no, mouse slip. No. I won! Yeah! Duck chess champion. Give me those points, baby.
Levon Aronian still on the clock after Arjun pushed his pawn to g4. It can be captured on that square, and maybe he'll join another winner of today's action. That was Fabiano Caruana. Tanya, we've had 5 results in the books. Only Fabiano won his game, but the rest of the games were quite intense and fighting.
Fabi won his game, but that looked like a gift from Jordan. In a position where there was everything to play for, Jordan walked into a one-move blunder, and it was the kind of blunder where there's no coming back from. Not only did he end up down a pawn, but a devastating position, and Fabi showed a flawless way forward, won without any difficulty, making him the only winner of the round. The other 4 games did end in a draw, were well played out. The balance was kept in each of them, Robert. And despite the fact that we've had 1 win, I think the game of round 3 is the one that's still on. It is this one with Arjun Aragasi facing Levon Aronian in what is a mammoth battle between these two. Levon's had the edge for the majority of the game. He's been trying to squeeze out a win. Meanwhile, Arjun showing resistance, but he has lost the path somewhere, and it's still a super complicated position. And take a look at this. We've been talking about how the players need to be precise. On the other side of this break, we left the position with a big decision for Lev, Robert. Will he go h4 or will he accept this pawn sacrifice of g4? And Levon has made the right decision. He has captured the pawn on g4.
He captured the pawn on g4. The knight came to d7 with check. And now the knight would like to land on c5, blocking this bishop's path back to stopping the passed pawn. But we've looked at this position just before the break, that if this king goes up to g5 and the knight blocks the bishop's path, the king can go back safely to g6. And if white says, all right, we've been here before, I'll bring my knight over to a4 to stop the passed pawn, the king goes to f6. So you kind of have gotten your king a bit closer, and the knight doesn't have the check on d7 right here. You have to play a move like knight b6 that gives black a turn to move the bishop somewhere along diagonal and then try to push this pawn as it becomes available, or to bring your king up the board and win the g2 pawn. I just think that white can't handle everything in all directions because the knight is such a slow-moving piece.
This is amazing stuff. I mean, Lev still has to find all these precise king maneuvers. Knight d7 check has been played by Arjun. He seems to be playing confidently in this endgame. I think he still believes that the draw is within his reach. He's playing fast. We see the players. They're on move 56, so 4 more moves to be made. 2 time control. Arjun's got about 13 minutes. Lev has a great clock management in this event. He's got 30 minutes to navigate all these possibilities, and we see him with his head in his hands right now, completely focused, calculating the lines to the end. Robert, let's take a look one more time. So king to g5 is the move that you were suggesting, and the key idea is that after white blocks it out with knight c5, you have to retreat with the king to g6.
You stay within.
And this is so difficult to find.
Yeah, it's not easy, but the good news for Levon, he doesn't have the eval bar, which helps us as commentators, but he has plenty of time, and he just made the move. It looks like king back, maybe, to e7? Yes, he went king back to e7, actually still keeping the winning advantage. So it wasn't just king g5 to g6. That happened to work, or maybe he needs to go back. But what other moves come to mind here, Tanya, besides king f6? That's the big question. He can move his bishop somewhere. That might allow some knight checks. What do you think? What are our move candidates?
Well, he's come back with the knight to b6. Arjun played it immediately, and it was really the only way forward because you can't allow black's pawns to just march forward. And now you're mentioning that, of course, Levon has the idea to just simply repeat the position with the king to f6. It's hard to come up with an alternative because you don't want to move your bishop from b4. It seems like it's ideally placed on b4. The a pawn doesn't go forward. g3, could that be an idea? Does he want to place his pawn on g3 and say that, you know what, that's a better version? What's your move next? But our eval bar says, no, the pawn does belong on g4.
Yes, maybe it's because it takes the king's path away. That when you put your pawn on g3, if this king eventually comes up the board, it can't get any more forward because the pawn is in its path. So g3, maybe g6 is another option. It's saying, nope, not that one either. Perhaps because where is the progress going to be made? Maybe the king goes over to e5, trying to get after this pawn. And if you play bishop d6 check, trying to keep the king away, the king goes back, which has the threat of knight c8 check. So these moves are not easy to come by. And if we repeat the position, with bishop to b4, king e5, now we really don't have other moves because the king is stuck where it is. If the bishop goes down to e1, then we have knight d5 check from a more active square, and the king slides up to d6.
I think he's got to come back with the king to f6, and Lev will realize that the only path that he has is forward. But the tricky point is not to go king f6, king g5, Robert. It is to visualize and to be aware that after that you will have to move king g6. Well, Levon, it looks like he's failed to find that. And you can't blame him. It is so hard to find this idea of the king retreat from g5 to g6. Instead, he makes a bishop move. He makes the move bishop all the way down the board. Bishop to e1 played.
Bishop e1 was his choice just there. He is trying to figure out where the bishop ultimately belongs, but for now it's very far away from the enemy pieces. No forks, nothing of the sort. So let's think about moves for white. Knight a4 is possible. Knight c8 check, just to go back to b6, is another line. The king can go to e5. We've been talking about positions like that. I believe those are all the moves that I see, is those three.
Well, king e5 looks pretty attractive because you vacate the d5 square for your knight. You are kind of always eyeing the king, marching towards the king side to pick up the pawns. But of course, you have to be super careful when you do that because that gives black the opportunity to improve his own king position. But how do you respond to king e5 to start with?
Maybe, black has to worry about knight d5 check. So I'm going to throw in the check on your king over here. And just like before, if the king goes to f5, g6 check will win. It's the exact position we saw earlier. I know it's a different move order. Things have changed a little bit, but no matter which pawn is captured, the black king captures on e6, bishop d4 will be played, and the a pawn will not be possible to be contained, especially with the black king coming over to kick the knight when it gets to a4. Just to show that variation one more time, we looked at it earlier. If the knight tries to blockade the pawn, the king goes to d5. You take the pawn on g4, king, king comes d4, and I still take you because after king takes d4, king b3, the pawn finally gets to go forward and promote with check to boot. So Tanya, these lines are crazy. Like every single variation changes with the smallest subtlety or nuance, and that is perhaps what Levon is looking at. If the king goes to e5, he'll give a check. The king can't go to f5, but what happens if it goes back to d5?
Exactly. That's the whole point, that you don't have to walk into it king f5, king d5. And the whole problem is now this winning idea of king f6, king g5, king g6. The bishop on c3, in fact, is worse placed than the bishop on b4 because white has got e7. So now I can go knight to d7.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't even go king to g5 because of e7 now.
Right. The pawn promotes.
So you don't have these ideas and you have to fall back with your king to e7. So bishop on c3 isn't accurately placed. And I see Arjun reaching out. He's gone for the move king e5. It is the most natural move in the position. The only thing that I hope Arjun has looked at is that after the check, he's found this nasty trick that you were pointing out. King f5 loses to g6. But I think these players are so involved and invested in this position, Robert. When we're playing a long game, we know all the ideas that exist in it. We've been calculating them for a long time. So I think Arjun does realize that he needs to keep the king closer to the a pawn. If Lev gives a check, he will make the move king d5.
It's interesting. The eval bar is kind of swinging a bit, and maybe it's not sold. It's increasing its depth, trying to figure out the position. But bishop g3 check is available as well. We know we need to check the king, but we have two different diagonals to work with. If we go bishop to g3 check, king f5 might attack this pawn and this bishop, but I think it's the same exact situation. g6 check, I get your king away, because even if you take this pawn on g4, I simply attack your knight, take the pawn, and we have talked about this a number of times now. The black king will rush on over to pester that knight, and black will then be able to promote that a pawn. So after bishop g3, you go king d5 back, maybe I have a better square for my bishop somehow, like away from the knight, attacking it, and if it goes to a4, I don't know, I guess I can't really go king f6 as king d6. Wait, somehow it's still good for black? Huh? There's bishop e1 to b4. This is just an amazing, amazing endgame.
There's so much geometry here and so much back and forth with the pieces. And we can see Levon having a big think right now. He's burnt about almost 10 minutes on this move. He's still trying to figure out where to give the check from bishop to g3 or bishop to c3. Either ways, white has to make the move king d5. Arjun's still looking so relaxed. It's just amazing the kind of nerves that these players have.
It's unbelievable. And I wonder if Arjun really believes, or he's sure that he's going to make a draw, or if he's just trying to convince himself in a way, because there's no way either player sees the finish line just yet. But Levon did bring his bishop to g3 with check. Now Arjun cannot play king f5. We've been discussing this. G6, it distracts the king away from the all-important e6 pawn, and then black will scoop it up. So Arjun almost certainly will be going back to d5 with his king. And then I like the look of bishop f2, kicking the knight away from b6.
All right, so you kick the knight away from b6, and what if the knight just goes back to a4? What's your idea? Let's say king d5, bishop f2. I come back with the knight to a4. How are you making progress here?
So somehow king f6 was working, even though I thought king d6 would be the problem. And I'm wondering if it's because bishop e1. Nope, not bishop e1. This is how tricky this, I don't know why it's not bishop e1. That looks like a pretty good move. Because how else do
so
I
king d7?
After
bishop e1, maybe king d7 is a problem. And after bishop b4, there might be knight b6 ideas. And then I'm threatening knight d5.
Oh, super clever. You're trying to remove the bishop and get your e-pawn going. So amazing. Amazing stuff.
We might be seeing this, by the way, Robert, because Arjun has made the move king d5. And now Levon's got to show his cards. What did he want with this bishop transferring from one side of the board to the other? Bishop f2 is not played yet, but this is the move that we're expecting.
Yeah, knight a4, and somehow after king f6, which I thought I was trying to show it's not good because of king d6, but maybe it's this move, and this is process of elimination. Bishop h4, because if you play e7, the king goes back to f7, stopping the pawn from promoting and attacking the pawn on e7 with the bishop. So bishop h4, it stops e7, and maybe black will give up this bishop for the pawn if the king can go really quickly. I'm not sure it's in time, but I'm just trying to figure out why in the world this position is, so promising for black. It still does not seem very clear to me.
And let's just play out this line, this idea that you're talking about, because I want to see if this actually works. It's so tempting what you're saying. Let's say after bishop, we've got a move already. So he has gone bishop h4 without driving the knight away from b6. Okay, and our eval bar approves.
It does. And if king e5, do you think he's going bishop f6 check? So he's going to check the king away from a square that's close by and try to force that king back to d5 anyway. At least the bishop on f6 covers the e7 square.
It covers the e7 square, but the drawback is it takes away the f6 square from your king. And I don't know if that's progress.
Mm-hmm. Right, because your king in many of these positions needs to go up the board rather than sitting in front of the pawn. So bishop h4 played by Levon. That's move 59. So as soon as Arjun makes this next move, he gains an additional 15 minutes on the clock. It's not an easy move to make because king e5, bishop f6 check, king back to d5. Maybe that's what Levon is looking for. And Arjun has to be extremely careful at this moment. But I still don't see another move besides king e5, because if you move your knight back, then the black king does go to f6. And we were talking about how the bishop is promising on the diagonal. If you bring your king up to d6, king f5, this is what I was mentioning earlier, that black is going to win this position because after king f4, king f7, something like this, the black king scoops up g2 and the g pawn will promote.
What an amazing line. I mean, this whole end game, there's so much going on and it is super rich and so instructive. The players completely focused on trying to make this one work. Levon wants to. He's doing everything he can to take the full point. Meanwhile, big resistance here by Arjun. And we've been so involved in this fascinating endgame, Robert, that we completely forgot about another game that's been going on. I did keep my eye out on it, Pragnananda versus Vincent. And there have been a lot of developments in it. And I'm just wondering if we should take a quick look at that. And then, of course, we will shift right back to this endgame because it is just one of the most fascinating endgames I've seen in recent times.
Yes, the other game is still a pawn ahead for Prognata. Not too many moves have happened in that one. And it's an extra pawn for white, a pass pawn on d6. But now knight c4 check was just played by Vincent. He is going to take this pawn potentially, but f7 is loose. So if we go through the variation, knight d6, bishop takes, king takes, knight takes f7 check. Apparently, it's still a hold for black because the king goes on over to f6 very quickly. And the bishop and the pawn match, which is very important because you can protect that pawn. So, Tanya, it looks like it should, keyword being should, not will, be a draw. It's still a lot of life left in this endgame.
What stands out to me is just the kind of chances that Prag and Levon are creating in these positions. It's incredible to watch these two players trying to convert this into a win, and Vincent and Arjun on the other side of the board just holding on. We see knight c4 check that has been played, and this line that you've been pointing out, Robert, trading the d pawn with the f pawn. As they get fewer and fewer pawns on the board, Vincent gets closer to the draw, and even though he will be down a pawn, it looks like it should be fine because black will sacrifice his bishop at the right time for the last remaining pawn on the board, unless white, along with the king and knight, can go on to win the g6 pawn. But that's where it comes into play, what you mentioned, that black's king and the bishop on the b1 h7 diagonal will keep the pawn defended.
Right, that pawn on g6 can be defended, and you have to kick this king out. If this king ever moved to a square like g7, I'm trying to waste the move, but like go king g7, it could be dangerous, but that's where that bishop comes into play, where it defends. So you're not going to be able to kick both of these pieces out, and they defend perfectly along the diagonal for the bishop, and the king doesn't have to move. Just move your bishop back and forth. How is the knight going to check this king? So if the knight can check the king, that would be promising. But where do you go? Like, if I'll let you check here, and the king goes to f7, because whenever a knight checks a king, it's very close by.
And then you get attacked, and you can give it another check with knight d8, but the king falls right back to g7, keeping g6 defended, and everything's under control here. The moment you'll go h5, black will be super happy to trade the last pair of pawns, and the bishop on this diagonal will eventually give itself up for the final remaining pawn. There's just no way that you can improve this position, because if you imagine, white even gets a knight on g6 to block this diagonal.
Okay, let's try to
Let's just get that position, make some moves. And black can even go into a king pawn endgame here with bishop g6, h6, and you just need to make the final accurate move with king to g8 so that you're the one who can take an opposition, and wherever white goes, you take the opposition, white gives a check, come back, and this would be a stalemate.
That's a stalemate indeed. No moves for that black king. And so that is showing that even though it's going to be a pawn ahead for white, that black is in time, just bring the king on over, eventually get the bishop to b1 and protect this g6 pawn. So I feel quite confident in this one. I think Vincent should feel quite good about how this game has gone on, because he's likely to secure the half point. But Arjun Erigaisi, his task is much more difficult, and we actually have seen some moves in that game. It's not that we don't want to give Pragnananda and Keimer our undivided attention. We would love to, but with the other game just being so spicy, such a rich end game, I feel like I've already learned a lot. And I feel like I'm still learning, because when I just pulled up the game here, Tanya, it looks like Levon has misstepped.
And it's so easy to do that. Again, let's just understand that we always have the eval bar and the ability to take back our moves. When we go wrong, we say this doesn't work out, we can try something else out. But the players, one, they have no idea what is the objective evaluation of the position. And second, no takebacks. They've got only one path. With their knowledge and with their understanding, they just make that move that they feel gives them the best chances. And Levon's still trying to be tricky with his king retreats. Let's just back up to that moment of bishop h4 where we left it last. Just a couple of moves have happened since then. After bishop h4, Arjun...
Okay, well, sorry? Keep going. Sorry about that, Tanya.
No worries. We see our board, we see our players, and there we have our analysis board. So when bishop h4 was played, if we just back up a move, Robert, Levon decided to just simply fall back with the king to d8. Not a move that we were expecting. We were thinking there would be some checks on the board, either from g3 or from f6. But this is a new king retreat. Levon made it last time with king a5, now with king d8. But one gets the feeling that, again, Arjun's in control. One big question. Move the knight. The knight comes to a4. I really don't, even if another move is better, I don't want to allow your pawn to push forward. And as I was saying that, Arjun says, I don't care about the pawn moving forward. He believes in the activity of his pieces. He makes the move knight d5. The eval bar approves. And what is his idea? a4? Does he just want to go in with the king to d6? That doesn't make any sense. What does he want after a4?
Yeah, because a4, king d6. Can't you just kick the king away with a check and then push your pawn? That seems way too slow. Maybe what's king d4?
King d4, right? Exactly. And also I want to point out, Robert, king d4, as you're making this square right now, this is a great technique to understand whether you're in time or not. The king d4 is within the square, which means it catches the a pawn just in time to stop it from promoting. One concept I want to show is that after king d6, black can, of course, give a check. But the other idea that black has is actually to just continue, I think, promoting the pawn. Because after a3, let's say you go e7, which is so attractive. Yes, you win the piece, but you lose the game because bishop e7, knight e7, and nothing is stopping the a2 pawn. You have one check on c6, but the knight is too far away.
Wow. Yeah, this knight is such a slow-moving piece. The bishop, on the other hand, can leap across the board and help out on both sides. So the knight did come over to d5. If a4, he must be thinking king d4. He is in the square, and that means the king can hunt down the pawn. But this position, we've talked about before, you can't take the bishop. You lose the king and pawn ending. And if your king goes over to b3, is there a way for this king to attack this pawn? I know the king doesn't move like a knight, but that, I think, is Arjun's defensive setup. He's going to leave his knight and pawn here, which means c7, d7, and e7 are off limits from the black king. So how would you go to that pawn? You would need to go something king c8, king b7, king c6, king d6. That takes too much time. And we'll move our bishop back first. The king will come to a2. How do we get to this pawn? King here immediately allows e7, and you win a piece, and you make a draw. So, Tanya, I feel like Arjun did everything he could. He keeps the king stuck at home from all of these squares, and that means that perhaps Levon can't really make progress.
And Arjun, after a long time, gets up and leaves the board. He realizes he's achieved the defensive setup now by switching the knight and the king. It will be the king now that's going to go on to stop the a5 pawn, while the knight, as you're pointing out, will take away all activity squares from Levon's king. And Levon there shaking his head. I think he realizes that his best chance is past him now, and playing the move king d8, he's just given an easy defensive setup to Arjun. And kudos to Arjun to find this so quickly with knight d5. You want to kind of stay with the defensive setup that you've had all this while. I was mentioning come back with the knight to a4. Don't allow the a pawn to march forward. But this just shows how focused he is. He gets one opportunity and he centralizes the knight on d5 and realizes that his king is just in time to save the pawn. Now, one more thing that I'm wondering here, does black have the option to go bishop to f6?
Aha, because if you take, pawn takes, king takes, a4 would be a huge blunder because the white king goes up to f7, helps the pawn promotes. But instead, you block with the king. The white king is in time to chase down the a pawn, but as has been the case in many previous positions, you can go ahead and eat that a pawn because the pawn on g2 will quickly be captured, and then the remaining pawn will promote.
Exactly, which is why I was wondering what does Arjun have after bishop f6 check. But I think the problem is that you don't get tempted with the king pawn ending. You simply march forward with your king. You go king d6. You're already threatening the move. e7 check, king e8, knight c7. Let's just show that idea that white has got plans of his own here, and this would be game over. So I think bishop f6 only helps white as white advances with the king forward.
And it's really important to point out that in this specific position, before the pawn reached a2, now if you play a3, knight c6 is check. And while the king tries to run away, the knight comes to b4, stopping the pawn before it gets to the other side. So the knight is in time. It's a slow-moving piece, but here it's just fast enough to stop that pawn's promotion, and then the kings will stay on this side of the board, on the king side where the pawns are, and it should, in fact, be a draw, and black would have to prove it. So really big missed chance for Levon. And I think just to show one more time, with the king coming back to stop this pawn, the biggest difference in any of these variations is there aren't multiple avenues to attack, to threaten with. Earlier, the king was out on g5, threatening to come in to infiltrate and win the g-pawn, but now the king is stuck at home. And because there aren't several avenues to move forward with, the white king can actually just go back and forth on the light squares, king a2, king b3, and so on. You don't need to do much of anything because the rest of the pieces take care of the situation. And to go the other way, let's say we go king e8, and we, g6, we move the king, trying to get it to f6. Guess what? You also don't have access to f6. The knight covers c7, e7, f6. The pawn covers d7, f7. And if you try to get your king up to the f5 square, e7 takes. It looks like, well, I've made some serious progress now. I should be winning. But it turns out that white can bring this knight back. I mean, this is just unbelievable how it's all like the last second heroics that this knight will get this pawn. So if you try to win the g2 pawn, you lose g4. If you go back, the knight can even go to f1, keeping the king out. Just like it did on the other side of the board, the knight and pawn keep the king out before it gets in. So now I just can't handle any more awesome, instructive moments.
This is just spectacular. The whole endgame has been a mind-blowing play with so many intricate ideas and possibility. And let's just go back to the live position, because the geometry that you're pointing out about the knight and pawn really holding on. And, this line with a4, king d4, a3, king c3, king comes to b3. This position is so amazing, Robert, because like you pointed out, if black's king goes over to the king's side, comes to the f5 square, white advances the pawn. If black king comes to b7, trying to get to c6, that isn't good enough either, because the moment you put your king on b7, white will again push the pawn from e6 to e7, and there's no possibility of allowing white to do that. And we see a move by Levon. But I look at Lev, and I feel that he knows that this is ending in a draw now. And I think he just offered a draw. He just offered a draw, handshakes, Levon realizing that the moment is past him. And what a game, what an end game play by both these players. Amazing stuff.
Yeah, and when you see, something pop up at you, blunder, inaccuracy, it doesn't tell the full story. It wasn't an inaccuracy in one move. It's down the line. And some of these variations that we just looked at are like 20 moves deep, with the black king running, scrambling up towards this pawn in g2, but not quickly enough. So look at Levon. He does seem quite disappointed. I feel like he knows he had chances there, and he probably felt like on a different day he might have won this game. But he also was facing such a sturdy opponent. Arjun, to this point, he had black in game 1 against Pragnanda. He held the draw with great preparation, and then he finished it off nicely. Against Wesley So, he looked like he was in trouble when Wesley had a pass pawn. He managed to hold each and every move. Now with the white pieces, his first time with the first move advantage, he was worse throughout this entire game. But when it came down to it, Tanya, he held.
And look at that, Robert, they're analyzing the exact same position that was winning for black. King to g6 was the move that we were wondering if Levon can find it, because it's such a hard move to make. If we will show that to our viewers, but this is the position, and Levon now Arjun realizes that this would have been a zugzwang for white with no way to improve. And this just shows how aware they were of all these subtleties. King g6, we see that on their analysis board. This is amazing stuff. This is the moment that really makes chess what it is. A move that I really thought is impossible for people to find. We've got the eval bar telling us. But look at this. It's in their analysis.
I'm watching them go, and they were looking at a line like this with the king going to g5, but knight d7, the bishop slides up to e7. That's not good enough. So I see what they're looking at here with the king blocking this bishop, with the bishop on f8 and the king running back to e7. So, I mean, yeah, it's cool to see this. I'm glad we have this on camera right now, because I'm just going to follow the moves that they're making. So after king g6, knight d3 is what they're analyzing, but bishop f8 is a great move.
Will they find it in their analysis? Their analysis is amazing to watch, and it's incredible that after almost 6 hours of gameplay, the two players want to sit and go through this endgame. They have amazing, intense respect for each other. They've played each other several times. Also, Levon, yes, in his heart, he might be slightly disappointed. And there you have it, bishop f8, found by them.
But I see I'm looking at king f6, knight takes g4, king g5. And it looks like this would be good for black, but right there for a second, knight d7 check, king e7, they were looking at this as well. So many different variations that they are trying to assess properly. I mean, chess is such a rich game here, and it looks like king g5 going up the board is the way to go. So instead of giving the g4 pawn, that's what the engine is spouting out as the best option. But as we see them looking at this position here, takes king g5. I think the knight went back into e5 here, and then a4. So this also is good for black.
Just incredible stuff. And I was going to say that, Levon, of course, had his opportunity, and he had the better hand throughout the game, starting from that dominating middle game. But Levon appreciates the beauty in chess. And I know that he's also appreciative of the defensive resources his opponent put out. And we see him there analyzing with a smile. It's also heartwarming to see that the players don't just get up, go back, switch on their engines, and check the lines. Instead, they want to sit and calculate with each other.
Yeah, I would love to do that, but I'm told I have to have the engine on at all times. So, everyone is listening to me say that, but it is true, and it is fun to just calculate, and be free of our engine overlords. But they're looking at these lines with the knight coming back to d3, bishop e7 this time, knight e5 check, king to f6, knight takes g4, and then king g5, which looks accurately better for black. So whoever just suggests that between the two, this is I guess Levon doesn't like it for some reason. Or he's saying knight takes g4 is not right. So it is cool. I'm actually really enjoying this right now, seeing the two of them analyze this position.
This is an amazing moment after an endgame. That was such a massive fight. And it's truly a pleasure to see and get a peek into their minds while they were playing, the variations that they were looking at.
It looks like they eliminated that line, thinking it was good for black. So they're trying to find something else besides knight c5 and king g6. But if they do this analysis and Levon's like, I'm winning here, he's going to be even more upset about the missed opportunity.
And this was the moment when he didn't go king to g5 and instead made the move bishop to e1, which was a slight inaccuracy. This was the line that we had looked at, and he didn't find it during the game, but here they are looking at it afterwards. It's too little, too late, but what a fight.
Look at Levon. The way he's analyzing the position, I think he understands that this is a winning variation, and he has his head in his hands because he's upset that he didn't find it while the game was live. And they do have great respect for each other. You said that. It's certainly true. They played against one another many times in the Champions Chess Tour and in the Rapid Chess Championship. You name an online event, they probably duked it out over the board. But right now, live in Wijk, Levon Aronian, thinking about what could have been a full point to his name, jumping to the top of the leaderboard.
And they did end up finding that line, which would have given Levon a full point. And there we see disappointment in Lev's face, shaking his head. This was the moment, and it didn't happen in the game. But understandably, because it was such a tough line. But it looks like Levon and Arjun both had it in their mind as they analyze it. And with that draw, it means that Magnus, Fabi, Anish, Ding, and Nordirbek are the 5 players on 2 points Currently, Pragnananda still trying to win his game. That one's still on. And if he manages to do that after the marathon end game that the two are playing right now, he will join the leaders at the top of the leaderboard.
For sure. And Pragnananda would love that. He would like to join Abdusattarov, his fellow teenager, in a first-place tie. These two players have had a long day, Levon Aronian, Arjun Erigaisi, and they're getting up from their chairs out of the playing hall. And as we go to the one game remaining between Prague and Vincent Keimer, it looks like this is now becoming a pretty straightforward draw. White's pawns on light squares. That's a light square bishop that can attack them. So just a few moves ago, Tanya, we saw the knight capture on f7. The king ran over towards the center here. And then this move, g5, was played by Vincent. So he's trying to trade off pieces. Prague says no. And now you have a long-term issue with his pawn being on the g4 square.
We were just talking about how black's pawn is on g6, same colored as the bishop, so it should be easier to defend. But Vincent takes a committal decision to actually put it on a dark square to keep it there for the rest of the game. But what he's saying is, how are you going to get to that pawn when you yourself have to defend the g4 pawn for the rest of the game? The f5 square for the king is taken, so there's no idea of king e4, king f5. The king on g7 stops the white king from coming to f6. It's only the knight that can get to the g5 pawn. And let's say you go knight f1, knight g3, knight e4. Black will simply place his own king on h6, defend that pawn, and there's no more progress to be made. King g3, knight f3. The one trick that black needs to watch out for is, let's say you go knight f3, and black decides to play king h6. And after knight e5, just be a little careful because knight f7 check is a massive threat that would pick up the pawn, but bishop e6 keeps the balance.
Right. You cover the one threat that you see, and the knight just can't operate around well enough. Where is it going to go? f7 was the key square, not getting there. So let's see what just happened. King g3, king h6, knight f3, and bishop e6 can be played here and now. And if you play knight e5, we'll just keep our bishop in line with f7. Just go to d5, something like this. No progress is being made, as if this king, by the way, goes away, you play bishop takes g4 and make an immediate draw. The knight takes the bishop, the king takes the pawn, and you're not going to be able to win with a lone knight and a king against the enemy king.
That's a really nice key point, actually, that black always has this trick of giving up the bishop on g4 and keeping the possibility of taking the two pawns. Bishop e6 played, and after knight e5, as you're pointing out, he simply can decide to keep the bishop on this diagonal. You can also make a move with your king. You can go back king h7 and come back king h6 on the next move.
That's right. If the knight loses contact with the pawn, you can just move the king back and forth. This bishop can likely move nonstop. The only way white could potentially win is if the king got into f6, but g4 is too loose. We were just talking about how if the king ever runs, even this far, or king f3, king d3, that this pawn will be captured, and then h5 next. So there is no progress. Knight f5 check could be an idea, but the problem is if knight f5 and you take, the king takes on h5. So you're just losing one of your pawns by going knight f5. So Tanya, there's just not a single even tactical try that I can find for Pragnananda.
Well, he decides not to play knight f5. Knight f5 would be a draw offer on the spot. Instead, he makes the move king f3. So first, he's asking Vincent to move the bishop to a slightly less ideal position. Vincent immediately plays bishop to c8, knight b5 on the board. So what Prague is trying to do is get the knight to d6, where he will eye the f7 and the f5 square. So black's bishop on e6 will only be able to defend one of them. Let's just show that. Let's say you make the move king h7, knight d6, and now you go bishop e6, and white can go knight f5 now. So you might have to be really careful. There's no king h6 anymore. Once the knight lands on f5, and if your king is not on h6, this allows white's king to start marching up the board.
That's right. So you'd have to keep the king out, and maybe it would require you to bring your bishop to a square like d1. But let's actually show that. If king e4, bishop d1, knight e3, bishop takes g4 doesn't work because your king's not on h6 to take the pawn. And if you play bishop e2, king f5, king h6, apparently this is still a draw somehow. You have to move for white. King f6 looks good, but then bishop takes g4, and you get this pawn on h5. So you'd have to move your knight first. Let's say knight d5, but after this check, the king moves up, and the bishop goes back, threatening to take this pawn, and the pawn on h5 behind it. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable stuff, but Vincent is on top of his game. He says, I'm not going to make my king passive and complicate things further for myself. Goes bishop b7 check, because if the white king goes to e3, Vincent simply falls back with the bishop to c8, putting pressure on the g4 pawn. No improvement there. Pragg makes the move king f2, and I'm expecting bishop c8.
It was played so quickly, and we should point out that bishop takes h5 would be another way to draw. So if this bishop could get to e8 and take over there, the game is just going to be a split point. And looks like for Vincent, he's just double checking. He knows this is a draw. His body language is like, come on, let's just end this game. I'm hungry. It's late. But he knows with certainty that he will get a half point here.
He's taking his time to be as precise as possible, but I don't think precision is that important here. Black has done everything right, and unless you blunder, a one-move blunder, every bishop move does hold. He goes bishop d7, hitting that knight. If knight to d6, that's when he will play bishop e6, controlling both squares. We see Pragg jumping in with the knight, but it doesn't really get him that far. After bishop e6, both f5 and f7 are under control. Knight f5 check, as we've pointed out, gets white nothing. Black trades and picks up the h5 pawn.
And king to f3 can always be met by bishop d5 check. If the king goes to e3, back to e6 we go. And if the king goes to g3, we've seen this position before. So Vincent has done everything correctly. It's move 66. Pragnanda still trying for some last hope, some mistake from his opponent. But the issue is it's too simple of a position for Vincent. There's nowhere that he can go wrong. He knows the defensive posture he needs to take, and he's been doing just that.
A really nice setup taken there by Vincent with the move g5. Many players might feel that, you just keep still, you just keep tight, keep your pawn on g6. But Vincent calculated that there is no way that white can actually improve his position. He fixed his own pawn on a dark square, which might look like a weakness, but with the activity of bishop, everything's under control. And these two prodigies, Pragg from India, Vincent from Germany, the two big talents. I don't even want to call them rising stars anymore, Robert, because they've already made their mark in the elite world of chess. It looks like the game between them is going to end in a draw.
I don't even remember how many times Pragnanda beat Magnus, online. So when you've defeated him not just one time, but a handful, I think it's clear that you are at the top of the game. And Vincent Keimer, he has struggled in this tournament. In round one, he had a great position. He couldn't win it against Parham Magsudlu. In game two, with the white pieces, he got a worse position pretty early against Magnus Carlsen and then lost in the end game. And now here in game three, he's played quite creatively. I actually have been impressed as his position, according to the engines, the evaluation was such that Pragnanda had a better position, but he was able to liquidate in a way that left the advantage for his opponent, but made it so that many of the end games would still have drawish tendencies.
Very nice resistance here by Vincent. In rounds that he's found it so difficult. We say that he's had a tough start to the tournament, but if you really think about it, he got a great game against Parham in round one. And then that slight tactical inaccuracy, which really can happen to anyone. He missed out on that advantage. And of course, Parham was on top of his game, found it immediately, and it ended in a draw. But Vincent was the one who was dominating that game with the black pieces. He showed some great prep, showed uncompromising play, went in to sacrifice an exchange, but a tactical miss just gave up his advantage. Meanwhile, in game 2, when you're playing against Magnus, just anything can happen. You can't be too disappointed. He did put up as much resistance as he could, but Magnus won that game. And this one, it's been a tough day for Vincent, but he's really held his own. And now we see a different structure. The king from h6 has come on to f6, but nothing's really changed because he's immediately threatening to take on f5. If you make the move h6, Black just needs to be careful at this point. Don't grab the knight. Bishop takes f5, g takes f5, and you can't pick up the pawn on f5 because the h pawn queens. And if you move and this is game over. And instead, if you go king f7, white will come forward with the king and will win the game. So don't take on f5, but after h6, just a simple move, king to g6. First, put pressure on this h6 pawn, and the next move, you grab the knight, you grab the pawn, and shake hands.
That's right. So do not get hasty because haste makes waste. King f6 now threatens the knight on f5. But after h6, you first have to track it down, capture that pawn after capturing the knight on f5. So Vincent's doing everything right because I think this is the most forcing of variations. If he had gone king to h7, he still has to triple check certain things when the white king goes forward. He's saying, you're not moving your king. Your knight is under attack. And if your knight moves, say, to d4, the bishop can go somewhere, even back to c8, where it was attacking this pawn on g4, and no progress has been made.
And Vincent there knows that he's got everything under control, gets up, takes a bit of a walk. Pragg has tried everything that he can, but it was just never enough. He did everything that he could, got a great position, was up ahead by 2 pawns, but that opposite color bishop endgame, Vincent always within the draw reach.
Yes, and we've seen his facial expressions. He's just ready to call this one, to go home, get some food, and prepare for the 4th round. And it's not too late in Wijk. The round starts in the afternoon, which is nice for the players. Chess players always like waking up late. They don't like the early rounds. Tanya, do you know a single chess player who prefers to play in the morning?
I think chess players are just not morning people in general. Whether there's a round or not, most chess players really like waking up late. It's because we're so used to playing in the afternoons, and whenever there are these double rounds that happen at tournaments, they usually happen in the morning and then you have to play in the evening. It's an absolute torture to wake up in the morning. It's just not something that is in chess players' DNA. We're just not morning people.
No, we are not. But it is good to be young, and these two players in their teenage years, they probably can play at any time. They have the energy. They are ready to square off no matter who the opponent is, no matter the location or the occasion. And you see both of them looking like they're ready for a nap because Praggnanandhaa puts his head down. He understands he's not winning this game. Vincent's understood that for a while and just wants to get it over with. But these two are going to be playing for a long time, as they're not even yet 20 years old. Hey, there's energy when you need it.
There is energy. So that's Vincent with his bar of Mars.
I'm getting kind of hungry just looking at it.
What is your preferred source of energy during a game, Robert? Because that is what is so special about chess, that it's in classical chess, you have to make sure that in the 3rd, 4th hour of play, your brain is still at maximum capacity to be able to play optimal chess. So what is it usually for you? Do you usually munch on chocolates or?
Usually it's me not playing because I don't often play chess. But if I had to choose something, I feel like, a little chocolate bar is what does the trick. I actually don't really eat much during my games. I drink a lot of water though. What about you?
I tend to forget. And then, I remember this was at the Olympiad, and this was after a really long game. I think it was after game 1 that my coach told me that, you just have this thing where you're not drinking or eating anything and playing these long rounds. And I just tend to forget about it. So he would make sure that, into the 3rd, 4th hour of play, that there would be something on my table kept there so that I would be reminded to refresh myself and eat something or drink a cup of tea. And otherwise, I think I'm like you. I just tend to just forget. I'm so involved in the game. You would just have a glass of water, but it's kind of hard to think about food when the game is on.
Yeah, what I'm thinking about right now is when you're the last people in the playing hall, which they literally are. And I've had that experience before where you look around and you're like, where'd everybody go? How long has it really been? And there were people at every single chessboard you see on the screen there. And now it's just Vincent and Prague. And it looks like Max Vormadam in the background in the Challengers tournament. So not many people remain. Is that Max against Aline Robers over there?
Aline Roberts, who had a brilliant game against Erwin Lamy yesterday. And what an attacking play that was. I just loved it. The way she sacrificed her queen after bishop takes e5. Definitely a game that you should watch. Everyone who's watching should have a look at if you haven't already. But it looks like, yeah, these are the only two boards on. I saw just a couple of spectators. We can see them still sitting and having a look at the game. These are true chess fans who in the 6th hour of play as well are at the tournament hall. And we've been talking about this, that it must be, around 7 p.m. in Wijk right now. The players are getting hungry, they're getting tired, but we can even still see the spectators hanging around till the very last game doesn't end.
So you know it's good to be young, because I remember the last tournament I played in, which was the Grand Swiss at the Isle of Man. I played against Ruslan Ponomarev in the first round, and he had rook and bishop, and I had a rook, and I was defending it accurately. And at some point, he just offered me a draw because he's like, yeah, I'm hungry. I got to go to the restaurant. Like, I don't want to keep pressing you on this. You know how to do it. But these two, I mean, you see Prague. He wants to play this forever if he can. He just wants to play until the final move. And a reminder for people who are not so familiar with the rules of chess. If you go 50 moves without a pawn push or a piece capture, the game is declared a draw. So the last pawn push that I see was on move 56, where I'm now on move 72. So if Pragnana wants to make Vincent suffer, he can keep this game going for many more moves.
He's going to do that. I can't imagine a universe where Prague actually makes life easy here and just offers a draw. I think he will play it down, although he is looking into the distance, which makes me feel he might just do it right now and prove me completely wrong. And that would be hilarious. But right now, the position that we have, the one thing that Black needs to watch out for is a check on e4 with the knight. Because just imagine, Robert, in this very position, if White could give a check on e4, there would be no good place for the king where you can defend the g5 pawn. Till there are threats alive, Prague will keep on playing. Bishop d5 played. This is a bit of a repetition, right? Because you go back with the king, the bishop falls back to e6.
Absolutely. And I was going to ask you a question, Tanya. If you're honest with me and with everybody who's watching, when you play a position like this from the Black side, are you annoyed at your opponent? Like, do you actively feel like you dislike them a little bit because they're making you play a dead drawn position? Or are you like, you know what, if I had the white piece in this game, I would play it out? Which is your mindset?
The latter, definitely the latter. I don't think that I would be thinking about how annoyed I am at the opponent. It really depends on my hunger level at this moment. But I think in most cases, for me, it would be realizing that if I was white, I would be doing the exact same thing. And yeah, I would try to play it out till as long as possible. Being on the defense is never easy. And I have seen so many players mess up situations like this. It happens all the time in chess. It's inexplicable, but it does happen. So you have to make the most of your chances, and it's not over till it's over. So being on the defense, I would try and stay as alert as I could for any tactics that I could mess out. Like I was pointing out, that check on e4. And yeah, I would totally believe that I need to still prove that I'm holding this position, no matter how much of a draw it looks. What about you?
You may believe that. I'm not sure I believe you. I mean, everyone gets a bit annoyed at their opponent when they have to play this out. It's nothing about them as a person, but you're just kind of like, I know that this game is a draw. But you are right, though, in all seriousness. Like, you should play it out if there even is a sliver of hope that you can win. And if this knight gets to e4 with check, that would give White a second pawn and allow White to win the game. If the knight, as we previously were looking at if the knight went to f7 with check, you could win a pawn in that manner. So there is at least a winning configuration of pieces. And if you keep that in mind, then there is a point to playing this out. This isn't just like rook versus rook and nothing else going on. So I am with you on that front, though I do get annoyed for sure when I'm on the worst side. But when I'm on the better side, I'm like, yeah, I have no sympathy for my opponent. You're going to suffer.
Exactly. You do the exact same thing. But right now, looking at what we have and Prag's body language, it looks like Prag has done and used up every sliver of hope that he has in this endgame. And he realizes that there really isn't something to play for. If we see King F3, it would imply that he's done trying this position. And that would be a draw offer because it's essentially a repetition. But if not, it's kind of hard to see how he plans to continue this position. But you're right, it is true that I would understand my opponent trying to make a winning attempt in this and continuing to play, but it wouldn't stop me from just, thinking that, can you just already offer a draw now?
Although I
you
think
did call me out on it.
Yeah, but I think if we're also being honest with ourselves, I feel like I've had games where I have that mindset and then I lose because I'm thinking about like how annoyed I am and I lose concentration just that little bit. And that is what chess is all about. You need to be fully focused the entire time because the moment you start thinking subjectively or about how you want to go eat and your opponent's stopping you from doing that is the moment you actually lose sight of the position and make a mistake. Now, Vincent is confidently bring his king back to f7, back to f6, to g7, to h6. He understands that it's very difficult for him to go wrong as long as he doesn't blunder a knight fork. But I'm going to show that very knight fork that Tanya was just talking about is, let's say we get this position and you go king f6, suddenly there's knight e4 check, and you lose the pawn on g5. Your king cannot go to f5, it cannot go to g6. Your king has to take a step back, and then you lose the pawn on g5, and then the white king helps the pawns go on and promote. So that's the one square. It's kind of a mind square. And then f7 if the king is on h6 or f6.
You know what's the other mind square if your king is on f6? Robert, it's all the way back at h7. Even a check from h7, it's just geometry that you need to be aware of, while you're playing. That imagine a king on f6, a check from h7 would also end up winning the g5 pawn. But right now, Vincent says no checks, just king to g7. If white goes in with knight f5, super important to not trade because in this particular instance, it will land up in a lost king pawn ending because white is in time with the king coming into g4. You can't really pick up either of the pawns. And let's just back up. If after knight f5, all you have to do is move your king back to f7 and you're good to go, or to f6, which also makes a lot more sense. Now we've got a position which we had a couple of moves ago where once again Vincent has transferred the king to h6. So now the mind square, as you call it, Robert, is f7.
Right. Got to avoid allowing a knight to that square. But if the bishop gets to f7, there could be bishop takes h5. So he goes king to e4.
But bishop g4, bishop g4. Bishop g4 is game over.
Yeah, he knows it. He's just making the draw without offering it exactly. And there, the draw is agreed to. After knight takes g4, king takes h5. The last pawn is gone. So these players split the point at long last. And look at Vincent. He finally allows himself to crack a smile because he's been defending for hours and hours.
He's got reasons to be proud. It wasn't an easy position to be defending for so long. And there we see spectators. And this is what is also the beauty of chess, right? You've got these two young talents who are not even 20. One is 18, one is 17 years old. And then you've got a bunch of spectators across age groups watching them play. Chess truly breaks all barriers.
And these are teenagers, so I wouldn't be surprised if their parents are, out there somewhere coming to pick them up and take them to dinner. But all 7 games are finished. We see 6 draws on the scoreboard for today's matches. Fabiano Caruana, the only winner. And Tanya, you were correct to point this out. It's more that Jordan van Forest lost the game than Fabiano won the game. I feel like Jordan's blunder, it was one of his worst blunders in a long time.
Robert, you've been mentioning that Jordan has been shaky in the first couple of rounds. I was arguing against it, but today I see your point. That one move blunder is definitely something that's a big sign of somebody who is out of shape. Jordan needs to get a check on that. It's a long tournament ahead and it only gets tougher. The only decisive game, Fabiano Caruana, ended with a win for the white pieces. The other 6 games were all hard fought, big battles that ended in a draw. We saw, for me, the big one was Arjun against Levon. Such a great endgame. This was a masterpiece in endgames. I think one for the books. Brilliantly played by both players. In the end, Arjun managed to survive that. With that, just one decisive game. And that means for our leaderboard, going into round 4, this is what it looks like. We've got 5 players at the top, Robert.
We do. Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana joins the rest. Anish Giri, Ding Liren, and Nordirbek Abdusattar previously led. Fabiano, with the win, jumps into that tie. And then right behind them, we have a bunch of players, some former champions of this event, Wesley So and Levon Aronian. And then we got some of the young guard, Arjun Aragaisi, Parham Magsudlu, and Pragnananda with 1.5 out of 3. So from 8-10 on this graphic here, Arjun, Parham, and Pragnananda, they're hungry for their first victories in the Masters tournament in Tata Steel. And let's see if they might get them tomorrow, because tomorrow's matchups are going to be super interesting. We have more teenage battles, Tanya, and then we also have Magnus Carlsen. As per usual, he's going to be a game to keep our eyes on, but he'll get the black pieces.
I'm also very happy to see amongst the leader one of the young guns, Nordirbek, with 2 points. He is, of course, with the young generation here in this narrative of it being an established elite versus the new generation of talents. And we see that this is the action that's coming up for round 4. Also, a huge storyline for tomorrow, of course, Robert, is that this is the final round before the first rest day. So the players are very aware of that. And usually what happens then is that you don't want to mess up too many things, because going into a rest day with a loss is always really tricky. It's going to be interesting to see which player keeps up the fighting spirit and goes all out in the round before the first rest day of the Tata Steel.
And sometimes it is dangerous to go all out. It can backfire. Jordan van Forest, he kind of went all out with his preparation today, a temporary knight sacrifice, then throwing his pawns up the board, but overlooking a tactic that he should have seen. But on that note, it has been a fun round 3. 1 win for Fabiano Caruana, and he joins the leaders. The rest of the games were drawn. It's been a long day, some very hard-fought end games that finished with some peace. But we'll get peaceful night ahead. Tomorrow will be more fights in Wijk. Until then, we'll see you. Have a good one.